Chapter 37 Ambush on the Streets. The cartwheel, which was layered with wood and resin, rattled as the carriage traveled along the street. Within the carriage, Instructor Marlin lay upon the front seat and snored softly. Lorist felt incredibly satisfied with this carriage that he had just been gifted with, as the build quality was impeccable and the ride was stable and comfy. The horses were well trained and behaved as well. As for the Reedy, Lorist really didn't expect for his driving skills to be this good. It seemed that taking Reedy in to be his attendant was a good choice after all, as Els had said. Oh, there's a small handle here. The window can be opened after all. Ah, the feeling of the night breeze sure is refreshing, thought Lorist as he opened the window curiously as the scene of the nighttime streets passed by his view. Ah! Stop the carriage, exclaimed Lorist. Easy, horsey, commanded Reedy as he pulled on the reins. The carriage moved forward for another 7 to 8 meters before stopping completely as the Xeno horses snorted in dissatisfaction. What's wrong, master? Asked Reedy. Having been accepted as Lorist's servant, Reedy has changed the way he referred to him. In Grindia, calling someone master wasn't a sign of being owned as per the relationship of a master and a slave, but rather the sign of trust for the person who would make decisions for oneself to follow. Turn back a little bit. Stop at the light pole beside the small plaza over there, instructed Lorist. Okay. Reedy pulled on the reins to turn the Xeno horses in the opposite direction and steered the carriage towards the streetlights by the plaza. Lorist got off from the carriage and walked towards the bench beside a flower patch in the plaza. Sitting on top of the bench was an adult and 2 children who were huddled tightly together. At that moment, the adult moved a little upon hearing the footsteps of Lorist approaching and opened his half-awake eyes. Seeing Lorist walking towards him, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It's you. Hi. Are those 2 your children? Asked Lorist, looking like he suddenly understood something. This middle-aged man was the last person that had challenged Lorist today, who had left quite a deep impression given his skills relative to the other challengers. Yes, this is my son Howard, he's 12 this year. Here's my daughter Elisa, she's 7, introduced Potterfong. Are you going to spend the night here with them? Lorist didn't expect that a peak silver-ranked swordsman would be living homelessly like a wandering beggar. Had Potterfong not impressed him during the duel, he might not have even remembered his face, let alone asked Reedy to stop the carriage. Potterfang's face showed a pained smile as he said, I have just come over here from the Chrisen Empire, so I didn't bring much luggage with me. Also, I was too greedy and believed that I would definitely win against you in the challenge and get the reward money, so I bet the rest of my savings for the registration fee. Before arriving here, I relied on selling my belongings to survive. Up until today, I was quite confident in my abilities. I would never have expected to lose to your hands and disappoint my children. Having lost a large sum of money by betting on me and because of the overdue rent, the landlord kicked me out and left me homeless. Right now, I have nowhere to return to nor any identification documents, so I can only spend the night in this public space. Lorist understood that had he been a normal iron rank, he would definitely not be Potterfang's match. However, no one knew that he did not train mainly in battle force but rather in the aquametal technique from his previous life. Couldn't you just accept a mercenary mission? Lorist asked. It was not rare for skilled mercenaries like Potterfong to be in high demand for various jobs, from guarding a residence to helping out in a mercenary group. Many large mercenary groups would even accept an expert like Potterfong without asking him to pay the membership fee. I tried doing just that, but it still didn't work out, said Potterfong as he shook his head. I'm already regretting my decision to travel to Moranti City. I didn't expect the freedom and equality I sought so much in Moranti City was nothing but a mirage, as the local citizens are extremely abhorrent and discriminatory towards us outsiders. I've witnessed several non-local mercenaries having trouble finding requests in the city's mercenary guilds and are sometimes forced to accept difficult missions for an unfair price. That was especially the case for a citizen of the Chrisen Empire like me, who is even more despised by the city folk among the other outsiders. Even though the war had ended over 20 years ago and the empire is already no more, the people of this city still treat us as enemies. I also have to consider the future of my children, so I can't accept missions that are too risky. If I had won earlier today, I would have used the reward money to leave this place and go to another kingdom or nation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to receive the freedom and fairness that I had sought so much in futility in this city. Potterfong explained his experiences in a tone that was both depressing and slightly laced with hatred and regret. If he had not been overconfident in his abilities and not caved into the landlord's encouragement or be blinded by the luxurious prize money, he wouldn't have bet all his savings on the registration fee. Those 10 gold coins would have been enough for him to bring his children to leave this cold and materialistic city and settle down in another small village where he would be able to afford several acres of farmland and a small hut, which would be more than enough for his children to lead a stable life. Sigh, I can only blame myself for being blinded by greed and losing my ability to think clearly, thought Potterfong as he lowered his head in frustration. No iron-ranked instructor in the right mind would challenge all the silver-ranked instructors without a certain degree of confidence. Even Potterfong himself didn't dare to claim that he was the strongest among those of the same rank as him. He only understood that fact after he lost the battle, but it was already too late. "Which part of the Chrisen Empire did you come from?" asked Lorist. "I am from the northern lands," replied Potterfong. "Wow, that's a coincidence. My birthplace is also in the Chrisen Empire. I'm sure they announced my name during the duels in the morning. I'm called Norton Lorist. Have you heard of the Norton family?" Lorist was delighted to have encountered someone from his homeland. "Norton? The roaring bear of the far desolate north? I've definitely heard of them. The Nortons are famous nobles who were known for their military contributions. Many commoners joined the army in hopes of distinguishing themselves and gaining a noble title like the Norton family founder and be granted a dominion. But, how many among all those soldiers had managed to achieve that dream? Then again, why is someone like you at the Moronti city and accepting challenges from silver-ranked combatants?" asked Potterfong, intrigued. Lorist smiled and said, "Well, that is kind of a long story. To summarize, I have left my home to pursue my studies here in Moronti city 10 years ago. Ever since the internal disputes in the Empire 6 or 7 years ago, I have lost all contact with my family." "You're a northerner too, right? Do you know something about my family?" Potterfong seemed relieved but shook his head a little after a pause. "Sorry, I have also been away from home for more than 20 years. The Northlands are vast. I come from Mon Town, which is quite far from your family's dominion. It would take approximately 3 to 4 days on horseback to even get there. When I was 21, I left my home to enlist for the army and worked my way up from a common soldier to a military officer and continued living my life in service. Given that I had no other relatives, I got married and settled down in the capital city. Never would I have expected internal strife to consume our empire. During the 6 years the 3 princes fought for the throne, the capital was totally decimated. After the chaos calmed down, I went back to the capital only to discover that almost everything I had was lost. With my wife dead, my 2 children had to rely on scraps and leftovers and somehow managed to survive. Had it not been for the care of certain neighbors, I might have lost even them. After that, I packed whatever I had and made my way to the city in hopes of being able to start a new life here." Oh, so he had a military background and is already accustomed to seeing the death and despair on the battlefield. No wonder he was so calm and firm throughout the whole battle. Given his strength as a peak silver rank expert, he could have easily robbed the common folk and made a decent living for himself, but instead, he would rather live a harsh life with his children in the streets. It isn't easy to find a person that's as upright as him. At that moment, Reedy came over to Lorist's side and gave Potterfong and his children a look before whispering, "Master, what's going on?" Lorist looked at Potterfong and made his invitation, "Given that we already had crossed swords as fellow swordsmen, and the fact that we share the same homeland, Brother Potterfong, do I have the pleasure to invite you to come with us as guests? After all, I still have much to ask about the situation back at the Empire and we can't be talking here all night long." This. Potterfong seemed hesitant. He understood that Lorist made the offer with good intentions, however his pride wouldn't easily allow him to accept that gesture of kindness given the pathetic state he was in. A cold breeze blew and the 2 children sleeping in his embrace sneezed loudly. Lorist stepped forward and shielded them from the breeze. "Brother, I know that you have your pride as a soldier and isn't willing to accept people's kindness for nothing, but you have to consider the welfare of your children. Even though it's only spring, the nighttime air is rather chilly and your kids will easily get a cold that would cause you even more trouble given your predicament. Also, as a fellow northerner, I can't rest easy if I'm not able to help you in any way. You should know that northerners like us have a warm custom of providing our guests with top-notch hospitality. What more is there to think about? Let's go." "All right then, please pardon my intrusion," said Potterfong resolutely as he accepted Lorist's invitation. As Potterfong was about to wake his son with his daughter in his arms, Lorist placed his finger at his lips and shushed before saying, "Don't wake him. Let me carry him." "I think you can leave that to me, master," Reedy said as he walked towards the child and lifted him up. A 16-year-old like him can carry a 12-year-old boy as if he weighed nothing more than a feather. Els really wasn't exaggerating when he mentioned Reedy's strength and vigor. Potterfong bent down again to pick up his long sword and his small pouch. As it was his personal belongings, Lorist felt hesitant to help him take it. "Let's get on the carriage first. My drunk colleague's in there though, as I still have to send him home." "I hope you wouldn't mind squeezing for a bit," said Lorist while pointing at the carriage. "Mr. Norton, you don't have to be so polite." "I am already thankful for your kind generosity," thanked Potterfong. Lorist turned and walked towards the carriage. "Just call me Locke. I'm not too comfortable with being referred to so formally. It's better if you just call me by name. Can I call you Pot? Watch out. To your left." Potterfong shouted urgently. Lorist prepared to dodge as 4 30-centimeter blades of light flew into his line of sight. "No, I can't evade these attacks. Otherwise, they would hit Potterfong, who's carrying his daughter, and Reedy, who's holding the son." From the corner of his eyes, Lorist could see Potterfong already turning to his back and preparing to shield his daughter from the light blades. It was apparent that he expected Lorist to dodge and has braced himself to take the damage. Reedy, on the other hand, was completely stunned from suddenly being placed in a dangerous situation. "So, the attackers are gold-ranked combatants. Where's my sword?" Lorist reached out for his long sword only to notice that he had left it on the seat in the carriage. It was fortunate that he still wore his short sword on his hip. Sheeing. The short sword made a sound as it was drawn out of the scabbard. Clang, 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 clang. Within but a flash, the short sword danced mid-air and struck down the 4 blades of light. Judging by the strength and velocity of the blades, Lorist estimated that the blades were unleashed by a 1-star gold swordsman. While an enemy of such caliber wasn't an inherent threat to him, he only had his sidearm with him and wasn't able to react well to the sudden attack. "Bring the kids to the carriage. Reedy, drive back to the inn and let me handle this, quick," exclaimed Lorist. "Huh, you managed to parry my blades of light. I see that you're pretty resilient for a mere iron rank." 2 silhouettes emerged from the dark alley by the plaza and slowly walked towards Lorist's party. "Relax, we're not here for your life. We did, however, receive a request from someone to take one of your arms." "No worries, I'll make it quick so it'll be over in a second, hee," said one of the approaching figures with his cynical, confident voice. "You better be ready to put your life on the line if you want to try," Lorist replied coldly. He, we don't even fear silver rank fighters. Killing you would be easier than slaying a chicken. At least a chicken would be able to hide somewhere tight. Where would you be able to hide? Apprentice brother, let's not waste too much words on him. Who's attacking first? The sooner we settle this, the faster we can return to the girls who are still waiting in our rooms, said the other in a rather frustrated tone. Upon leaving his daughter in the carriage, Potterfong grabbed Lorist's sword and passed it to him quickly. "They're here for me, you're not involved in this," said Lorist as he accepted the sword. Seeing Reedy leaving with the carriage, Lorist felt more relieved. "The light blade just now also came towards my beloved Elisa," said Potterfong angrily as he drew the sword in his hand with a crisp sound. Had Lorist not struck down the attacks, Elisa would have been seriously wounded. Even though the assailants came for Lorist, they didn't care much for Potterfong and his daughter and had no issue with placing them in harm's way. There was no way that Potterfong would let them off with this. "You better watch out, they're gold ranks," reminded Lorist. "Humph, it's not like I haven't fought gold ranks before. I've even killed a couple of them on the battlefield," said Potterfong. "Hee, you have a big mouth, don't you? I'll see how well you fare fighting against a gold rank like me. Junior apprentice brother, there's one for each of us. I'll let you handle the iron rank. Leave killing this silver rank to me." Noted. Having finished their discussion, the 2 assailants rushed towards Lorist and Potterfong with killing intent. Chapter 38 Counter Kill. A sword glow flashed as brightly as the stars in the darkness and approached at blinding speed. From Lorist's point of view, the hastily created blades of light seemed to form a large net that sealed off all his surroundings. The figure that rushed towards Lorist was the annoyed junior assailant. His strikes were lethal and aimed to take his life, despite what the senior assailant said to only take his arm. Lorist let out a cold snort and drew his sword without backing down. The moment Lorist's sword struck out, the countless light blade attacks that flew towards Lorist dissipated without a trace. Wah! The opponent was caught off guard by Lorist's successful attempt at deflecting the light blades. Not only that, Lorist instantly took the initiative and lashed out at the assailant without sparing a single moment. In but an instant, the assailant took a defensive stance as he struggled to block Lorist's flurry of attacks. The opponent tried to use brute force and take advantage of the disparity in power between a gold rank and an iron rank to break Lorist's stance. However, Lorist's swordsmanship was too unpredictable and managed to suppress the enemy's move before it was even able to be unleashed, and followed up with a flurry of incessant attacks like a rush of floodwater which forces its way through any gap, however small. The constant flow of strikes forced the opponent into a situation where he could only defend without being able to counterattack. Lorist's swings also changed trajectory often before it landed and aimed for the attacker's openings, forcing the attacker to gradually move backwards. The enemy was already sweating all over. Had it not been for Lorist's constant pressuring that didn't allow him to catch any breath, he would have already called for help from his senior apprentice brother long ago. Not even while dreaming could he ever imagine fighting against someone with swordsmanship as fearsome as this that rendered the difference in raw power between a gold rank and an iron rank non-existent. At this moment, Lorist's performance wasn't like that of an iron ranks at all. The assailant has only felt pressured like this when he sparred against his other blade master senior apprentice brother. Behind Lorist, loud constant sounds of swords clashing rang out and stopped. Only Potterfang's ragged breathing and the other assailant's cry of despair could be heard. Ugh. Ack. It hurts. You madman. Ugh. It hurts as hell. Junior, how are you holding up? Quickly settle that bastard and come help me out. This silver rank is a total madman, I tell you. Ugh. The senior assailant actually got a large cut and groaned away in agony. Potterfang laughed softly before saying, "Come on. This was how I took care of gold ranks on the battlefield. I take 2 of your strikes to deal 1 back. 3 for 1 if I have to. Let's see who can take more attacks before collapsing." That senior assailant no longer dared to attack Potterfang head-on and only gritted his teeth as he circled around Potterfang while unleashing ranged light blade attacks as he called out for his junior to help out. He even berated his junior non-stop for taking so long to kill a mere iron rank. Little did the senior assailant know about the junior's woes. Hearing that Potterfang got injured, Lorist increased the ferocity of his attacks and didn't give too much heed to technique and forcefully struck towards the opponent's chest. The junior assailant hastily took a few steps back while deflecting several waves of attacks with much fear in his eyes. Initially, he was happy that Lorist took the offensive against him and thought that he would be able to break Lorist's longsword with his higher-ranked battle force. Even if the sword didn't break, he would still manage to make Lorist suffer a huge loss based on the pure difference in power. Before, the assailant found it hard to parry Lorist's swift and careful strikes. Currently, Lorist no longer cared much for finesse and technique and attacked with brute force. The junior assailant gladly brought his sword to meet Lorist's only to discover that what he had expected to transpire didn't happen, and instead, he felt a strong wave of force passing through his own sword that caused him to loosen his grip on his weapon. The long sword was knocked out of the junior assailant's hands and he instantly scrambled backwards in fear and somehow still managed to escape certain death. Lorist was incredibly frustrated. Before, he had thought his opponent would take quite an effort on his part to defeat given how much he had boasted before. But now, all the assailant did was defend and dodge all over the place without any intention of counterattacking. No matter how formidable Lorist's swordsmanship was, it wouldn't be of much use against an opponent who didn't dare to take a single one of his strikes. This won't do, thought Lorist as the junior assailant flocked around the place after picking his sword up like a frightened little bird. It seems that I must come up with some other way to take care of him. Slowly advancing towards his enemy, Lorist swung his sword in an elegant manner like a peacock dancing under the lights of the lamps around him to attract the opponent's attention. Without any giveaway, he slowly raised his left arm. Twang! A soft sound of a spring decompressing could be heard as a thin projectile flew out from Lorist's left sleeve without a noise towards its target. The junior assailant let out cold sweat when Lorist's attacks intensified. The cries and curses of his senior apprentice brother from afar only served to increase his anxiety. As he prepared to take on the attacks from the approaching Lorist, he felt an urge to scream out loud in frustration. It was like the roles of a gold rank and an iron rank had reversed between them. Lorist instantly leaped towards the junior assailant with his sword letting out a loud swishing sound as the light of the lamps reflected off its cold metal edge. Preparing to evade the flurry of attacks with no intention of parrying any whatsoever, the junior assailant suddenly felt a blinding pain coming from his left foot. He quickly lowered his head to look at his leg only to discover that a thin, long black dart had buried itself into his foot and nailed him to the ground. Terrified beyond his wits as he looked at Lorist's approaching form, the junior assailant quickly begged for mercy to no avail. Lorist's longsword hit his target and broke through the gold-ranked battle force Aura's defense with little to no resistance, and with the sound of flesh being cut, the longsword dug itself deep into the assailant's body. "You! Ugh! Shameless bastard!" groaned the junior assailant with all the energy left within his body while rolling both his eyes. Not ashamed at all for using the hidden dart, Lorist said sincerely, "Thanks for the compliment." As Lorist pulled out his long sword, the body of his dying opponent slumped down to the ground like a sandbag that was leaking sand. Lorist turned to his back and moved towards the grumbling and shouting senior assailant as fresh blood slowly dripped all over the floor from the tip of his sword, creating a trail of crimson in the wake of Lorist's passage. The senior assailant had taken a slash to his inner thigh. While it wasn't a lethal strike in itself, it sent waves of pain to the senior assailant and effectively decreased his mobility. That strike caused the senior assailant to stop taking Potterfong head-on and circle around him instead while he waited for his junior apprentice brother to come back him up. This only served to worsen the wound as every step he took sent torrents of pain down his nerves. It wasn't surprising that he would be grumbling and cursing from all that suffering. However, Potterfong didn't look like he held up well either, as his left shoulder blade and right lower abdomen looked rather bloody. However, the former injury wasn't as bad as it seemed, as the cut wasn't that deep. It was a different story for his right lower abdomen, however, as the injury was created from a piercing attack rather than a slash. It would be bad if that strike had pierced any of his internal organs. The senior assailant also sent one light blade attack after another which caused Potterfong to parry each of them, an action that further intensified the bleeding from his right abdomen. The senior assailant stopped moving around and launched a few more ranged attacks before looking down to the injury on his thigh. He had already wrapped it with a makeshift bandage made from the cloth from his garments. Blood still leaked out from the bandage nevertheless. The assailant pulled on the bandage lightly and grimaced in pain. As Lorist slowly approached him, the senior assailant was under the impression that his younger apprentice brother had come. With his head looking downwards, he complained, "What the hell is wrong with you for taking so long to take care of a mere iron rank? Gosh. This fucking hurts. That silver rank is a total madman. Watch out when you attack him, as he'll take your attacks with his body to land a hit on you. Don't fall for, ah. Upon raising his head, the senior assailant discovered that the figure approaching him was Lorist instead, and his face paled in an instant. After stammering unintelligibly for quite a while, he finally exclaimed, "Why? Why is it you? Where's my junior apprentice brother?" Lorist pointed to the back with his sword and said, "He's lying on the ground over there. He really did end up paying his life for attempting to take my arm. Well, he failed at it anyway. It's your turn now." The footsteps continued without stopping. "You don't come any closer," said the senior assailant as he pointed his sword towards Lorist and scrambled backwards in fear. Having heard of the death of his junior, his mind was already in a chaotic state. Lorist's form slowly morphed into that of a demon king in his vision. The senior assailant retreated to the flower patch behind him before stopping and looking around. He threw his sword towards Lorist and circulated his battle force before stomping down to the ground and leaped, enduring the excruciating pain as he made his escape. A sharp sound reverberated through the plaza as a long sword flew through the air like a javelin and penetrated the senior assailant's back and re-emerged from his front chest. The assailant let out a deafening cry as he crashed towards the flower patch in mid-jump before struggling to get up and finally exhaling his final breath. The long sword was actually Potterfang's. When he saw that the senior assailant intended to escape, he flung his long sword without thinking and collapsed on the ground afterwards. Lorist knocked the senior assailant's airborne sword away and thought that the assailant had successfully escaped. He was surprised to discover that Potterfong had thrown his own sword and taken the senior assailant's life. That sword was very well launched. It was really impressive, praised Lorist as he made his way towards Potterfong quickly. Potterfong let out an unenergetic laugh as he said, "It's nothing special. I learned back when I was in the military. Even so, I still couldn't match up to you. Even though we both fought against gold ranks, you actually emerged unscathed and helped me fend off my enemy, whereas I got a few injuries myself and only got the kill when the enemy was frightened into escaping by you." Lorist helped Potterfong up and carefully placed him on the bench before inspecting his injuries. The slash on the left shoulder blade wasn't that detrimental, however seriousness of the jab to his right lower abdomen couldn't really be determined under the poor lighting of the street lamps. Seeing Lorist so worried about his injuries, Potterfong felt moved and said weakly, "It's okay. I've already taken that into consideration when the sword came at me. It shouldn't have injured any of my internals and will recover after resting for a month or two. I've been hurt worse when I was in the military and still managed to survive to this day." Lorist removed his linen undershirt and used it to wrap up Potterfang's injuries before going to check on the corpses of the assailants. He returned with 2 bags of money, 2 swords, and 2 gold-ranked Battle Force badges. Weird, these swords are rather common, but the badges have a different design compared to the ones issued by the trade union. "They're pretty rare around here," said Lorist. Potterfong also nodded his head helplessly, unable to recognize where the badges were from. The 2 pouches of money contained more than 20 gold fords and 30+ large silvers. Lorist put the gold coins and large silver coins into 2 different pouches and handed the one with the gold fords in it to Potterfong. "Brother Potterfong, let's split the 2 pouches of coins among us. I won't hold back and will be taking the one with more coins in it." As Lorist stuffed the bag with the gold fords into Potterfang's shirt pocket, Potterfong was totally stunned as he wore an expression of immense gratitude. "Mr. Norton." "You." Lorist interjected and said, "Just call me Locke. The moment you fought alongside me as a comrade, you've already become my friend. And friends don't speak so formally among one another." "Okay." Potterfang's face revealed a smile. "All right, Locke. You can call me Pog. That's what my comrades in the army used to call me." "All right, Pog," replied Lorist. Sounds of horses galloping on the road could be heard. It turned out to be Reedy who drove the carriage with many people within it as well as several others holding onto the luggage racks on the roof and the back. 7 or 8 people loudly rushed over with Els and Charade running at the front. They all let out a breath of relief when they saw Lorist unharmed. "Where's the enemy? Did they run away?" asked Charade as he breathed raggedly. "No, they didn't. Look, they are lying down dead within the plaza," said Lorist as he pointed towards the dead bodies. "Do you have any medicine?" Yes, said Charade as he scrambled to take the medicines out from his pockets. Els waved for Terman and the others to go inspect the corpses. Daddy. A boy and a girl rushed over and held Potterfang's hand tightly while letting out streams of tears from their faces. This was Howard and Elisa, Potterfang's beloved children. They had been jolted awake during the carriage ride and saw that their father was no longer around. Had it not been for Charade who told them they were on their way to rescue their father, who knew how much harder they would have cried. Nevertheless, they still burst into tears upon seeing their father's injured state. "Don't cry, Howard. You're a boy. You must learn to be strong and protect your sister in the future. Boys can't simply let out tears like that. Daddy's fine. It's only a couple of flesh wounds that aren't really anything to worry about," said Potterfong as he stroked both his children's heads. Charlando limped over with a cane in his hands and said, "I know these two. Just this evening, they were the first to arrive at the inn and sat at a corner by themselves and drunk without talking to each other. I've been eyeing them for quite some time, but I stopped thinking too much about them since they didn't bother the other guests. They started to leave the moment Lorist came back in after checking the carriage out and even paid the money to Louise." Charade said, "Did they leave the inn early to ambush Lorist on the way?" "Lorist, do you have any leads from their corpses? Other than the money pouches they carried, there were 2 of these badges and nothing else." "Oh, the swords they used were pretty common too," said Lorist as he tossed the 2 Battle Force badges over to Charade. Flipping the badges around, Charade said, "The design is indeed different from the normal ones, but I can't remember where these badges came from." As he passed the badges to Els, Charade grumbled, "Hey, this is your territory, you know. Thank goodness Locke is fine. Otherwise, let's see how you will be able to make up for it to the rest of us. Quick, bring these two bastards' corpses away and try to see if we have any clues on where they're from. Els took the badges and said, "Wow, they're indeed 1-star gold ranks." I was rather skeptical when Reedy said that 2 gold ranks ambushed Lorist. What's more surprising is that both of them ended up dead. Soul, Locke. You're truly a monster. Hey, Brother Pog here is injured, you know. Had it not been for his help, I wouldn't have fared this well either. Help me bring him to the carriage first and send his children and him back to my house. By the way, where's Instructor Marlin? Asked Lorist. Charade replied, he's still sleeping very soundly within the carriage. Chapter 39 Aftermath. Escorted by Charade and Els, Lorist, Marlin, Reedy, Potterfong, and his children all returned to the Dawn Academy gold-ranked instructor residence. After returning Instructor Marlin to his home and asking Charade to call the Academy herbalist over to look at Potterfang's wounds, Lorist let out a breath of relief. Pulling on the rope that was connected to a bell in the management office, Lorist called Kelly over and instructed her to look after Potterfong and his children for the next 3 months. He let Potterfong and his children use the guest room on the first floor while Reedy took his luggage to the servants' room on the ground floor and went to look after the Xeno horses afterwards. After everything was settled, an hour had already passed. Lorist also asked Kelly for supper to be prepared for the group before sitting down on the couch in the lounge. Bringing over a bottle of unopened Max extract, Yuri put an iron pot into the fireplace in the lounge and started making the drink and added milk and honey crystals into the pot non-stop. After a while, a thick, fragrant smell spread throughout the whole house and even lured the 2 children and their father upstairs to come down. Pouring the children 1 cup of Max each and telling them to go check out what Kelly was cooking for supper in the kitchen, Lorist started describing the whole encounter with the assailants to the group, including the fact that one of the assailants said that their junior apprentice brother wanted them to take only one of Lorist's arms. However, Lorist had no clue about anyone he had a grudge with. "No one has a grudge against you," Charade said derisively before coldly laughing. "This isn't about vengeance or anything, you know. You might not have realized it, but you've already become a huge pain in the neck for many people, especially so with the case of the duels. Your relationship with most of the silver-ranked instructors of the Academy was already bad enough, and right now, it's not an overstatement to say that you're an existence like that of a nightmare for the other silver-ranked instructors in the whole Academy sector. After only dueling for a month, you have already defeated all the silver-ranked instructors from 13 academies. It's quite possible that the ones whose turns are next wish to cripple you to end this whole dueling event prematurely. As for the challengers that don't represent the Academy, do you know how many people have lost fortunes for betting against you? During the last month itself we managed to get a profit of 18,000 gold fords from the betting pool. I bet many of them are hoping that you will lose so that they can earn some of their money back. For that, they won't hold back at all and will throw everything they can at you. From today onwards, you must be really careful for your safety. The enforcement division will have a group of people following you at all times to ensure that nothing bad happens to you. Terman, send some elites from the Swordsmanship Society to accompany Locke as well. With that many people following him around, I doubt that many will dare to cause any sort of trouble. All right, replied Terman. Don't do that, it's horribly inconvenient for me to have so many people following me in and out all the time. It'll be fine as long as I don't leave the Academy, right? I'm pretty sure that I can keep myself safe here at least, said Lorist quickly. I can't have a horde of people by my side all the time. Imagine how it would feel when I need to go to the washroom. While it is indeed safer in the Academy, it is still not completely foolproof. Don't worry, Locke, I'll just have the people follow you around in secret without crowding around you. If we don't do at least that, the old bastard will really give us a harsh scolding by the time we report the incident to him tomorrow. Who asked you to be such a precious moneymaker for the Academy? The old bastard is quite fond of you, you know. The group laughed out loud when Charade said that. You don't really have to let him know about it, right? Can't you not spread it at all? Asked Lorist. We must definitely let the news get out as best as we can. That way, we can let the others who are plotting against you to rethink their plans. If we were to keep this hidden, it'll only let them think that you're afraid of future attacks and they'll try even harder to hurt you, said Charade. Also, Els, make sure you get rid of the corpses of the assailants and spread the word that they ran away after seeing reinforcements come for Locke, but still managed to injure him quite badly. Put a bounty of the 2 if you have to. Make sure nobody knows that they were killed by Locke. Els didn't understand why Charade wanted that done, On the other hand, Lorist already had an inkling on Charade's plan. Soul, the fatty's going to rip people off again. As expected, Charade said, if word gets out that Lorist managed to kill 2 gold-ranked fighters, then who would continue to bet on his loss? Think about it, who would bet on a silver rank's victory against someone who has killed 2 gold swordsmen? Oh, I see, said Els as he slapped his head in understanding. He then asked, Fatty, would anyone believe that Locke survived the attack unhurt as he is? Charade suddenly had an idea and turned to look at Lorist, then to Yuri before saying, Yuri, get me a chicken tomorrow morning. We're going to help Lorist with his injuries. Brother Locke, I'm afraid that you will have to play along with us in this. Lorist furrowed his brows and said, hey, you guys are really too much. It's fine, we'll just say that you got injured during the assault and wrap you up in some bandages and sprinkle some chicken blood on it. Oh, and Terman, notify the herbalist to not tell anyone about Lorist's condition unless they pay up. And in the event that they do, make sure the herbalist says that Locke got the injuries Potterfong currently has. Locke, try harder to show that you're hurt in the duels during the morning and make them think that you'll be unable to keep up. Hee hee. Think of all that money that'll fall into our pockets. Charade and Elsa's eyes radiated a golden light. Even though this method was rather shady, Lorist didn't oppose to it since he would be getting a cut of the profit anyway. As for the ones who would lose their money to the betting pool, he couldn't care less about them and even believed that they deserve it for not having the eyes to discern his true abilities. Charade poured another cup of Max and continued while sipping his drink. I have 2 suspects in my mind who could have plotted the attack just now. One of them is the St. Marceau Academy. The academy challenging Locke tomorrow, the Clearwater Academy, shouldn't be much of a threat to him. However, the 15th Academy that has accepted the challenge, the St. Marceau Academy, is our academy's #1 rival. That's why they are my prime suspect. Then again, if they were involved in this, I doubt that they'd send those 2 losers to deal with it. It doesn't fit the academy's modus operandi. Lorist raised a voice of objection. Hey, those 2 were 1-star gold ranks, you know. Even so, they are still losers for having been defeated by you. If I were there, maybe I would even manage to kill one of them myself, boasted Charade. Ugh. Based on the junior assailant's performance, Lorist had to admit that Charade did make some sense and that he would probably win if he fought against the junior one. Apart from being very good at dodging, the junior assailant didn't leave any other impression on Lorist. There is another person I suspect, said Charade. Do you remember Sandoz? Who's that? Asked Lorist while shaking his head. Oh, you. Charade was totally frustrated. Didn't I tell you that once before? It's that assistant instructor that riled up the dual elite course students to surround and attack you, whom you later beat up, remember? After recovering, he got accepted by the Kalia Kingdom's Sword Saint as a disciple, and he's now at the peak of the silver rank. This time, he's back at the academy to duel you for revenge. Sheesh, I even reminded you about him once before, you know. Oh, his name was Higita or something, right, said Lorist. It's Sandoz Herda, not Higita, said the fatty as he fervently shook his head. You even got the name wrong. It seems that you really don't hold him in any regard at all. Lorist's face reddened in embarrassment. Due to being dragged along by a friend to watch a soccer match in his past life, the goalkeeper Higita left quite a deep impression on him. Now, the very sound of Herda's name makes him think of that goalkeeper. It can be seen that this fellow is exceedingly ruthless in his methods from how he gathered all those people to beat you up 3 years ago. Even though he should be quite confident in defeating you during the duel, given his background as a noble, he should be quite adept at using some other underhanded plot to make his victory doubly certain. I wouldn't be surprised if he dares to try something sinister. The next open match will be the 12th one, and he's on the challenger list of your 14th open match. He would probably be trying something within the next few days to weaken you before the match. The only thing that I still can't figure out is the origin of those 2 gold-ranked Battle Force badges. It doesn't seem like they were issued from the Kalia Kingdom either. Oh well, let's stop worrying our minds over something like this. With my capabilities, no matter what kind of trick this fellow pulls, it'll be useless, just like what happened with the assailants just now. It's getting late, so we should all be getting some rest. Soul, you're only an iron rank, yet you dare to claim that you're capable. For your safety, I will be staying over at your place tonight just in case. You do have an extra bed, right? Asked Charade. Now that Lorist was an important piece for his money-making scheme, Charade had to make sure that he would not come to any harm. Nope, the other servant room is already occupied by Kelly. You can either use the couch or sleep on the floor, replied Lorist. The next morning, Brad, the Clearwater Academy head, heard about how Iron Lock, the silver undefeated, had been ambushed on the way home the night before by two one-star gold swordsmen. Even though help ended up coming for him and forced the two assailants away, Loris didn't fare that well either and had incurred some injuries. This was music to the Academy head's ears. His only complaint was that they didn't manage to take his life too. Should that have happened, the Clearwater Academy's awkward problem would instantly vanish. What a shame. Academy head Brad gave a long sigh and sent people to the Dawn Academy to check if the duels will still be held today or not, with the actual aim being to find out the extent of injuries incurred by Lorist. Academy head Brad decided that if Lorist really was hurt badly, he will not agree to postponing the duel to another day and insist that Lorist would lose by default for not showing up. If he didn't do something like this in Lorist's moment of weakness, there was no saying whether the Clearwater Academy would become laughingstocks like the other 13 academies before them. Given that Lorist had defeated all 260 of the silver-ranked instructors from the previous academies, Academy head Brad was quite certain that his instructors wouldn't fare much better either. He was rather pleased by the timely attack that had put Lorist at a disadvantage. It's better if he doesn't show up at all and concede his victory. Well, even if he plans to fight, I'll have to make sure to encourage the 20 instructors representing my academy to do their best, thought the academy head. If the 20 silver-ranked instructors couldn't even defeat an injured iron rank, then the logical conclusion would be that the instructors of the Clearwater Academy were useless weaklings. Academy head Brad wallowed in frustration once again and decided that he would sack these silver-ranked instructors should they all lose to Lorist. Without much delay, the people he sent came back with the news that Iron Lock would not be postponing the date of the duel despite the Dawn Academy's advice to do so. He was quoted saying that he was only going to fight against silver-ranked instructors and not gold-ranked instructors, so there was no need to move the duel to another day even though he was injured. This news worried the Academy head Brad as he wondered if it was intentionally leaked by that old bastard of the Dawn Academy. However, the people he sent to the herbalist paid 1 gold coin for information that stated he was indeed hurt. The herbalist even described the injuries Lorist had incurred. There was a slash wound on his left shoulder and a stab wound around his right upper torso. He even stressed that while those wounds posed no threat to his life, it would affect Lorist's mobility quite visibly, especially the one on his right torso, which has made it hard for Lorist to even lift his arm and would require at least 2 months to recover completely. Academy head Brad excitedly brought the instructors of his academy to the Dawn Academy for the duels only to return in the afternoon filled with anger and frustration. Even though the battles were all pretty close and the silver-ranked instructors of his academy had gave the best of their efforts and performed far better than they would usually have, for some reason, all of them lost by a hair's breadth. For some reason, Iron Lock's luck was just that good and he managed to gain victory by the narrowest margin despite his impaired mobility. In the case of the last battle, he even managed to win by using the scabbard he had cast on the ground before the duel started. Who would have expected that with his long sword knocked away, he would be able to pick up his scabbard and sheath his opponent's sword in it when the attack came and swing his short sword to his opponent's neck. Nobody would be satisfied with a victory like that. It was merely a stroke of luck. Aside from Academy head Brad, the other academy heads also wore unpleasant expressions when Levins received a report from the finance department of the Dawn Academy. The report stated that a group of instructors led by instructor Marlin had purchased 100 gold coins worth of betting tickets while the members of the Swordsmanship Society had bought 300 gold coins worth as well, with the enforcement division also chipping in 500 gold coins into the betting pool. The reason was that they wanted to show support for instructor Locke, who has so adamantly decided that he would continue dueling despite having been injured the night before. After the duels in the morning ended, the finance department of the academy had to pay out 180 gold forwards of reward for the 900 gold forward bet, whereas the money earned for the audience tickets and the ones who bet on Lorist's loss only amounted to 63 gold coins, 1 large silver and 3 small silvers. That meant that the academy had incurred a loss of over 116 gold forwards for the day. In the afternoon, the Dawn Academy had issued a new notice that stated that the finance department would no longer be accepting bets for instructor Locke's victory. That meant that people could only bet on his loss in the future. TSK, who would be so dumb to hand their money over to the academy like that, said Charade as he threw the notice into the trash. Chapter 40. The duels continue. To the audience who were spectating the duels, Lorist, who was fighting on the dueling platform, looked ragged to the extreme. The bandage wrapped around his left shoulder was stained red with blood while the bandage around the right torso had blood dripping out from it. Lorist was covered in sweat all over and his face looked so pale that it seemed that a single strike would manage to knock him to the ground with his sword cast away, resulting in an automatic loss. However, Lorist still stood straight up like a mountain with an unwavering expression. Due to his injury on his right torso, his right arm hung limply from his shoulder and could only exert force occasionally when he gripped his sword with both his arms. On the other hand, pun unintended, his left arm had almost no problems in executing all the basic sword moves in a natural, practiced manner that wasn't at all inferior to that of his right arm in its uninjured state. Facing the ferocious flurry of attacks from his opponent, Lorist stood straight like a pine tree in a storm, not once lowering its head to the ferocious winds. His stance was also stable as an unmoving boulder near the coast that doesn't budge at all no matter how forceful the wave. The opponent was also panting rather heavily as the continuous attacks from Lorist pushed him into a corner. The opponent wielded a two-handed sword which was suitable for attacking but quite lacking when it came to defense. Lorist's rapid, suppressive attacks for the last 10 minutes had frightened him quite visibly. Despite his experience sparring against his colleagues in his academy or otherwise, no one has ever held up against him for that long a time, notwithstanding the fact that Lorist was only an iron swordsman. What are you doing, idiot? Don't let him catch his breath. Circle around him and continue attacking. Go for his back. He's already bleeding and he won't be able to hold up for long. Don't stop and heighten the intensity of your attacks. Go. The St. Marceau Academy head's voice rang out loudly from the audience seat. The Academy head was already panicking to the point where he couldn't sit still and acted in a way that was not befitting of his status in front of all those people. It was the 15th Academy dueling day and the challengers were from the main rival of the Dawn Academy, the St. Marceau Academy. It's no wonder that Academy head Weston totally lost his bearing and behaved like that as the current ongoing duel was the 20th and the last one of the day. The silver-ranked instructor on the dueling platform was the only remaining challenger for the day whereas all the others had already lost. To Academy head Weston, his hopes on saving the St. Marceau Academy's face from losing the bet against the Dawn Academy were all laid on that instructor, whose opponent, Lorist, was still standing despite his haggard appearance. The silver-ranked instructor heard his academy head's bellows and started circling around Lorist and waited for an opportunity to attack. Lorist merely turned his left leg around with his right as the pivot to keep the opponent from facing his back. Attack! What are you still waiting for? That bastard is already out of energy. Quick, attack! We're almost going to win, cried Academy head Weston as he stomped his feet on the ground. Garg, cried the silver-ranked instructor as he leaped to attack. Humph. Lorist merely humphed coldly without taking a step back and pointed his sword toward the opening in his opponent's move. The silver-ranked instructor suddenly changed his maneuver from a stab to a sweep. Lorist's longsword merely slanted and parried the move. Clang, clang, clang. The two swords let out clear, crisp sounds of ringing metal as they crossed. After 10 odd exchanges, the silver swordsman retreated to catch his breath while Lorist's expression looked even more pained as his body swayed about unstably. Haha, attack. Quick, continue. He's going to collapse. Haha. Academy head Weston was extremely pleased to see Lorist in such a state as he waved both his hands in the air with his face reddened with excitement. The silver-ranked instructor pounced again using his two-handed sword to execute a wide horizontal slash. Lorist's defenses still held up without a flaw. However, each parry from his left arm grew weaker and weaker. The silver-ranked instructor was elated and he put more energy into his strikes. Clang! Lorist's long sword had already been knocked away and his chest was exposed. The two-handed sword quickly slashed downwards with Lorist already unable to recover his stance to parry. It's my win, screamed the silver-ranked instructor as he let out a breath of relief. He's going to win. Academy head Weston gripped both his hands tightly. Lorist took a slight step back. This was the last duel with an instructor from the St. Marceau Academy and it had already lasted for about 15 minutes. During the course of the duel, Lorist endured the silver-ranked instructor's forceful rain of attacks without retaliating and defended without moving much from his spot. Everyone present was so focused on the flurry of attacks that they forgot that Lorist wasn't glued to the ground, including his silver-ranked opponent. With but a simple step back and the two-handed sword barely scraping his clothes and landing on the ground, His left hand that held the long sword which had been knocked out of the way drew a beautiful arc in the air and lightly tapped on the silver-ranked instructor's neck. "Instructor Locke wins," exclaimed Charade on the dueling platform. Rattle. The silver-ranked instructor let his sword fall to the ground and gripped his face with both his hands in despair as he instantly broke into tears. Disappointed jeers and words of praise initially sounded from the audience until gradually a round of applause slowly drowned the whole training hall. This was the audience's show of respect towards Lorist, who had managed to fight till the end without losing despite his injuries. Academy head Weston balled both his fists and stared at the dueling platform, stunned. From high spirits to despair, from the heavens to the earth. The sudden change in the outcome of the duel had left him unable to accept the reality of the situation. With both his eyes bloodshot and the veins on his forehead popping, he grumbled to himself, "How could this be? Why did you step back? How could you?" The other St. Marceau Academy instructors and assistant instructors wanted to calm their academy head down, but they were unsure of how he would react and only stare at him idly. The silver-ranked instructor on the platform started to feel embarrassed for crying out loud in front of everyone and wiped his face before he left the venue without even picking up his sword. Little did he know that after he stepped down from the platform, chaos erupted behind him. Lorist could no longer hold on and instantly collapsed on the ground unconscious. A few of the Dawn Academy students rushed up to support him and called out in urgency before hurriedly sending him to the medical center. This scene really shocked the silver-ranked challenger. Had he not listened to the academy head's beckoning and continued to stall for time, he would have been the winner. His emotions started to spiral out of control again as he started bawling non-stop. Academy head Weston was also flabbergasted at seeing Lorist hauled to the medical center like that. It was so close, so close. If he didn't attack, he would have won. The academy head only felt regret to the utmost and couldn't catch his breath for a moment. In a fit of rage, he suddenly picked his chair up and swung it at the other chairs around him, causing the people around him to back away in fear. Terman instructed the enforcement division members to not let anyone else into the medical center before going to check on Lorist. As expected, the scene within was nothing short of chaos. Lorist was pulling at the blood-soaked bandage while screaming at Charade for putting a bag of chicken blood mixed with pig urine within his bandage in an attempt to make his injuries look real. Initially, Lorist wasn't that opposed to that idea and agreed to it himself. While it did have its intended effect, the clotting chicken blood started to make his body feel itchy and uncomfortable to the point where he almost couldn't hold his urges to scratch himself to relieve the itch. What the audience perceived as a pale, pained expression from Lorist was actually him resisting the excruciating itch caused by the clotted blood. Lorist heaved a sigh of relief after giving his itch a good scratch when the bandage was finally undone. "It's freaking itchy. I never knew that it was that frustrating. I almost wanted to let my opponent slash the itchy part when I was dueling just now." Terman brought over a basin with warm water and a linen cloth, twisted and scrubbed the clotting blood off Lorist's body as he said, "That's because the bandage was tied too tightly around your body so the blood clot turned into fine powder when it rubbed against your skin. It's amazing you managed to hold on for so long throughout the duels. Then again, your performance during the last one was very convincing. Had I not known that you were actually not injured, I would really have thought that you wouldn't be able to hold on. How did you think of taking a step back at a moment like that? Nobody expected you to suddenly turn the tables by simply retreating like that." "Hee," snickered Lorist. "During the last match, I managed to make the audience and my opponent think that I wasn't able to move around by standing still in the same spot and defending for a long time as if I would collapse the moment I moved away. No matter how ferocious the attacks were, I stood there without moving intentionally for a period of time. That created the misconception that I wasn't able to move away, which also allowed me to find an opening in my opponent's moves. In sword matches, it's not just one's swordsmanship that's put to the test. The mind is also very important. The more crucial a moment is, the more important it is to have a clear head." Terman absorbed the words for a while and understood that Lorist was giving him some pointers. He sincerely said, "Thanks." When Charade came into the medical center, everyone else had their own cup of Max, which was a gift from Academy head Levins to Lorist for defeating the St. Marceau Academy, which took a huge load off the Academy head's back. However, the Max was confiscated by Terman and the others who intended to get a piece of Lorist's harvest while letting him do all the work. Good news," said Charade excitedly. "What good news?" "Let's hear it," said Terman. "Didn't Lorist pretend to faint after being declared the winner?" That shocked the St. Marceau Academy head greatly and caused the last silver-ranked instructor to crumble and cry on the dueling platform like a little child. Academy head Weston flipped out and started flinging his chair around crazily and ended up collapsing after coughing out a mouthful of blood, and his condition only managed to stabilize after receiving some emergency treatment. Academy head Levins then consoled Academy head Weston for his loss when he was in his carriage and even said that he would send the invoice for the chair's ruin from his outbreak to the St. Marceau Academy, which once again caused Weston to spit out another mouthful of blood and lose consciousness. "I heard that he would take at least half a year to recover from the shock. Isn't that great?" "Tisk, it's good news to that old fox, but what does it have to do with us?" said Terman, annoyed. Lorist finished his cup of Max and said to Charade, "I've already been here for almost an hour. It's about time you sent me back." The group then strapped Lorist to the stretcher and hauled him back to his house in the gold-ranked instructor residential area. Charade said, "Academy head Levins decided that he would call the open duels tomorrow off to let the others believe that you are truly hurt and send some people to discuss with the other academies whether they are willing to postpone the duels to a later time. Even though the academies would surely deny that proposal, the old bastard said that we'd have to do that anyway to make your injuries more convincing." Lorist closed his eyes and enjoyed the feeling of being hauled back to his home while cursing, "Gosh, both of you are really damned foxes who absolutely relish in scheming." Injury to the back of the head, Instructor Locke wins. "The next challenger, please prepare for your turn," announced Charade on the dueling platform. For some reason, that particular challenger had his attention focused solely on Lorist's long sword and aimed all of his strikes to it as if he wanted to break the weapon into half. Lorist intentionally exposed several of his openings to bait the opponent, but the result was still the same. Lorist then threw his sword upwards and the challenger stupidly turned his head to look up at the sword, and Lorist gave the back of his head a palm slap. "This guy really lost too hilariously," thought Charade as he struggled to stifle his laughter while he instructed the enforcement division members to carry the person down from the dueling platform. In a low voice, he said to Lorist, "The next challenger is the disciple of the Kalia Kingdom's sword saint, Sandoz Herta. Be careful, the several challengers before him had received orders to keep attacking you non-stop to drain you of your energy. He is also pretty quick with his sword." The young noble youth held a long sword sheathed in an ornate scabbard and got up the dueling platform. Standing in front of Lorist, he executed an elegant bow and said, "My dear Instructor Locke, I really didn't expect that you would be able to continue fighting through all those duels and give this student of yours a chance to face you. It really is a shame that the injuries that you have incurred would not allow you to show the full extent of your abilities in our duel." Lorist merely waved the long sword in his hand as a gesture for him to stop talking and start the duel quickly. However, the noble youth kept on standing there and continued. "Instructor Locke, the lesson you have imparted in me 3 years ago has left a really deep impression in my heart. During all these years, every time I remembered the lesson you taught me, it has caused me to be unable to get a good night's sleep. To repay you for the gracious lesson you have taught me, I have been training without rest, only to think that." Cough, cough, cough. Lorist really couldn't bear it anymore and kept clearing his throat to stop that youth from continuing his long speech. Your name was?" "Here whatchamacallit." "Oh, Higita, are you planning to keep on going until I can't bear it anymore and surrender?" "Soul, for the umpteenth time, his name is Sandoz Herta." "Seriously, can't you even get his name right?" scolded Charade from beneath the dueling platform. The noble youth named Sandoz Herta's face instantly reddened. "Instructor Locke never once considered me a rival and even got my name wrong. And to think that I thought that I would be able to give him some pressure and ended up embarrassing myself instead." Shing. Herta drew his sword and said, "Since it is going to be like this, then your student won't hold back." The moment he stopped talking, the sword flash came over fast as lightning. Lorist focused his gaze and lashed out the long sword in his left hand. Clang, clang. Sounds of metal colliding rang out non-stop, and within but a short moment, their swords had crossed more than 10 times. The speed of Herta's sword was indeed fast, however he only used thrusts and flicks and didn't really use any slashing or sweeping moves. While this way of fighting was certainly fast, it resulted in rigid swordplay. From Lorist's dynamic vision, no matter how fast the sword could move, he could discern each and every strike without fail and parried all of them one after another. Herta gave it his all and the sword flashes surrounded Lorist's silhouette like clusters of stars in the night sky. To the audience spectating the duel, Lorist seemed like he was on a boat sailing amidst savage waves, and one small mistake could easily topple it over and result in his demise. However, to Herta, Lorist still had lots of moves to pull, as his own lightning-fast attacks did not seem to pose much of a threat to Lorist. Every time his strike was about to land, Lorist would move ever so slightly and dodge his move by a hair's breadth. Herta's emotional state sunk lower and lower. Initially, he believed that his painstaking 3 years of training would allow him to easily cream Lorist, however Lorist's abilities far surpassed what he could ever imagine. His expression turned colder as he thought, it seems it's time to use that move. He stared at Lorist with a deathly gaze. Herta's move suddenly changed from a thrust to a slash. Lorist moved his hand to parry the strike and waited for Herta's next attack in anticipation. The challenger gave his wrist a flick and knocked the spine of his sword against Lorist's blade. With a clear ring of metal breaking, Herta's long sword broke off from the hilt. Lorist was stunned and thought, why did his sword suddenly pop off? Despite being without a blade, Herta held the sword hilt up high and leaped towards Lorist. What's he planning to do now that his blade is gone? While Lorist was still struggling to comprehend that bizarre action, a whoosh could be heard as a small bluish blade shot out from the hilt towards him. Nobody could believe what was happening, even though it transpired right before their eyes. The fact that Herta's sword hilt had a hidden poison blade within was completely unexpected. Lorist instantly backed away. He could see the poison blade slowly approaching with his dynamic vision. Taking in a deep breath, Lorist tried his best to move his head as the blade flashed past an inch away from his face, letting out a pungent smell into his nostrils. Bam! Consumed by anger, Lorist propped himself up and gave Herta, who was elated at the thought of killing Lorist with the poison blade, a savage kick in the chest which sent him flying down from the dueling platform, knocked out with blood flowing out of his mouth and nose. He then called Charade to remove the poison blade which was stuck firm onto the ground of the dueling platform. Charade said, "Brother, that kick of yours was far too ruthless. Herta's sternum is completely shattered, and even if he recovered, he would be a cripple who can no longer train his battle force." Lorist's expression remained cold as ever. "Where's the next challenger? Send him up quickly." Chapter 41, Counting Earnings and Beggars. "How boring," said Lorist. Cups and plates could be seen all over the table. Lorist was leaning on the wall, stretching and sighing after enjoying a nice, filling meal. "Soul, you've already become super rich man, yet you're complaining over something as small as this. How frustrating," said Charade as he chewed on a toothpick and looked at Lorist with contempt. "Hee hee, fatty. Am I bothering you? Don't forget that I treated you to breakfast today, you know. Other people would be courteous after receiving a treat from someone, yet you start giving me that angry look after you've been treated." Given that Lorist had nothing better to do, he started arguing with Charade. "I'm not angry at you. I'm just despicably envious and jealous. Back then, you would join me to go on missions all over the place for a couple of gold coins. But now, you've already managed to purchase your own building that costs 5,000 and more gold coins without batting an eye. With more than 40 rooms in it, you could easily collect up to 8 gold coins of rent per month. How am I supposed to stay calm about that? Terman, Yuri, Steve, don't you all think so too?" said Charade as he attempted to drag the others to his side. The others nodded and agreed at what Charade had just said. Yuri asked curiously, "Locke, how much money did you earn within this month?" Lorist gave it some thought and shook his head. "I haven't counted it yet, but there should be 7,000 to 8,000 gold coins. I only noticed that I had so much saved up when Els asked me if I was interested in that building. Since I had nothing better to spend it on, I bought it right away. I think you should leave the counting to me." Charade was instantly piqued upon the mention of money. "Within the 3rd and 4th months, you've defeated all 27 academies in the academy sector, and that old bastard promised you 100 gold coins per academy, right? That should already amount to 2,700 gold coins, correct? Soul, how did you know about that?" Lorist gritted his teeth. The old bastard was afraid that the reward would cause other people to be green-eyed with jealousy, so that's why he only notified me personally. "How did that fatty know about it?" "You don't need to know how I got the news." "That did happen, correct?" said Charade, full of smiles as he held his nose high like he knew everything, making Lorist have an urge on giving his face a good punch. Lorist nodded hesitantly. "That's only part of the story. You should have earned a decent sum from the challengers that don't represent any academy as well. The number of challengers each month starting from the 3rd is 240, 360, 680, 700, and within the last month itself, which is the 7th month, you had 520 challengers, which totals up to 2,500 people. By the end of each month, the finance department would give you a commission of 3 gold coins per challenger. Based only on that, you've got another 7,500 gold coins down your pocket. So that's already more than 10,000 gold coins. It's no wonder that you didn't even blink when taking out all that money for that building, recalled Charade with great detail. Lorist suddenly remembered that Charade's enforcement department also got a 10% cut for each challenger. That's why he was so clear about the details. Also, within this month, there has been 18 open challenge days for those not affiliated with academies. Even though there are still tons who want to register, the academy has decided to end this dueling event when the challenger count reaches 3,000. After the day after tomorrow, which is an open challenge day, you should already have 380 challengers for this month. After defeating another 120 of them, you'll hit your 3,000th victory. That's why, you still have another 1,500 gold coins that you haven't claimed from the finance department. Terman seemed to have remembered something as he asked, I heard that if Locke manages to get a 3,000 win streak, the academy would spend another 1,000 plus gold coins to craft a life-sized bronze statue of him in the academy to commemorate that. I wonder if it's true. So what if it is? It's not like the 1,000 gold coins will go into Locke's pocket, so it's pointless. If it were me, I'd give him the 1,000 gold coins and have him stand there all day in place of a statue. Charade absolutely couldn't bear the fact that the reward wouldn't increase the money that they would get. That was the main reason why he was so opposed to the construction of the statue. Buzz off, I don't have the time to stand around the academy pretending to be a statue. I'm not Els, you know, barked Lorist. Upon hearing that, everyone recalled the incident when Els impersonated a plaster statue in the female bathhouse and broke into laughter. Charade continued to count Lorist's haul. Locke's largest earnings come from the betting pool Els set up. Though, he hasn't got it yet, and lesser people are betting on Lorist's loss. He can only collect the earnings by the time the dueling event ends. However, last time when I checked with Els, Locke has a share of an estimated 20,000 gold coins at least. Good soul. I really can't stand the thought of Lorist swimming in a sea of gold coins. I'll never make that much no matter how hard I work in my life. Charade really felt that he was slowly going nuts. Hey, don't say that like you deserve it. I am the one doing all the work up there on the dueling platform, you know. Don't forget that you've got quite a sum yourself without doing much to begin with, at least 10,000 gold coins. Now that you mention it, each of you here already have made at least a few thousand gold coins yourselves. Even if you can't purchase a building, surely you can afford a nice mansion, right? Fatty, if you want to swim in a sea of gold coins, why don't you take my place on the dueling platform? Soul, if I had the ability to do so I wouldn't have let you take the spot in the first place, said Charade bitterly. Then you better keep your mouth shut. Rather than grumbling about how much Locke is earning, you should be training your battle force and try to break through into the gold rank. Brother Locke relied on his own skills to earn that money. You don't know how much risk he has had to take by dueling all those people within the recent months. Do you lot think that any of you can last even one day up there? The people of Moranti City don't call him Iron Locke the Silver Undefeated for nothing, you know, a voice interjected and heavily rebuked Charade. Soul, Els. Since when has it been your job to nag at me, said Charade as he jumped in anger. The one who just arrived was Els. He stared at Charade with an annoyed expression and said, What? You're not content? Why don't we go out and settle it with our fists? Good soul, said Charade as he lifted his cup of ale and drank a few gulps in anger. Your brother here is a civilized person and wouldn't take what a ruffian like you say seriously. 2 months prior, Elsa's dark attribute battle force had finally reached the 3-star silver rank, which prompted him to go seek out Lorist for a duel, only to end up losing flat on the ground as usual. Given that Charade was talking down on him during his duel with Els, he got challenged by him right after that. Having reached that rank a year before Els and seeing Lorist defeat him without breaking a sweat, Charade believed that he wouldn't have much trouble defeating a newbie like him. Nobody would have expected Elsa's dark attribute battle force to be far superior to normal ones. Coupled with the various rogue skills Els claimed to train in, Charade was totally creamed 3 out of 3 times. Not satisfied with his loss, Charade challenged Els for 7 more times privately within the coming month. Even though Charade wanted Els to keep the results of the duels a secret, Els didn't bother either. "Here, it's settled," said Els as he handed Lorist a leather pouch. It contained a deed for the building along with a receipt for the management fees as well as taxes with a few gold coins and some gold coin notes left over. Picking up a bottle of blackcurrant ale and removing its cork, Els drank directly from the bottle before saying, "The building is already registered under your name. The management fee is 0.5% of the price while the tax is about 10%. There will no longer be any other fees in the future and the change is all in the pouch. Give it a count to make sure it's correct." Lorist picked up his wine cup and said, "Thanks, Els. It's no big deal, brother." This was the first piece of property that Lorist had purchased in Moranti City and it was located at Rose Street, which is near the business sector. It was a building with Gothic-like architecture that had 4 floors with 12 rooms on each floor. Originally, it belonged to a count from the Mobia Duchy who decided to sell it in a rush due to some personal circumstances. When Els heard about that news, he recalled that Lorist had once mentioned that he wanted to buy some property in the city and invited him to go check that building out. Satisfied with the building, he had Els help him out with the purchase. Even though Els managed to seal the deal at only 5,400 gold coins instead of the original 7,000, the taxes and management fee still didn't make Lorist feel any better. On the bright side, after paying off those fees, the building would truly belong to Lorist and he wouldn't have to pay any other fees for the rest of his life. "What are you planning to do with the building?" asked Els. "I'll leave that to Jindas. Wasn't he going to set up an organization that provides labor services? I'll let him use the building and collect half of the rent from him every month," said Lorist. "That's a good idea. I'll get Jindas to prepare the contract for you within the next 2 days," said Els as he nodded. "Uncle Locke, I want another large drumstick," said Elisa as she ran over and tugged on Lorist's arm. Before that, she was playing around with her brother Howard in the backyard of the Red Grace Inn. Lorist's friend from the same homeland, the peak silver-ranked mercenary Potterfong, had recovered after 2 months of rest. The two of them didn't talk much, but their implicit mutual understanding made them intimate friends. As for Potterfang's 2 children, Lorist spoiled and took great care of them. Howard was a studious and hard-working child. When Potterfong saw Lorist giving Reedy some pointers in swordsmanship, he told Lorist that he would like Howard to also become Lorist's disciple when he awakens his battle force in a few years. Originally, Potterfong only intended to mention it casually, but Lorist reconfirmed it with him in a serious tone. Potterfong only nodded and Lorist instantly got Howard to bow down to him 3 times and had Reedy perform the same ceremony as well. That was how Howard officially became Lorist's second disciple, with his senior apprentice brother being Reedy. As for Potterfang's daughter, Elisa, Lorist cared for her very much and was often reminded of his own daughter back in his past life. That resulted in him granting every request of hers to the point where he had a craftsman hired to renovate the attic into a proper bedroom for the siblings, much to their excitement and joy. Potterfong was even a little jealous that his children were closer to their beloved Uncle Locke than him. When Potterfong fully recovered and was about to leave with his children, he was stopped by Lorist with tons of excuses. Some of the main ones were the fact that the children absolutely loved it here and the city would be a better environment for the children to grow up as opposed to having them wander around with Potterfong. And, given that Howard is already Lorist's disciple, there was no way that he would leave before he was taught anything right. The other reason was that since Potterfong didn't really have a set destination to go to, he shouldn't let his children suffer along the journey with him. The final reason was the most convincing, that is, Potterfong would be allowed to leave whenever he manages to defeat Lorist. Seeing his 2 children so attached to Lorist, he could only reluctantly agree to stay for a little longer until he can decide where he will settle down in the future. Lorist offered to recommend Potterfong as a silver-ranked instructor for the Dawn Academy, but that proposition was rejected by him as he did not intend to permanently settle down in Moranti City. Lorist knew that there wasn't a point in forcing it, so he brought him to the Red Grace Inn and introduced him to Charlando so that he may accept private requests there in the future. It was already the 8th month of the year and most of the courses in the academy had halted for the semester break, except for the Battle Force Awakening course that Lorist was in charge of. There were tens of students in the last batch who would awaken their battle force by the end of the month, among which included President Peterson's son, who had lost more than half of his body weight from 180 plus kilograms to 90 kilograms. While that was still slightly overweight, it was no longer an obstacle in awakening his battle force. Last month when President Peterson came over to check on his son, he shed tears of joy from seeing his son's current physique and instantly took out a couple of gold bank notes as a sign of his gratitude. Had Loris not stopped him before, he might have already got the 3,000 gold Ford reward that the president had promised long ago. On that day itself, the president had forcefully stuffed 9 such notes into Loris's pocket, which was worth about 900 gold coins. The academic season on the Grindia continent was rather peculiar and lax. Every year, there were 2 academic semesters with one longer than the other. The longer one starts at the 3rd month and ends around the middle of the 8th month. On the 9th month, the citizens of the continent celebrate the harvest festival, so no activities in the academy would be carried out then. After that, school resumed on the 15th day of the 10th month and ends around the 15th day of the 12th month, and the vacation period would start again until the 3rd month of the following year. Loris figured that the long winter break was due to the culture of Grindians to stay cooped up in their homes during the winter. Additionally, while the Dawn Academy boasted to have over 5,000 students, it was already quite a good number if at least 2,000 plus of them showed up for studies during a semester. Most others were usually registered students who worked part-time in the academy or took some time off from school to earn some money to pay their fees. Some others were like Charade, who took advantage of the cheap housing rent in the academy and even brought their families along to stay there with them, as evidenced by one survey Charade conducted some time ago, which revealed some students who had already been there for 5 to 6 years and were unwilling to graduate because they wanted to live in the student dorms. The lax regulation of the students of the academy made Loris feel that it was more of a commune than an educational institution. As Els had mentioned before, Loris had already become one of Moronti City's most well-known personalities, with his moniker being Iron Lock the Silver Undefeated, a proud dual gold-ranked instructor with an iron-ranked battle force. Some rumors even said that during the year-end academy assessments, the Dawn Academy's rank would rise by 1 place, setting it ahead of the St. Marceau Academy. The main contributor to that rise in rank was probably Loris's victories over the silver-ranked instructors from the 27 different academies of the academy sector. After the 7th month, the number of silver swordsmen who came to challenge Loris had decreased quite substantially, despite the fact that academy head Levins raised the reward prize to 500 gold Fords. Charlando, the owner of Red Grace Inn, even said, while 500 gold coins certainly seems appealing, most people knew that they wouldn't be able to obtain it without enough skill. Rather than chasing after a pipe dream, people would probably grasp the 10 gold coins that would be required for the registration fee tightly within their hands instead. That caused Loris to feel rather bored, as he had already been accustomed to dueling people for the past few months. Now that the number of opponents had suddenly lessened, he felt like he had nothing else to do. Even though he wanted to go adventuring with his other mercenary buddies, he was unable to do so as he still had things to settle within the academy. That was why he brought the 2 kids and Reedy and invited his other friends from the academy to the Red Grace Inn for a feast once again. Intimately scrubbing the nose of the little girl who was tugging at his arm, Loris said, all right. I'll get my little princess her favorite chicken drumstick." Looking towards the counter, Loris shouted, "Louise, ask McDuffin to make me another plate of fried chicken drumsticks." Standing behind the counter was the new female owner of the inn, Louise, who had just got married to Charlando 3 months ago. After purchasing another elixir from the Mishla shrine to recover her fertility, she got pregnant pretty quickly despite not having been married for long. That caused many to praise Charlando for still having it in him despite being of relatively old age. Though, Els privately told Loris that the old man ordered quite a few jars of Terence donkey whip from him. If that didn't help him recover his sexual ability, then he would only have himself to blame, said Els at that time. The golden brown chicken drumstick was quickly served on the table, and Elisa took 2 of them and said that she would give her brother 1 and ran off. However, a little bit later, Elisa came back and took 2 more. "Huh? Elisa, why are you eating that fast? I've only managed to get 2 bites out of my own during this short time." "Could your mouth actually be bigger than mine?" said Els as he teased that cute girl. "It isn't. Elisa's mouth is small, unlike yours. Just now, I gave the chicken to a beggar who looked really pitiful," said the little girl, dissatisfied at having been said to have a big mouth. Loris gave the girl another 2 drumsticks and said, "Now, don't go giving these to the beggar again, okay? If he really needs it, you can ask your brother to give him 2 copper coins." The girl took the chicken and replied innocently, "But my brother has already given him his money. He said that he was from the Northlands who had come to Moronti City to look for someone called Norton Lorite, whom he referred to as his young master." Big sis Louise said that she hasn't heard that name before and gave him a bowl of porridge. Elisa only gave him her chicken because he didn't have anything else to go with the porridge. Chapter 42 Arrival of the People from the Family. Lorist was totally stunned. What did Elisa just say? That beggar said he was searching for a person called Norton Lorite. It should be Norton Lorist, right? That's the name of the original owner of this body. Given that everyone calls me by my nickname Locke, it wouldn't be weird if they didn't remember that my original name, Norton Lorist, and that I am the second young master of the Norton family of the Northlands. What's going on? I think I heard Elisa mention your name just now, said Els. Els was aware of Lorist's full name as he had helped him handle the ownership documents when the building was purchased. Lorist regained his composure and saw that Elisa had already hopped back to the backyard cheerfully. He stood up and said, I think the beggar Elisa mentioned just now is looking for me. I'll go take a look, they might actually be from my family. Oh, said Els curiously. He bit into the drumstick in his hand as he said, I'll go with you. The two of them reached the backyard and saw the beggar that Elisa had mentioned. Dressed in rags, he sat on a bluestone pavement at the backyard and was consuming a bowl of oat porridge. The chicken drumsticks Elisa had given him were wrapped in a piece of gray cloth. It seemed that he planned to take the chicken away with him. Elisa chewed on the chicken in her hands as she asked, Why aren't you eating the chicken? Isn't it a little bland to have the porridge without it? Chicken drumsticks are delicious, you know. The beggar nodded towards Elisa and smiled. Pretty little princess, thank you for giving me these delicious chicken drumsticks. However, I have another person accompanying me, so I intend to share it with him later. After that, the beggar looked towards Lorist and froze up entirely. He put the bowl in his hand down and rubbed his eyes before inspecting clearly once again, as if he couldn't believe that the one standing in front of him was indeed Lorist. Second young master. Sniff. I finally found you. Urg. That beggar desperately crawled towards Lorist and even ignored the bowl of porridge that he had knocked over and hugged Lorist's leg tightly as he cried non-stop. Ugh. Lorist wanted to pull his leg back, but the beggar had a rather firm grip on it. Please get up first. You are. Young master, don't you recognize me? I'm Shade Kampf, exclaimed the beggar with a face full of snot and tears. Shade Kampf. Lorist mulled deeply in a scene of a young, honest young servant who shouted as he ran towards him. Young master. Wait for me. At that time, the young Lorist was rather haughty and bossed around that young servant quite a lot. No wonder he recognized me almost instantly. Shade Kampf was actually Lorist's personal attendant from a long time ago. Shade Kampf. It's been too long. Has it been 10 years already? First things first, stop crying and stand up properly, said Lorist as he smiled. However, Shade Kampf ended up crying even harder. Young master. You must return to the Northlands quickly. The old master is gone, the first young master is dead, and the third young master as well. The Norton family only has you now. Everyone's waiting for you. For you to go succeed the position as the Lord of the Dominion. Warurg. Lorist's body suddenly shivered. Even though his consciousness was not of this world, he was unable to ignore the blood of the Nortons that flowed in his current body, and the throbbing emotion from the depths of his being shook even the core of his soul. Els walked forward and held Lorist up and said to Shade Kampf, Stop crying and say things clearly. What is going on? Last year, the old master led a group of people to fight against the barbarian pillagers but got ambushed and was badly injured. Ever since then, he was bedridden and finally passed away at the start of this year after instructing us to come here to look for the second young master to inherit the Dominion. We know that the second young master had went to Moranti City for his education, but we were unaware of which academy he was studying at. And, given that 10 years had already passed, we weren't sure if the second young master would still be here and could only try our luck. After we finally arrived at Moranti City, we went to every academy to ask about the young master, but nobody bothered to entertain us because we were from the Northlands. Pat mentioned that the heroes of legend usually gathered information in taverns, so we did just that. And finally, here at the Red Grace Inn, we finally found you, young master, explained Shade Kampf. The conclusion of his arduous journey that he had with Pat had caused him to shed tears uncontrollably. Lorist managed to stand up properly again and said, Shade Kampf, why did you say that my father and 2 brothers are dead? And, who's Pat? He sounds rather familiar. Also, doesn't my third uncle know where I study at? What happened to him? The first young master had died from battle 3 years ago after he was drafted into the army of Duke Loggins, who was serving under the second prince of the former empire. When that news reached the old master, he fell sick and became bedridden. The matters of the Dominion were handed to the third young master after that. But 3 years ago, when the third young master was on patrol, his mount got startled by a magical beast and he fell from horseback and incurred serious injuries and passed away despite 3 days of emergency treatment. The old master's sickness got a turn for the worse, but he recovered a bit during spring last year. Even so, he had to go to the battlefield once again as the barbarian pillagers started causing trouble again. In the end, sigh. Second young master, don't you remember Pat? He is the eldest grandson of the old butler Glaze who had played with you quite often when you were small. He's quite an impressive youth and is already an iron swordsman. The old butler sent us to come look for you because we were the only ones who knew how you looked like. Having said that, Shadecamp started to hesitate. Second young master, your third uncle Lode Sieg died 7 years ago after the family's merchant convoy was attacked by bandits. There were no survivors. The news stunned the whole of the Northlands at that time, and there were even rumors that the soldiers of the first prince were masquerading as bandits to gather military funds and resources. That's why the first young master pledged his allegiance to the second prince rather than the first prince. The bad news that came one after another caused Loris to be unable to think clearly. The fact that the once proud and strong Norton family that was entitled by the Crisson royal family themselves was actually embroiled in so much conflict and misfortune to the point where they had to summon the second young master that had been exiled from his homeland for more than 10 years was rather depressing. After calming down, Loris asked, "Then, where's Pat? Isn't he with you?" Shadecamp said in an embarrassed tone, "Pat? He's working as a baggage carrier at the pier." Baggage carrier? Yes. Given that we had spent all our own money during the journey, Pat went to the pier and started working as a baggage carrier to earn enough for our living costs here, said Shadecamp stammeringly. Loris called out in the direction of the inn. Reedy. Reedy quickly appeared before him. Go ready the carriage and fetch Shadecamp to the pier to seek out his friend and bring them to the public bath. Let them wash up and give them some clean clothes before bringing them back to me, instructed Loris as he put 2 gold coins in the hands of Reedy. That won't do, young master. We have our own money, we can't use yours, said Shadecamp quickly as he took out a black, dirty pouch. Young master, I still have 20 imperial gold coins here. Oh. Didn't you say you ran out of money just now? Asked Loris curiously. Young master, these are the funds for your return trip to the north. Now that we've found you, we don't have to worry about using it anymore, said Shadecamp as he entrusted the bag of coins to Loris. Loris was somewhat touched at how they wouldn't spend the 20 imperial gold coins they had and would rather have one work as a laborer and the other in charge of begging for food. Were they just stubborn or really that loyal to the family? Loris then handed 2 gold fords to Reedy and said, have them change into clean clothing. Reedy then brought Shadecamp along and went to seek out Pat. Loris returned to his table in the inn with a distraught mood and opened the black money pouch and emptied its contents on the table. 20 golden coins could be seen. These coins were slightly smaller than regular gold fords and had a picture of a crowned old man's head on one surface. Upon seeing the gold coins, Charade's interest was instantly piqued. He took one up and inspected it before saying, an old head of the former Crisson Empire. It's no longer worth much. 1 gold ford can be exchanged for 3 of these. Currently, the 3 kingdoms and 7 duchies in the northern part of the continent have started to use the currency of the Ford Trade Union and started recalling these imperial currency to be exchanged for trade union currency instead. Where did you get these, Locke? Some people from Locke's family came here and summoned him to return to his homeland to inherit the Dominion. These old heads are the money they prepared for Locke to use to travel back to his homeland, explained Els. What? Locke, you're going back to become a lord. Suddenly, every one of Loris' acquaintances gathered around the table. What are you guys so surprised about? I haven't decided if I would go back yet, said Loris as he furrowed his brow in frustration. Right now, he had already made quite a name for himself in Moronti City and already considers himself a Moronite after 10 years of living there. The sudden summons from his family was far too shocking for him. Even though the Northlands were technically Loris' hometown, he wasn't too familiar nor attached to it given that he had left it at a very young age. What is there to hesitate about? Of course you should go back and inherit the land. In Moranti City, you're only an academy instructor, but back at your homeland, you're a mighty and respectable lord. In your dominion, you are the law. The one who said that was Terman, whose homeland was a place called Wriggle, which was also well known for their mercenary knights. Craving battles and adventures were second nature to most Regolians. However, Locke's life here is pretty good now, and he even has his own property here in the city. Additionally, he's a famous dual gold-ranked instructor of our academy. There really isn't a point of going back to the desolate Northlands, as life here in Moranti City is definitely way better, said Steve. Being a local of Moranti City, he was rather proud of the city and being one of its local inhabitants. Maybe Locke can go back once, inherit the Dominion, and then come back. He can leave the managing of the Dominion to his subordinates and live his life in Moranti City as usual, suggested Yuri, thinking that it was the perfect solution for both spectrums of the issue. Lorist gave a bitter laugh and thought, it's not as simple as you think, Yuri. The Dominion in the Northlands is easily over thousands of kilometers away from here, and traveling to and back on quick horseback would take 3 months at least. After all, Lorist wasn't like the nobles who had their dominions on the Folic Plains or the neighboring kingdoms who could return to their dominions within a few short days from Moranti City. Charade asked, where are the people sent by your family? Reedy brought him to go find his partner. Both of them split up to look for me in Moranti City, replied Lorist. Find you? But you're so famous. Doesn't your family know that you are an instructor at the Dawn Academy? Asked Charade in a surprised tone. I have already lost contact with my family for almost 7 years, you know. The people who do know about me studying at Moranti City had already perished from bandit attacks, including my third uncle, who was the one who sent me here in the first place. The rest of my family members know that I'm studying in Moranti City, but not which academy I've enrolled in. After that, the 6-year war made it even harder for us to communicate. Only with the recent turn of events in my family did they decide to send someone to come for me. However, none of them know of my reputation as Iron Locke here. They have asked people at many different academies, but no one knew who Norton Lorist was. After that, they decided to gather information from different inns before they met Elisa, who then came over to tell me about them, explained Lorist. I see. No wonder they had a hard time looking for you. While many people know you as the famous Iron Locke, those who know your full name don't even number more than 10. So, what are you going to do? Asked Charade. I still don't know. Lorist shook his head and said, I'm really confused right now, and I don't really know which is the right course of action. I'll decide after I talk to them when they come back. A moment later, Reedy brought Shadecamp and Pat, who were dressed in clean new clothes, back to Lorist. At that time, he was hugging Elisa as he sat looking at Howard having his hair cut by Old Man Luke across the back alley of the Red Grace Inn. Elisa looked at Lorist and asked, Uncle Locke, you said that beggar just now was looking for you. Are they sent here by your family? Lorist nodded and said, yes, I really have to thank you, Elisa, for treating him to the chicken drumsticks. Elisa really is a good girl. Elisa furrowed her brows and thought for a bit before showing an enlightened expression. I know, Uncle Locke's family are people who beg for food. They're beggars. Buffed. Elle spit out a mouthful of ale at Charade, who was sitting opposite to him. Ignoring Charade's complaints and clutching his belly while laughing, Elle said, Elisa. What you said was too funny. Locke's family members are beggars, ha 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 ha. Lorist showed a troubled expression and said, Elisa, Uncle Locke's family members do not work as beggars. Look, he's in front of you right now. Does he look like one to you? Shadecamp, who stood before them, had a face that was as red as a baboon's rear. He really felt like finding a small hole and diving into it. Pat, who was standing beside him, wore a swordsman garb and looked rather valiant. Lorist placed Elisa down and walked towards Pat. After comparing their heights, he sighed and said, Pat, long time no see. Both of us have already grown up to be so different from the rowdy brats we used to be. Pat sighed as well and said, that's true, young master. We've really grown up, haven't we? In Lorist's memories, Pat was his rival from the days of his childhood. When the both of them met, they always broke into a fight and one of them always went home crying. If they meet on the next day, the whole cycle would begin all over again. Now that the both of them had met after such a long time, a feeling of intimacy and nostalgia sparked between them instead. Patting Pat's shoulder, TL, pun unintended. Please don't kill me XP, Lorist laughed and said, that's great. You're even taller than me now. I really don't know what you ate to grow so tall. This journey must have been tough on you. Let's fill our bellies first before we talk about the rest. I've already got the cook to start preparing the food in the kitchen. Sister Louise, you can start serving the dishes now, shouted Loris towards the encounter. After that, he turned to old Luke and said, Luke, after cutting Howard's hair, take care of Reedy's too, followed by Shadecamp's and Pat's. I'll pay you 2 large silvers in total. Thanks for your patronage. I'll make sure that they will look refreshed like never before, said old Luke, elated. Loris noticed Shadecamp's and Pat's uncomfortable expressions for having their master pay for their expenses and said, this is my turf, so you better leave things to me. I'm your young master to begin with, so just let me handle the things my way. I'll bring you back to my house after we have a nice meal. We can start having a serious talk after that. Chapter 43 Troubles Within the Family. The carriage stopped in front of the entrance of Lorist's house. Reedy turned to Pat, who was sitting beside him in the coachman's seat, and said, we're here. This is Master's house. After that, he got off the carriage and opened the door. Lorist came down with Elisa hugged in his arms with Howard, Els, and Shadecamp following behind him. Charade, Terman, Yuri, and Steve rented another coach that arrived a little later, after which they all got off one by one and entered Lorist's home. Pat didn't follow the group into the lounge and instead helped Reedy with bringing the Xeno horses back into the stable. Reedy asked curiously, what's wrong? Why aren't you following them inside? Pat thought for a bit and said, I have come here to look for the young master because it was my grandfather's wish. He instructed me that even if the young master refuses to go back to the Dominion, I was to stay here by his side and watch out for him because he is the sole heir of the Norton family from the main line of descent. No matter what, no harm can come to the young master. Reedy laughed out loud before saying, Brother Pat, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but given the situation, it should be you who gets protected by the master instead of the other way around. Given your ability as an iron rank, it's already pretty commendable if you can take care of yourself and not become a burden for master. Pat rolled his eyes and talked in a snappy tone. In the Northlands, we have a saying that goes like this, even the most alert magical beast has a moment of weakness, even the strongest of horses have times when they slip. I already know the young master's reputation as Iron Lock, Silver undefeated. However, no matter how strong he is, he's still only one person. As long as I'm with him, it's enough if I can serve as a silent shield for him. Even if I'm only an iron rank now, I believe that I'll be able to help the young master out much more when I reach the silver rank. Well said, Pat. Suddenly, Lorist showed up beside them and said, Did Butler Glaze really ask you to stay by my side and serve me? Pat nodded honestly and said, If you are going to return to the Dominion and inherit the place, then I will serve as your personal attendant. Even if you don't, I'll still stay by your side and offer whatever protection I can to you. Pat laughed at what he said himself with a hint of derision before continuing, Then again, after seeing you again for myself, you have changed way more than I could ever imagine. It's not only your skills. Even your personality has become totally different. You no longer need a person like me to protect you anymore. When the family lost communications with you, my grandfather Glaze and the rest of the elders thought that you might have been in a rather tight spot. It seems that they were wrong. Feeling a little touched, Lorist nodded and said, It's been 10 years. The moment when I left the household has already passed for so long and I have been unable to contact the family for the past 7 years as well. I had to adapt to survive. For me to have turned out like this today wasn't without its hardships. All right, Pat, let's go in and have a chat about the family's situation. It appeared that Shadecamp was more informed about the situation back in the Northlands than Pat. After the series of tragedies, the Norton family's military might decreased by a whole lot. Even though Lorist's father was unable to advance from the 1-star gold rank due to an injury he had incurred from hunting magical beasts in his youth, he was still the main pillar of support for the family and his death had greatly destabilized the family's rule. Lorist's elder brother's death was an even heavier blow to the family. Being a gold-ranked knight, he had been struck with a poison arrow when he was leading a charge on the battlefield and had passed away soon after. As for the third young master, due to contracting a rather serious illness as a result of being pushed into the well at a young age, he was unable to awaken his battle force and had lost his life from falling off his horse which was startled by a magical beast. Loris truly felt rather unsettled at hearing all that. He understood that half the cause behind the third young master's death was due to the fact that he had fallen sick and wasn't able to train in battle force from an early age, which was chiefly the fault of the original owner of Lorist's body who had pushed his little brother down the well out of jealousy. Now that the current Lorist had inherited the body, he had also took up the fault and guilt for being half responsible for his little brother's death. According to Shadekampf, when the third young master encountered the magical beast, the sole 3-star silver knight which was part of the young master's personal guard was present. While he had successfully slain the magical beast, he incurred heavy injuries and had to rest and recuperate for a period of time. Currently, the family only had one other 1-star silver female knight. Her name is Andrea Pesha and she is the daughter of Knight Andrea, who had served the family before his death, and was also the childhood friend of the first young master. While she was engaged to the first young master due to the decision of the old master, she was never formally married to him as the first young master had perished in battle before that could happen. Shadekampf asked Lorist if he still remembered the face of that red-haired girl who always followed behind the first young master. Lorist nodded. Within the memories he had inherited, there was indeed a red-haired girl who was as rowdy as most boys of her age. Lorist remembered the painful episode of her heavily pummeling him because he pulled on her ponytail once out of mischief. Shadekampf continued and said that aside from Pesha, the rest of the main force of the family were a few iron swordsmen in the garrison squad as well as several other iron-ranked old men who lived in the castle. Currently, Pesha was in charge of managing the affairs in the Dominion as Butler Glaze had stepped out of the limelight due to his age. That's why the family desired Loris to return to succeed the position of the Dominion Lord as soon as possible. Pat, who had been part of the personal guard of the late Baron Norton, described the events that led to Lorist's father's death. According to him, when the Lord Baron had heard about the attack from the barbarians, he quickly summoned the armored cavalry that was stationed within the castle which numbered only 18 people. This was all that remained of the main force of the family's military. Including the Lord Baron and Pat, they were a force of 20 mounted soldiers. As the barbarian pillagers had come with a force of about 50 people, the Lord Baron requested help from the garrison and was prepared to take out the invading barbarians. As Pat and the Lord Baron had arrived at the enemy's base early, they discovered that the barbarians were not yet prepared for battle. As the agreed time for the joint attack with the garrison was nearing, the Lord Baron decided to launch the assault first and believed that the garrison would later arrive from the other side of the battlefield and join them in launching a pincer attack to wipe out the invading barbarians. Pat said that he had tried to warn the Baron to wait for the arrival of the garrison troops before launching the attack, but his warning was ignored and the Baron initiated the assault immediately. At first, the surprise attack seemed to work and the barbarians weren't able to react in time. However, as they noticed the troops of the Baron were far fewer than their own, their morale rose and they gathered for a counterattack. Had the garrison troops arrived at that moment, the barbarians would be completely defeated without a doubt. But no matter how long they waited, not a single garrison soldier could be seen on the battlefield. Seeing his troops starting to falter, the Lord Baron himself joined the fray even though he still hasn't completely recovered from his sickness. It was at that moment when the barbarians started cheering as their reinforcements of 50 more people joined the battle. The Baron's troops quickly crumbled and Pat and the Baron were the only ones who emerged alive from the carnage. When Pat returned from battle, he got wind that the garrison troops were never dispatched in the first place. In a fit of rage, he went over to the main camp of the garrison and injured Malty, the commander of the garrison troops, which prompted the rest of the garrison members to go on a strike at the Norton family castle and demand for Pat to be sent out for them to punish. The matter was only settled when Butler Glaze and Pesha tried very hard to calm them down on account of the relationship the family had with the garrison over the past hundreds of years. That was also the other reason why Butler Glaze had Pat leave with Shadekampf to look for Lorist so that he doesn't get into trouble with the garrison troops again. Based on Shadekampf and Pat's explanation, it could be said that the Norton family was in a rather tight spot at the moment. The first one was that every winter, a wave of migrating magical beasts would move to the Dominion from the wilderness to look for a food source. If the magical beasts that come to the Dominion were only herbivores like those magical bulls and goats, then it wouldn't be much of an issue. At most, the farmlands and orchards would sustain some amount of damage. However, what usually followed behind those beasts were carnivorous magical beasts like snow wolf packs or leopards which attacked even the towns and bastides. The second problem were the barbarians. The Norton family dominion is located in the far desolate north. Further north was the limitless Blackmud Marsh and to its west was the Bladedge Mountains which separated the dominion from the sea. To procure salt, the Northlanders had to cross the Blad Edge Mountains to boil seawater, which was, needless to say, an arduous task. That was also why the price of salt in the Northlands have always been relatively high. To the south of the Dominion was the Black Forests and the desolate hills, where the sole passageway out of the Northlands from the Dominion was located. To the east was the magical Dragon Mountains, which was nothing but dense, primal forests and tall domineering peaks where the barbarians mainly resided. It was said that the barbarians were the descendants of humans who had went into the mountains to lay in hiding for survival after the fall of the magical civilization during the Dark Ages. Having lost all contact with the outside world, their culture and customs deteriorated into a more primal form, among which included worshipping ancient totems, eating their food raw and not having any rules but the law of the jungle where the strong oppressed the weak. Even though in recent times they have started coming into contact with people outside of the mountains, they retained their old barbaric ways and made no effort for communication. The barbarians had already started causing trouble when the first-generation family founder of the Nortons was enfeoffed the Dominion by plundering and pillaging. They were even harder to handle than the waves of magical beasts in the area. The family founder had once tried to set up 10-odd outpost villages to develop the Dominion but had to abandon the plan as the attacks of the barbarians caused much loss of lives and property. The main reason for Lorist's father, the late Baron Norton, in launching the attack against the barbarians was also because they had plundered the only livestock ranch of the Nortons and took almost all their cows and sheep. The third main problem the Nortons had was the garrison squad in the Dominion. Out of the 5,000 citizens the Norton family has in their Dominion, almost 3,000 of them lived in Wild North Town, the only town within the lands of the Nortons. The citizens there were mostly relatives of the garrison squad who occupied 2/3 of the safe farming areas within the Dominion and only paid a tax of 10% of their harvest and nothing else. Back in the day, due to a low population in the Norton family's Dominion, the founding family leader invited vagabonds as well as purchased slaves and granted them freedom in his Dominion so that he would have a workforce to develop the land. Those who joined the Dominion garrison were also granted preferential treatment and privileges despite their meager salary, such as an exemption from all other taxes apart from 10% of the harvest they get and unconditional ownership over their farmland. Other than that, as a Dominion lord entitled by the Crisson royal family, the Norton family had the responsibility of sending military support if the royal family requested it and also had to pay a yearly tribute of 10% of the harvests of their farmland to the imperial government. At that time, most other noble families levied a taxation rate of about 50% of the harvests of the citizens under their jurisdiction along with other taxes like per capita tax, trading tax, fishing tax, firewood tax, etc. It was already rather benevolent for the nobles to let the citizens of their Dominion have enough to feed themselves. The treatment that the garrison squad members received was as if the Norton family didn't collect any taxes from them at all apart from the 10% that was required to be submitted to the empire. Initially, not many wanted to enlist as a garrison member, as that represented risking their lives to drive off the magical beast wave every winter season. However, as the safe zones in the Dominion expanded and stabilized, a rising number of people could see the great treatment they would receive as members of the garrison, and the garrison troop numbers rose quickly, much to the Norton family's delight, until much later when they discovered a flaw with the system. Normally, on the Grindia continent, when a family's descendants became adults, they would leave their parents and start independent families of their own. However, these garrison members refused to leave their homes and live together even though many of them had already married and started their own families. The main reason for that was so that the other family members get to enjoy the preferential treatment granted to their parents, who were members of the garrison. Some garrison members even demanded for their siblings who were not enlisted into the garrison to be granted farmland. It wasn't until then that the Norton family started regretting enacting a policy like that. However, at that time, due to the tremendous contribution the garrison had, instead of scrapping the policy altogether, the family only enforced a limit of roughly 6,000 square meters of land per person, which can only barely sustain a family of 3 from the yearly harvest, and believed that would limit the garrison family members from exploiting the policy. Little did the Norton family know that the garrison family members were after the tax exemptions rather than the farmland and heavily fished and engaged in salt smuggling to the point where their lives were even more lavish than that of the Nortons. Over the course of 100-odd years, the garrison members grew in number and many other families sprouted in Wild North Town, with the smaller ones having at least 20 people and the larger ones having around 40, making them a force to be reckoned with in the Dominion. While the Nortons had wanted to wipe out the garrison troops at one point, they had to give up as the entanglement of the Nortons and the families of Wild North Town was too deep. Many of the servants and soldiers of the family's main army had relatives living in Wild North Town. If there were any military movements, the garrison would quickly get the news about it. If the Nortons really wanted to use brute force to wipe the garrison out, the result would only be disastrous for both sides, and the Nortons would become the laughing stock in the noble circles. On the other hand, as long as the Norton family doesn't touch the preferential treatment the garrison family members have, the garrison would still heed their orders. When the first young master was still alive, the garrison still remained loyal to him and were willing to participate in skirmishes here and there. But after the first young master's death and the old master becoming bedridden from an illness, the third young master took over and the garrison started to show signs of disobedience. For example, when magical beasts attacked the third young master's group, the garrison members fled immediately and allowed the beasts to startle the young master's horse, causing him to fall to his death. That was also the case 1 year back when the old master launched the attacks against the barbarians. Due to the garrison not showing up for the battle, the old master incurred serious injuries. They even dared to surround the family's castle and demand for Pat to be handed over. In one way or another, that behavior could already be considered treason to the ruling family nobles. However, due to the Norton family's deteriorated military force, they had to try to negotiate for peace with the garrison. Thus, the problem of the garrison is an undertaking that the next family head will have to solve. The other issue was territorial disputes with the neighboring noble families, especially with Viscount Kenmays, whose dominion was located south of the Norton family's dominion. Given that the Northlands were mostly barren, disputes over territory rarely occurred. However, the Morgan Hills where the Norton family's mines were located had drawn the Kenmays' attention. As the mines were the main source of the income for the Nortons, they engaged in several martial conflicts with the Kenmays, causing them to incur a huge loss. In actuality, Viscount Kenmays had no jurisdiction whatsoever over that region, as it was originally part of the Norton family's territory as per the enfeoffment of the founding Christian emperor himself. On the other hand, the Kenmays' territory was only recently granted to them by the second prince almost 5 years ago, which also included the Morgan Hills. Whether the mistake was intentional or not was debatable. Even so, the Kenmays should have conceded the territory and asked the second prince to redraw the borders, as the land originally belonged to the Nortons. However, the second prince couldn't be bothered to settle the dispute and asked the two families to handle it themselves, which ultimately resulted in armed conflict with the Nortons emerging victorious. However, now that the Norton family's influence was declining, the Kenmays tried to claim the Morgan Hills for themselves once again. And this time, due to the cousin sister of Viscount Kenmays becoming the mistress of Duke Loggins of the Northlands, the Kenmays became even more bold and started another mine at another spot of the Morgan Hills and started taking the resources that rightly belonged to the Nortons, who could only swallow their anger and endure. If Viscount Kenmays knew of the true predicament the Nortons were in, it wasn't hard to imagine him launching another attack at the Morgan Hills right away and take the mines of the Norton family for himself. Should that come to happen, the Nortons would lose their main source of income and soon go bankrupt. This was the fifth issue the Norton family had, an economical crisis. Just 10 years prior, while the Norton family didn't levy heavy taxes on their dominion folk unlike most other nobles of the time, they relied on their own armed forces to hunt magical beasts for their furs, traded them along with some other local products of the Northlands at Moronti City through the family's own merchant convoy. Back then, the yearly income was rather great and the family had easily over 200 fully mounted and equipped soldiers in their famous armored cavalry. But the good times came to an end when the whole merchant convoy led by Lorist's third uncle fell under the attacks of bandits, causing the family to lose its main source of income. After the first young master led the armored cavalry to war under the second prince's banner as well as the battle which the old master had fought with his barbarians, only tens of the original 200 soldiers of the cavalry remained, with almost half of them crippled. The pension the family had to pay to the relatives of the dead soldiers cost the family another great fortune. The second prince's order for the Norton family to become the subordinate of Duke Loggins instead of the Christian royal family further exacerbated the situation. Had the first young master been alive, he would have definitely refused to accept the order, even if that meant making an enemy of all the other nobles in the Northlands, as the Norton family had pledged their allegiance to the Christian royal family and not some random prince. The second prince was still rather courteous when the first young master was still alive. However, shortly after his death, the second prince quickly tossed the Nortons to the Duke and didn't reimburse the Nortons for their losses when they fought for him. Not only was this a huge blow to the Norton family, it could also be considered a huge breach of etiquette and insult against them. But most of the nobles in the Northland served the second prince at that time, so the Nortons had no choice but to accept the situation. Even though Duke Loggins wasn't of the Christian royal family, the ridiculous taxes he levied on the lands under his rule easily rivaled half of the revenue of a noble family's dominion. While the other noble families could still somehow cope with it, the Nortons didn't collect as much taxes from the family members of the garrison troops and had to pay it from their own pockets. Had it not been for the mines, the family's accounts would have been in the red long ago. Even though the wars in the empire had ended, the Duke made no attempt to lower the taxes and instead introduced yet another country rebuilding tax, with bringing back the glory of the Christian Empire being the main excuse. However, no one knew how long the collection of that tax would go on for. Given that the main transportation route for the Nortons were in the Duke's territory, they could do naught but endure yet again. When Shadecamp finally finished describing the whole situation of the Norton family's dominion, everyone fell silent. Even Turman, who suggested that Lorist go back to inherit the dominion, was totally speechless. It was practically a pit of fire. Nobody would willingly jump into one and try to put the fire out. Charade asked Pat and Shadecamp, did the family specify a deadline for Locke to return to the dominion? Pat replied, the old master had passed away around the 3rd month of this year, and we took about 3 months to come all the way here from the Northlands because we were caught up with bandits, slave traders, and conflicts within noble dominions along the way. After arriving here, we took another month before finally finding the young master. My grandfather said that if the young master intends to inherit the position of the Lord, he has to arrive at the Northlands before the 3rd month of next year, or another successor will be picked from the illegitimate children of the old master. Charade nodded and said, that's great. At least there's still time to decide. For the two of you, you should stay by Locke's side and decide for yourselves which option will be better for him, and give him some time to think about it as well. Let's leave it at this for today. Chapter 44: The Fanatical Female Students. Lorist was starting to feel that his villa might not be as big as he had once thought, as the attic was already remodeled into the 2 children's bedroom and the guest room on the 2nd floor was by Potterfong, with only 1 guest room left vacant. The 2 servants' quarters were occupied, used by Kelly and Reedy as well. It seemed that Shadecamp and Pat have no other choice but to stay in the guest room. He then decided to go to the storeroom on the 1st floor to move the things within out so that Pat and Shadecamp could each have 1 room. When Loris told those 2 his intentions, they looked at him with a weird gaze and strongly objected to the idea. Shadecamp said that he was only Lorist's servant and not his guest, so he only needs to sleep on something during the night and didn't need a room of his own since he was going to be following Lorist around all day. With his position and status, if Lorist were to let him stay in the guest room, it would become a huge joke among the nobles if word got out, as there has been no precedent where a noble would let a servant stay in a room on the same floor with the master. He suggested to have a simple mattress or even a rug be placed on the empty space beneath the stairs for him to lie on during the night. Pat also rejected the offer to stay in the vacant guest room for same reason Shadecamp mentioned. Being the young master's personal bodyguard, he could only stand guard outside the master's room but couldn't stay on the same floor as the master. Having come from a world where people treated each other as equals, Lorist almost forgot that he is currently living in Grindia, where nobles lorded over the common folk. The mercantile atmosphere in Moronti City has also made Lorist forget his status as a person of noble descent, leading him to treat Pat and Shadecamp as guests, only to have his offer rejected and be reminded of the difference in status between them. Lorist was at a little loss when Reedy gave him a satisfying suggestion. Master, why don't you remove the flower parterre in the yard and set up 2 wooden huts there? That's a brilliant idea, Reedy. We'll do just that. Go to Supervisor Scaly and have her send someone to come work on it as soon as possible. When the construction is completed, pick one of the huts for yourself and let Pat have the other one. Shadecamp will then move into your servant room. Okay, said Reedy as he dashed out of the villa and went looking for Scaly. Master, you don't have to spend any money on us. As long as we have a place to sleep, we'll be fine, said Shadecamp. Hee hee, laughed Lorist. I have earned quite a bit lately, you know. Since the both of you have decided to follow me around, then let me handle this my way. Your treatment will also affect the image of the Norton family. I will treat you the same as how I treat Reedy for now. Every month, you will each receive 2 gold fords. And Pat, I will have someone provide you with the appropriate equipment so you don't have to worry about it. Thank you, young master, said Pat candidly. Master, aren't you paying us a little too much? Shadecamp was a little startled, as 2 gold fords was equal to 6 imperial gold coins, or 60 imperial silver coins. When he was working at the Northlands, his salary was only 5 imperial silvers a month. It had instantly risen by a huge amount. Lorist merely waved his hand and left no room for negotiation. That's what you deserve. But make no mistake, your tasks in the coming days will not be easy. Pat, I see that you're already a 3-star iron rank and can break through to the silver rank within 2 to 3 months. Shadekampf, you haven't been training your bronze rank battle force for quite some time, have you? Shadekampf made a difficult expression and said, Young master, I don't know why but somehow I keep forgetting the major blood circulation paths I've learned. It was already quite a stroke of luck for me to have been able to awaken my battle force back in the day. It's not that I don't want to practice it, but I just keep forgetting those paths. The old master has said before that I don't have any talent for battle force training and the successful awakening of my battle force is wasted on me. Like Pat, Potterfong and Shadekampf were both citizens of the Chrisen Empire and practiced a standard middle-ranked battle force technique taught in the Chrisen Imperial Army. It was a technique that allowed one to train to the silver rank and allowed the practitioners to train further in any other higher-ranked battle force regardless of attributes. However, it was much more complicated than most normal battle force techniques and even had higher requirements if used to awaken one's battle force. The first reason why Potterfong came over to Moranti City was due to the fact that the city allowed anyone to come and go as they wished because of the propaganda of freedom and equality propagated by the Ford Trade Union. It was his intention to let his children have a peaceful and blissful life over here. The other reason was because the standard army battle force technique he had trained in had already reached the peak of the silver rank, so he could no longer advance any further. With that in mind, he intended to continue working as a mercenary to save up some money and purchase a high-ranked battle force manual to break through to the gold rank. In Moranti City, Potterfong had a much better chance of buying a high-ranked battle force manual as in the former Chrisen Empire. Such techniques were usually monopolized by the nobles. Unless Potterfong managed to serve under a noble family for more than 10 years or have some kind of major accomplishment and get a high-ranked battle force manual as a reward, there was no way he could get his hands on one there. As such, Potterfong has been taking up some missions day and night to earn money and put his children in Lorist's care. Lorist smiled and said, It's all right. I have a much simpler battle force manual with me whose major circulation paths are much easier to remember. As long as you train hard for 2 to 3 years, it shouldn't be a problem for you to reach the iron rank. Lorist was referring to the basic battle force technique used by the students of his Battle Force Awakening course. It was indeed a rather simple technique that was ideal for beginners who had just managed to awaken their battle force. Shadekampf could only agree hesitantly to continue his training. Lorist looked at him and said in a serious tone, Shadekampf, as your young master, I won't tolerate incompetent subordinates. If you don't at least train to the iron rank, I won't keep you by my side. In the future, I will give you a test every 3 months, and every time I see no improvement in your bronze battle force, I will decrease your salary. If your salary gets decreased until there isn't any left, then you'll be sacked. Got it? Yes, young master. I will definitely give it my all, promised Shadekampf. As for Pat, follow me around for a bit to familiarize yourself with the Dawn Academy. When the wooden huts are complete, you can start training with Reedy. When I have some free time, I'll come up with a training regimen for you to raise your combat potential. Yes, master. No matter what Lorist said, Pat agreed right away. I think you should stop calling me young master. Just call me Locke. I'm more used to it that way, instructed Lorist. Okay, young master Locke, replied Shadekampf and Pat in unison. First thing in the morning, Lorist got up early and was training as usual in the yard. Howard was exercising according to a routine Lorist had given him that had the effect of enhancing one's fundamental capabilities and physique. Elisa, on the other hand, was still lazing around in bed. Reedy had his own training regimen which also included the 8 fundamental sword moves. Lorist had him train along with Shadekampf and Pat. After finishing his morning training, Lorist could see workers carrying building materials into the yard. When Reedy brought back the contractor the day before, Lorist had him measure the dimensions of the land on which the wooden huts will be built, and the contractor said that they could be completed within 7 short days as the design of the huts were rather simple. However, the cost for the labor and the materials would cost up to 18 gold fords. Lorist agreed to it without a moment's hesitation. Now that he had finished the breakfast Kelly had prepared, he left Reedy at the yard to oversee the workers before bringing Shadekampf and Pat around the academy. Quickly, they arrived at the plaza where the Peterson young master, Dorstas, was training at. Soul, I knew that it would be like this, Lorist cursed in his heart. Excuse me, please make way. I'm an instructor, said Lorist. Looking emotionlessly at the wave of girls who were all dolled up staring at him with razor-sharp glares while moving out of the way, he finally managed to pass through the wave of fanatical female students and made his way to join the other instructors. Young master, there are so many girls here that they've filled up the whole plaza. There should be at least 1,000 of them, right, said Pat. He had never seen so many pretty young girls gathered at the same place at one time. His face was reddened from passing through so many of them for the first time in his life. Lorist said in an annoyed tone, all the girls in the academy who think they look somewhat decent are gathered here. Even if they aren't 1,000 people, there should be 800 at the very least. Yuri then came over. The group of commoner students he was put in charge of had all successfully awakened their battle force and were allowed to enjoy their semester break after they familiarized themselves with the basic battle force circulation paths. When they return during the start of the semester, they will be taught the fundamentals of training and applying their battle force, which wasn't a huge problem and normal instructors could be put in charge of it. However, Dorsadow's training was far more important as it involved the bonus payment all the instructors were going to get. The 3,000 gold Ford bonus promised by President Peterson was far too alluring. Apart from some instructors who were still monitoring students whose battle force have not yet been awakened, the other instructors who should have already been allowed to take their vacation came over to work overtime of their own accord. There were 30-odd instructors and assistant instructors surrounding Peterson Dorsdas, essentially creating a record-high instructor-to-student ratio that was unprecedented. Then again, there was no other way around that, as the instructors had to prevent the fanatical fangirls from interrupting the young master's training. That's right. The female students that were gathered all over the small plaza were there for the heir of the Peterson family. And each and every one of them had the same daydream, that was to get to know the young master better and form a relationship with him to marry into riches and live the rest of their lives in bliss and enjoy the delicacies, jewelries, dresses as well as inexpendable wealth that came with it. Most of the girls who held that pipe dream were of commoner families. As for the girls from noble families who were far better dressed than the rest of their peers, they were probably smitten by Dorsadow's current handsome and dashing look, or the influence and power of the Peterson family. Or, perhaps they were encouraged by their family elders to accost the young master so that their families may benefit from a relationship with the Petersons. Unlike most other commoner girls, these noble young ladies had at least a couple of bodyguards standing right behind them. I'm really out of words. I didn't expect for that fatty who's trying to lose weight to end up becoming top-grade bodybuilding material. Lorist sighed inwardly. Not only was it far out of Lorist's expectations, everyone who had seen the young master who couldn't even run a single lap without breathing raggedly months ago were shocked as well. Nobody could have imagined that after shedding all that fat from the hellish training he had endured, he would have such a perfect and magnificent figure beneath. Dorsdas was already 190 centimeters in height in the first place. He was taller than Lorist by about 10 centimeters. But at that point, nobody paid any attention to that because of his obese body. But now that he had successfully slimmed down, his height and physique started to shine through. Coupled with the painful training under the threat of the whip for all that time, he had also developed nice muscles all over his body which gave his upper body a perfect inverted triangle shape, much to the envy of many. The 2 huge lumps of muscle on his arms only served to further display his strength. His skin even had a healthy tan, having been training all day outdoors, and gleamed and sparkled from the sweat that trickled down all over. If Dorsdas were still the fat lump he was a couple of months ago, even if the female students in the academy knew of his wealthy family background, none of them would even bother to give him any attention. But when he had successfully lost all that weight, the female students who passed by the plaza occasionally accidentally caught glimpses of his handsome form as he trained away all day and stayed there to admire his looks. At first, the instructors didn't mind that much, as having a few girls around was quite a pleasing thing. It didn't take long for those instructors to start telling the girls about his impressive family background. So the men training non-stop in the plaza is actually the future heir of the Peterson family, which is one of the 7 most influential establishments within the Ford trade union. He even looked so handsome, bright, and cheerful. Oh, he looked me in the eye and smiled. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint, thought one of the girls who later became his first fangirl. In time, the whole academy's female students got to know about Dorsadow's looks and family background and started gathering around the plaza all dressed up, cheering him on and hoping to gain some of his attention for themselves. Even when one instructor told the girls that the young master was actually doing weight loss exercises and not some kind of strength training, they were all in denial and refused to believe that their prince had any need to lose fat given how he looked now. They even compared Dorsadow's physique to the instructors and said that he was the one who needed to lose weight more than the young master and laughed at the belly he had. Any man would be unable to stand hearing all the praises the fangirls showered on the young master. Some went like, "Oh, he truly is the manliest of men. He's the Prince Charming of my dreams," while others sounded like, "Look at his magnificent body and muscles. How strong. I really want to jump into his arms and be spoiled by him. Oh. I think I'm drunk with desire." Some praises were even more over the top. "Oh, the heavens be praised. He is definitely the human incarnation of the sun god Singwa. Look at his charming smile and deep, complicated gaze. His body radiates nothing but power. It seems that he could shatter a whole mountain with but a huge stomp to the ground." Whoa, whoa, whoa there, young miss. You're talking about a man who only has muscles but not an iota of battle force, you know, thought Lorist. "What's with the situation here?" asked Lorist. Yuri gave a bitter laugh. "It's like this every day. Most of the instructors are at their breaking point. Why are there so many fanatical female students in the academy? Even I don't know the answer to that. It seems that I have to ask Charade to dispatch someone from the enforcement division to maintain the order around here. Also, when overseeing the kids' training, make sure to also be alert and don't let any one of the girls have a chance to get close to him," said Lorist in a worried tone. "Huh." Lorist turned to look at Dorstas stopping and chatting to a girl who was sitting under a parasol. "Who's that?" Lorist asked Yuri. "Why is no instructor punishing him from stopping his training halfway? Where's the whip?" "That's the daughter of the Morosan Duchy's duke and she bears the title of a princess. Rumor says that their family are quite close to the Petersons and she often stops by to cheer on the young master's training. As for the whip," Yuri shrugged. "It's in this box. Nobody dares to use it now. Last time when an instructor tried to teach the young master who was slacking off a lesson, he was almost torn apart alive by the fangirls all over. Right now, they have no choice but to politely encourage him to continue training instead of whipping him like they used to. Yuri, bring Shade Camp to the Great Hall and let him see the basic battle force major circulation path diagram and have him memorize and copy it down before letting him train in it for about an hour. This fellow finds it hard to remember his own technique's circulation path and it's a waste of his awakened battle force. Just leave the situation here to me," said Lorist as he took the whip from the box and walked over to Dorstas followed behind by Pat. Dorstas was chatting away happily with the young princess in front of him and ignoring the warnings of the instructors around him about how he still had 10 laps to run. Suddenly, the familiar sound of the whip cracked in the air and a searing pain could be felt by the young master on his back. He turned around only to see Lorist's demonic form standing behind him and instantly balled up on the ground in fear and froze up. As the crowd around the plaza started to get noisy, the cracking sound of the whip and Lorist's loud roars resounded throughout the place. "How dare you slack off and ignore the instructors? Your training in the afternoon will be doubled and you'll get only half the serving of your lunch for today. If you dare to do this again, I'll make sure to starve you for 3 whole days. Understood? Now get up and start running." After whipping the young master for 10 more times, Lorist couldn't help but hear curses sounding from the crowd of fangirls. He turned and looked at their bloodlust-filled gazes as they seemed to want to rush over and tear Lorist into a billion pieces. Whap. Whap. Whoop. Crisp sounds of the whip cracking once again reverberated in the air. Subsequently, Lorist's deep and clear voice reached the ears of everyone present at the plaza. "If you crazy fangirls dare to interrupt the instructors from conducting the training, then don't blame me for being merciless. I will ensure that the lash from this whip on your faces will remain forever and ruin your looks. Don't forget that the Peterson family will also make sure your families pay the price for interrupting the young master's training. Who wants to give it a try?" Cracks from the ground near Lorist that was caused by his heavy whipping could be seen clearly. The crazed fangirls were finally stunned awake from their trance and looked at those cracks in fear before finally retreating backwards. If the whip only broke the bones of their hands and legs, they would still be willing to try to enter the sights of the prince of their dreams. However, when Lorist threatened to whip their faces, they started to rethink their actions. After all, there wasn't a point in showing up in front of the prince with a ruined face. "How dare you treat my brother house like that? This time, the beautiful princess finally snapped out of the shock and started reprimanding Lorist before telling the bodyguards behind her, "Catch him and make sure you give him a good whipping." The 4 silver-ranked bodyguards instantly leaped over. Within but a single moment, 2 of them fell face first towards the ground. The one who was injured lighter was half kneeling and vomiting with a pained expression on his face, while the more heavily injured one was twitching uncontrollably on the ground unconscious. The other 2 bodyguards were stunned frozen, and their eyes finally widened as they recognized who Lorist was. "Your Highness, that's Iron Lock. It's precisely because he's an iron rank that I asked you to take care of him. Surely 4 silver ranks can handle a measly iron rank without a problem, right?" "Huh? What happened to the other 2?" said the princess as she noticed the 2 guards lying on the ground. "Your Highness, that's Iron Lock the Silver Undefeated. The likes of us are from being able to take him on," replied the bodyguard bitterly. It was evident that the princess only paid attention to the latest fashion trends and gossip going around the noble parties and didn't pay attention to anything else, including the news about Iron Lock's triumph. The bodyguards decided that it was better to not mess with Lorist at all and tried to persuade the princess. Since the silver-ranked bodyguards have already admitted that they weren't a match for Lorist, the princess had no choice but to give up the notion and turned haughtily with a humph after giving Lorist a deathly stare and left. The other 2 bodyguards hurriedly nodded an apology to Lorist before taking their fallen comrades away without delay. Lorist returned to the instructor group and appeared to be in deep thought as he looked at the young master training hard while ignoring the subtle curses directed at himself from the fangirls at the plaza. "What are you thinking about?" asked Instructor Marlin as he came over. "Look at all those fangirls gathered here to see the young master train. If we move the training venue to an indoor training hall and set up a ticket booth, don't you think we'll make tons of money?" mused Lorist. All the instructors who heard that collapsed on the ground immediately. Chapter 45 The Decision. On the 3rd day Pat joined Reedy in his morning training session. He asked him, "Reedy, what's that weird metal wheel with a chair strapped on it in the corner of the yard for? Is it a toy for Elisa and Howard?" Reedy shook his head and said, "That's not a toy. It's something I used before for my training. It's not like we don't let the kids play with it though. They simply just don't want to. A training equipment. I don't seem to understand how it works," said Pat as he gave it another look and tried to imagine how it could be used for training. "I used to play around in the mountains and forests a lot when I was small. And there was this one time when I accidentally knocked on a bee's nest and naturally, they started swarming around me. I was so scared and started swinging a branch around and managed to kill quite a few of them, but I got stung by many more and had sores all over my body and only managed to recover after a month. Because of that incident, I've developed a phobia of sorts." "Don't laugh, that's what Master told me," said Reedy, dissatisfied at Pat's laughter. "All right, sorry. My bad. Please continue your story," apologized Pat. "Before, I used to learn swordsmanship from my father. When I came over to Moranti City, I also got some lessons from Uncle Charlando, who's the owner of the Red Grace Inn. Don't be fooled by that limp he has, he's actually a gold swordsman. When I'm only practicing normal sword moves, I would perform without a problem. However, when I start sparring with someone, the moment I see the flash of a sword, I will unconsciously be reminded of the shiny tails of the bees that have given me so much grief and uncontrollably close my eyes and swing my sword around randomly. At that point, I've already forgotten all the techniques I know. My father and uncle both came to the conclusion that I wasn't swordsman material. But you seem to have pretty good skills now, don't you? I didn't see any of that behavior when I sparred with you yesterday." Pat couldn't imagine how the current Reedy still had any of those bad habits that he had just mentioned. During the sparring match yesterday, he was surprised and quite dissatisfied with the fact that a 3-star iron rank like him was evenly matched with Reedy, who was at the 3-star bronze rank. And during the duel, it could be seen that instead of closing his eyes, Reedy had both of them wide open and seemed like he was paying attention to every single move Pat was making. That made Pat doubt the story Reedy had just told him. "Of course it's no longer an issue for me. I've been treated by Master using that training machine. The big metal wheel is called a hollow rotor while that metal chair is called a spinning chair," explained Reedy. "Hollow rotor. Spinning chair. These 2 things managed to treat that bad habit of yours. Tell me how it managed to do that," asked Pat curiously. "All right. When I first started to train with Master, he discovered that bad habit of mine and asked me patiently about the reason that made me develop that habit. I told him about the incident with the bees and he said that it has caused a phobia to develop within my psyche which causes me to unconsciously close my eyes every time I felt like I was in danger. He said it was something called ostrich mentality. Don't ask me what an ostrich is, I don't know that either. According to Master, it's a kind of bird that lives in desert that hides its head into the sand every time it detects a predator and believes that as long as it can't see the enemy, it would be safe. Do you think there's actually a stupid bird like that? Then what happened after that? Asked Pat impatiently. Master said that it would take quite some time to treat the phobia through some kind of psychological treatment to slowly change that mentality of mine. But he also said that there was a quicker method that made one feel extremely horrible but could allow one to gain a unique visual ability that lets one see fast-moving objects at a much slower rate. As long as I can see things moving slowly, I wouldn't feel that I was in danger and the instinct to close my eyes wouldn't kick in, explained Reedy. So you chose the quicker way? Of course. I decided to do that right away. After that, Master had someone make the hollow rotor and the spinning chair. All my life I've never experienced something that dreadful. It took me almost 2 whole months to be able to get used to the sensation. After that, Master said I was successfully treated and put some honey all over my body before releasing a couple of bees for me to strike down with my sword. At first, I was horrified at the notion. But when the bees came at me that time, I suddenly noticed that they approached very slowly. I could even see every flap of their wings clearly and managed to easily kill each and every one of them. Initially, Reedy showed a pained expression when he talked about the treatment process, but he started to sound more eager when he reached the part where he fought against the bees once more. Master said that the ability I developed was called dynamic vision, which allowed me to perceive fast-moving objects at a slowed rate when I focus. When I sparred against you yesterday, I could see each and every one of your sword strikes clearly and could parry every single one of them without breaking much of a sweat, thus allowing a bronze rank like me to match up to a 3-star iron rank like you. That's why our sparring match ended up in a draw, said Reedy with a satisfied expression. Pat looked at the hollow rotor and spinning chair and was instantly moved. Then Reedy, if I use that chair to train like you did, will I develop that dynamic vision ability as well? Reedy was surprised before he said, you should be able to. Master said that this equipment was built precisely for normal people to develop dynamic vision. If you want to try it out, I'll go ask Master for permission. However, let me warn you that when you first start, you'll feel so horrible that you might even want to die. Are you sure that you don't want to reconsider? Pat shook his head and said, I've made up my mind. As long as I can have the same ability as you do, I'm sure that my skills will definitely rise and I will be able to better protect Master. I think I'll go ask him myself. No, there's no need. I'll ask for you, said Reedy excitedly as he turned and ran towards the house entrance. Pat touched the equipment and thought, these two things look so simple. I wonder if it's really as horrible as Reedy had described. He couldn't just be trying to dissuade me from using it, could he? Without delay, Reedy came back and said happily, Brother Pat, Master has already agreed to let you use it. But he said that you have to endure it no matter how terrible you feel and must absolutely not give up in the middle. Pat said, then I promise that I'll never give up. No, I'll even swear. All right, then would you like to start now? Master has said that as long as you train the way I did, you'll definitely be able to develop dynamic vision, said Reedy, who looked like he was about to enjoy a good show. Maybe it's just my imagination, thought Pat. At that time, the sound of a horse galloping could be heard approaching the yard. Kelly had returned from the business sector from a shopping trip using the carriage shuttle service of the residential area. Reedy and Pat went over to help her carry the luggage into the storeroom. Miss Kelly, what are we having for lunch today? Reedy asked. I'm going to make steak, fish soup, salad, fruit pudding as well as Elisa's favorite chicken drumsticks. All right. You should make one less portion of steak. Otherwise, it'll go to waste, said Reedy. Why? Is the young master not coming back for lunch? She asked. Reedy smiled and said, nope, it's not the young master. You'll know soon. The dark night has come and a veil of silence blanketed the land. Even the frequent croaking of the frogs around the moon lake were significantly quieter. Lorist got up and stood by the window of his room and looked straight at the night view of the moon lake. A chilly breeze lifted the curtains and let it dance under the illumination of the silver moon. The sand glass on a table nearby showed that it was around 2 in the morning. But Lorist had no desire whatsoever to sleep, and after pondering for a bit, he decided to go take a walk by the moon lake to calm his feelings down. The 8th month has already passed, and it was currently the first day of the 9th month. The academy semester break was officially here. Few days back, President Peterson sent a box containing 30 gold coin notes to Lorist and thanked once again the instructors as well as the assistant instructors because his son Dorstos has successfully managed to awaken his battle force along with the last batch of students. Academy head Levins also issued the promised reward of 1,000 gold fords to the instructor team. Coupled with President Peterson's gift, there was at least 4,000 gold coins in total. As the head instructor, Lorist collected 300 gold coins. Hughes, Marlin, and Anfia each had a bonus of 200. The 24 other instructors each got 100 gold coins while the assistant instructors got 50 each. The remaining gold coins were used for a celebration at the Red Grace Inn where everyone engaged in fervent merrymaking, during which Lorist was forced to drink so much that he puked over 3 times. As for the aftermath of the duels, Lorist finally secured his title as the Silver Undefeated the moment he got his 3,000th win. When the dueling event was finally over, the Academy administration had Lorist's physical proportions measured for the life-sized statue they were going to commission for him. Starting from the next semester, his statue will be erected within the Academy, forever immortalizing the legend of Iron Lock the Silver Undefeated. In a few more days, Els finally wrapped up his betting pool. By that time, Lorist will finally receive the 26,000 gold fords he was entitled to, causing him to have a grand total of almost 30,000 gold fords. In Moranti City, a person with that kind of money could already be considered a tycoon who would be able to live in luxury for tens of years even if they stayed jobless. And when the next semester comes during the 10th month, there would be no tasks at the moment that the Academy can hand to Lorist, meaning that he could use the time to enjoy his life at home or go adventuring with a couple of friends as he has done so in the past. Even though the semester break had finally come, for some reason, Lorist still felt as if a burden could be felt deep in his heart which caused him to be unable to relax to the point where he didn't have any appetite and started having sleepless nights. The silver moon's light made the lake water seem to glisten. Lorist sat on a large rock by the bank and stared at the moon's reflection as he thought. Indeed, he was merely trying to run away. If it were the past few days, he could still use the dueling event and the Battle Force Awakening course as an excuse to postpone the decision to return to his homeland. But now that everything was settled, he had no choice but to face the facts squarely. Why should I return to inherit the Dominion? That place is completely foreign to me and I don't know anybody there at all. Also, the family is also in deep trouble and accepting the title of the Lord is equal to jumping into a pit of fire. Lorist really couldn't understand. He had lived at Moranti City for the past 10 years and formed connections with the people here and even got a stable job and was practically a living legend here. This was where he belonged. Very much satisfied with his life here, Lorist was really unwilling to go to the Northlands to inherit the position. As Shade Camp had said when he first arrived, the standard of living in Moranti City was far better than that of the Norton Dominion. Moranti City was practically paradise. When it came to food and many other necessities, Lorist's homeland couldn't even compare as it really was far too underdeveloped. So, why, then did he feel a tinge of longing in his heart? It was as if a voice called out non-stop for him to leave Moranti City to return to his dominion. Perhaps it was the blood and soul of the Nortons that was ingrained within him that prompted him to feel a deep desire to develop his dominion and strengthen his family. That was probably the deepest dormant instinct the descendants of the Norton family had. Even though Lorist really wanted to stay in Moranti City and not return to his homeland, that wish conflicted with the imprinting of his soul, thus making him feel unsettled and bothered till symptoms of insomnia and lack of appetite even manifested. If he continued to go on like that, who knew how bad it would become should he choose to endure the torturous inconsistency within his mind. Maybe if I continue to endure it until the 3rd month next year, the feeling will disappear when the family picks the previous lord's illegitimate child as the heir, Lorist thought. So what if that person isn't from a proper line of descent? Doesn't he also have the Norton family's blood in him? The moment Lorist had that notion, a sudden intense wave could be felt within the core of his being, sending chills down his spine. Achoo, sneezed Lorist. All right, fine. Illegitimate children still have a fundamentally different status from the bloodline of the official line of descent that flows within my veins. Oh little Locke. It truly feels like we are two people sharing one body. Now that my mind is living in your body, it wouldn't be comfortable for any of us if you continue to struggle like this. Come on, I beg you, stop making me feel so bad. After his sincere pleading, the wave in his body finally calmed down. But a barely audible voice of someone crying could still be heard in his mind. I want to go home. I want to go home. That's right. I want to go home too. Little Locke, your homeland is still within reach, but there's no way for me to return to mine. Lorist silently teared up as he sat alone on the rock by the lake. As the first rays of dawn broke the veil of the night sky, a trail of dried tears could be seen on his face. Lorist stood up and faced the rising sun before saying, Little Locke, let's go back home together. Chapter 46 Convoy Plans and the Oath of Allegiance. That's right, why don't I just head back? I can treat this trip back to the Northlands as an adventure and also resolve the inner conflict I have with the desperate desire to return home this body has. Whether I will inherit the position of the Lord is a whole other matter altogether. If things are really that bad there, it'll never be too late for me to return to Moranti City and live my life out in luxury. I wonder why I have been losing sleep over something as small as this. Lorist's mood instantly turned for the better, as if a huge burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Now that he had decided to go back, he couldn't just visit empty-handed and had to plan and prepare carefully and also wait for Pat to recover from the spinning chair. On that day, Lorist stood by the window of his study seeing Reedy drag Pat across the yard like a dead dog and strapping him onto the spinning chair before pulling the rope and spinning it faster and faster. Pat, who had been tortured quite horribly for the past few days, didn't have the ability to resist at all and didn't even have enough energy to scream for help. He only made a grunt or two from time to time in protest. He's reaping what he sowed. Did he think that dynamic vision is this easily acquired? Back in his previous life when Lorist was still serving in the military, his comrades who could endure unspeakable hardships without batting an eye and were even able to joke around as they used their knives to dig out bullets from their body, couldn't withstand more than 2 days on the spinning chair. The moment they tried it, they were scared shitless and didn't dare to get on the chair ever again. The unpleasant feeling after getting on the spinning chair came from the intense vertigo that could turn a 7-foot burly man into a limp noodle within minutes. When Lorist used Reedy as his guinea pig 4 months back, it took him 2 whole months for him to be able to get used to the sensation. He also had Potterfong try it out once after he had just recovered, but that was also the last time Potterfong used that chair. It seemed that unless one was forced to keep going on to the spinning chair, one would instantly lose that determination to continue using it. Reedy was doing that exact thing to Pat just as Lorist had once did to him. It was no wonder he was so elated when Pat showed some interest in the training method. For some reason, it was in a human's nature to wish for someone else to experience what one had suffered from before. When one fell into a pit, one would also hope that someone else would suffer the same fate as well. It had been 7 days since Pat started training with the chair. It seemed that he would take at least 2 months to recover just like Reedy. Lorist decided that he wasn't going to return to his homeland with Shadecamp and Pat empty-handed. He recalled that the merchant group led by his uncle was at least worth 1,000 gold fords or more. Even though the scale of their operations were quite small when compared to the other merchant guilds in Moranti City, they were able to earn about 300 gold coins of profit each expedition. That was more than 1,000 Imperial Old Head gold coins. Even though Lorist's annual income was close to that amount of money would easily boost the family's financial and military strength by a lot. Now that Lorist did not lack any money, he decided to bring out a few thousand gold coins to form a merchant group or a supply convoy to alleviate the family's grim situation. Even though he still wasn't set on inheriting the position of the Dominion Lord, the least he could do was to contribute some resources to make up for the fact that he was currently occupying the original owner's body. However, the process of actually forming a merchant group wasn't simple. The scale of the group and the goods to be delivered had to be carefully considered. Otherwise, if the family a certain type of supplies he brought, the whole trip would end up a waste of time. He was thankful for the presence of Shadecamp for that. While he wasn't the most talented person when it came to battle force training, Shadecamp was quite well informed of the status of the Dominion and understood what type of resources would be most beneficial to the family given his prowess in management taught to him by Butler Glaze. Every night, Lorist had Shadecamp go to his study to tell him more about the Dominion to make a list of the things that the family is really in need of. Now that the question of the resources was settled, what about the manpower required to run the merchant group? Currently, apart from Lorist, Shadecamp, and Pat, it was still uncertain whether Reedy would want to follow him back. After the new year, He would only just turn 17 and the highest he can reach while training within these few months was the 1-star iron rank. Lorist was also a little worried about Reedy joining, as the trip to the Northlands would no doubt be filled with various risks and dangers. I guess I'll cross the bridge when I come to it. At most, I'll hire a few laborers for a high price. Lorist was quite confident that he would be able to accomplish that with the amount of gold fords he had. The next problem was the route they would take. According to the map, there were 3 paths that lead to the Crescent Empire's capital from Moronti City, and there was only one route from the capital that lead to the Northlands. Lorist recalled that the journey when he traveled to Moronti City with his third uncle's merchant convoy took about 57 days. The merchant convoy mostly had 4-wheeled carriages and could travel about 50 kilometers per day. That meant that the distance of the Northlands from Moronti City was about 3,000 kilometers. Before the fall of the Crescent Empire, it was much easier to travel to and fro. Now that the former empire's territory had been split up between 3 kingdoms and 7 duchies, various complications would arise when they cross borders and customs. Given that I'm a noble who's on the way back to inherit my position and my convoy isn't planning to conduct any business, I shouldn't have to pay a lot for the toll costs, right? I better make sure of that before I start the trip. Maybe I should try contacting President Peterson, thought Lorist, as the Peterson Group also had business connections with certain companies in the former empire's capital. If Lorist were to join them on the way to the capital, it would save him lots of trouble. The last concern Lorist had was the issue of defense and security. Given the volatile state of the former empire's territory, it was not uncommon for convoys to be attacked and pillaged by bandits along the way. After deciding that he would hire a group of mercenaries for a high price to protect his convoy, Lorist went to the mercenary guild to get an idea of the fees required, only to return later on that day with a grim expression. Nobody would have expected that a team of 45 mercenaries would cost 1,000 gold fords to hire. There was even a restriction that the convoy couldn't be too large. The gold-ranked mercenary band leader was very clear that the price was the best they could offer. If there were to be more than 12 carriages or if the convoy transported weapons and equipment, the price would have to rise even more, as it couldn't be helped. After 6 years of constant conflict, the territories that once belonged to the Crescent Empire lacked resources so much to the point where certain nobles even impersonated bandits to pillage unknowing merchant groups. If the bandits were to get their eyes on the weapons or equipment, the convoy would instantly become a lucrative target and cause the mercenary protectors to inevitably incur losses and casualties. Coincidentally, Lorist intended to transport some weapons and armor, as Shadecamp had listed that as a resource that the family was in dire need of. The 2,000 gold fords required to hire a mercenary group was far more than the price he used to procure the resources. Instead of hiring mercenaries, Lorist figured that it would be better for him to form a group of 100-odd armed force to protect the convoy, and believed that many silver-ranked mercenaries would be willing to tag along for the trip to the Northlands for a couple of gold fords. Sigh, let's settle the issue of security when the time comes. That was how busy Lorist had been in the recent times, going around the city's business sector frequently to check on the prices of the resources he intended to transport to his homeland. At any rate, Lorist didn't plan to stay at the Northlands for long. He could be said to have fulfilled the least of his responsibilities to the family by sending them resources to make his contribution. He would later return to Moronti City again to enjoy the rest of his life. What Lorist didn't expect was the suggestions from a few people to him when he was busy with the preparations. The first one to approach Lorist was Reedy. "Master, are you planning to return to the Dominion?" Lorist nodded and said that he was indeed going back for a while, but he wasn't sure if he would inherit the position yet. Now that Reedy was here, he was about to tell him that he had planned for Reedy to stay at the city. "Reedy, I think you should remain at Moronti City. The journey to the Northlands will no doubt be a long and arduous one, not to mention the risks involved." "No, master. I'm definitely following you along," Reedy replied resolutely, cutting off the rest of what Lorist had to say. "I'm your personal attendant. How can I ever leave your side? I will not let you leave me behind." Lorist felt rather surprised and said, "What if old Char and Els object to it? It's going to be a rather dangerous trip, you know. The main reason I came to Moronti City was to join a mercenary group. But for some reason, it had morphed into a syndicate instead, and I have no intention of hanging with the likes of them. I already have no other relatives, so I am free to go wherever I want, including following Master along, so other people's objections don't matter," exclaimed Reedy with a resolute face. It seemed that he had already set his mind to it. "All right, then you can come along," agreed Lorist. he didn't want Reedy to feel that he had been left behind. Since this attendant of his was stubborn and loved challenges, Loras thought that it wouldn't be too bad for him to experience an adventure like this and thus allowed him to follow along. The moment Shadecamp left the study, he bumped into Potterfong outside and hurriedly apologized to him. He has always been quite curious about the mercenary who his master had cared so much about. When Potterfong came back and finished his mercenary mission, he even called for Shadecamp to talk about the situation of the Norton family. It was then when Shadecamp got to know that Potterfong was also a Northlander who even used to be a military commander in one of the former Crescent Empire's most prestigious armies. "Is Locke in the study?" asked Potterfong. "Yes, he is," he replied. "Thanks." Loras was currently looking over the list of items and resources that he intended to bring back to his homeland, which he had gone over once with Shadecamp just moments ago. It could be seen from the list that the homeland was really bereft of even the most basic resources, to the point that it was questionable how the family could survive till now. The amount of resources required posed quite a problem to Loras, as it required over 100 horse carriages to transport, which was something he couldn't afford to do at the moment. "It seems that I have to cut down on some of them and only bring the essentials. It'll be much easier to take care of the convoy with only 20 to 30 carriages." "When are you leaving?" Potterfong asked Loras. "Ah, Pog, you're here," Loras greeted as he stood up and stretched for a bit. "Well, the soonest I can leave is when Pat fully recovers, which is in another 2 months or more. I hope that I'll be able to depart around the 20th day of the 11th month." "Oh." Potterfong merely nodded. "2 days ago, I asked Shadecamp about the situation of your family, and it does sound pretty dire. I was under the impression that you wouldn't go back there. I don't have a choice, my family needs me now. As a descendant of the Norton family, I have the obligation to go back and share the burden with them," said Loras as he smiled and shook his head in futility, feeling that he sounded a little too pessimistic when he said that, as if he was going to give up on everything here in Moronti City and actually go back to help his family out for real. "Oh, Pog, you're just in time. I have something to give you," said Loras as he changed the subject. He reached into his drawer and took out a high-ranked battle force manual with 5 other gold coin notes and placed them on the table. "Pog, your battle force is of the metal attribute, right? Here is a battle force manual that I've prepared for you that'll enable you to train all the way up to the gold rank. It even contains some insight from the original owner of the manual who had managed to break through to the rank of the Blade Master. This was given to me by my ex-girlfriend as a memorial gift before breaking up with me, but I have totally no use for it. I'm giving this to you in hopes that you will be able to break through into the gold rank. As for whether you can become a Blade Master, it'll have to depend on your ability and effort. Don't even bother rejecting this gift. Count it as a parting gift from me." Potterfong looked downwards to the manual and his whole body was shivering uncontrollably. However, Loras didn't take note of any of that. He continued to tell Potterfong his plans. "As for these 500 gold coins, it's not for you. It's my gift as a teacher to my precious disciple, Howard, and my cute Elisa for you to hold on to. While Howard's physical qualities are rather good, don't neglect his nutrition as well as his physical training and teach him some of the basics of battle force when he finally awakens his own. If his battle force attribute is different from yours, then I will find a way to help him acquire a high-ranked battle force manual. Also, I believe that you won't be willing to continue staying here after I leave no matter what I say. I've already had Els purchase a house near the Red Grace Inn for your family to move in the future. This way, Charlando, the owner of the inn, can help you take care of Howard and Elisa when you're out on mercenary missions and private requests. Actually, Pog, I hope you can reconsider letting me get you a place as an instructor at the academy so that you will be able to continue living here when you become a gold swordsman. It'll be better for the kids too." Before Loras finished, Potterfong suddenly stood up and left the room without saying anything. Loras was stunned. What's the meaning of this? In a moment, Loras heard footsteps from the corridor outside followed by a knocking sound on the door. Potterfong had returned to the room. However, he was dressed very differently than before. He was currently wearing a ceremonial military officer outfit of the former Crescent Empire with a sword strapped to his side. Potterfong moved forward solemnly and knelt before Loras on one knee before raising his sword over his head and announcing, "I, Grey Potterfong, Captain of the 9th Brigade of the 3rd Heavy Armored Corps, am willing to take Norton Loras as my lord and liege and pledge my allegiance to the Norton family. Under the witness of the war god, I am willing to give my utmost to contribute and serve under the banner of the Nortons and will absolutely not let my lord down." Lorist was so surprised he jumped in his seat. This was the oath of allegiance which was commonly initiated to represent the pledging of one's service to an emperor, a king, or a grand duke of a duchy. If this ceremony was carried out to nobles not of that rank, it signified that the initiator of the ceremony was willing to share the fate of whom he was pledging his allegiance to, regardless of good or bad times, and be loyal for the rest of one's life and even be willing to follow one's lord into rebellion if necessary. This relationship was even closer than that of a lord and the knights of the family. Pog. This is. Lorist was totally without a clue on how to respond. Potterfong remained kneeling with his head lowered without a single movement. Aren't these ceremonies only carried out after communication between both parties? Coming at me all of a sudden is unfair. Not being able to do anything else, Loris stepped forward and received Potterfang's upheld sword and unsheathed it before tapping the long sword on Potterfang's head, followed by each of his shoulders as he announced, "From today onwards, our fates will forever be intertwined. You shall see me as your liege and serve as my arms and feet. Let the war god be the witness of this oath, and may time engrave this relationship in the prestigious future that is to come." Lorist had no choice but to respond as such. If he had hesitated for a little too long, the person who initiated the ceremony would feel that he was ignored, and this was a grave insult to the initiator. If it was serious, the initiator would slit his own throat on the spot. Otherwise, he would view the other party as a sworn enemy for the rest of his life. Taking the sword back from Lorist, Potterfong stood back up and made a deep bow towards him before saying, "My lord." Lorist gave a bitter laugh. "Pog, is there really a need for that? You could have been so much better off here in Moronti City. Why did you choose to jump into that fire pit with me?" Potterfong also laughed lightly before saying, "I wouldn't have stayed in Moronti City either way. To be honest, I've been wanting to go back to the Northlands for quite a while. Since I would have to serve some family one way or another to make a living there, I might as pick you. It makes even more sense considering all that you have done for me." "Then what about the 2 kids?" Lorist was already starting to worry about them. "I've already asked Howard about that. He said that you're his master, so he definitely wants to accompany you on this journey. As for Elisa, she's like a redbud flower that grows in the wild and not a weak flower that grows in the safe shelter of the greenhouse. I personally think that you, my lord, pampers her far too much. As a daughter of the Northlands, she'll definitely need to go back and experience the polishing of the harsh wind and snow there," replied Potterfong. Sigh. "All right. I guess Potterfang's family is coming along to the Northlands as well." Potterfong then took the high-ranked battle force manual and said, "Great, I can finally accept this proudly with my head held high. I hope that I will be able to break into the gold rank within 2 months so that I will able to better serve you." He then turned and left the room. "Pog, please don't call me Lord, and use my name like you always do," said Lorist. "All right, Lord Locke." Chapter 47 Knights and Gifts. Ever since Potterfong referred to Lorist as Lord in public, Lorist suddenly felt a trend brewing in the academy. He didn't know if it was Kelly spreading rumors around, but the workers at the gold-ranked instructor residences started greeting him rather cheerfully. Sometimes, when they saw him walking by, they would step aside and bow when he passes by and bow deeply as they say, "Good day, Lord," which Lorist was horribly not used to. Then came Termin. It was already getting rather late that night when Shade Camp reported that Termin had come to visit. Lorist felt that it was rather weird, as Termin usually wouldn't visit alone without anybody else, especially that late in the night. Maybe something's wrong. Or perhaps it's something about the Swordsmanship Society. Then again, there shouldn't be any activity since it's the semester break. Lorist then went downstairs to receive Termin at the lounge. He asked Termin to have a seat only to be ignored. Instead, Termin stood in front of Lorist rather respectfully and said something that startled him badly. "I've resigned." "Huh?" Lorist was totally stunned. "He's just joking, right? Termin's the vice captain of the Enforcement Academy and is also the vice chairman of the Swordsmanship Society. Why didn't I get notified about his resignation even though I'm the Swordsmanship Society's chairman? Who permitted it? I've thought about it for the past few days and finally made my decision this afternoon. Charade doesn't know about it yet. I went to talk to the academy head about it and he has agreed to my resignation," said Termin solemnly. "What made you want to do that?" Lorist got more confused the more he thought about it. Terman's position at the academy earned him roughly 9 gold fords every month. That was a salary that many would be envious of. Why did he suddenly resign? Terman lowered his head and said, I'm starting to feel that my days in the academy are far too uneventful and boring. I'm starting to crave some real battles. My father told me that as a knight, the greatest shame he had was that he didn't perish on the battlefield but to an illness instead. Being a knight myself, I don't intend to succumb to the same fate as my father's. I believe I should go all over the place to seek conquest and battle. What? What kind of reason is that? Are you still the cool, collected, and reliable Terman that everyone loves and trusts? Don't tell me someone got transmigrated over here and took over your body. As Terman's good friend, Lorist felt that he had the responsibility to at least try to stop him from making such a rash decision before everything can no longer be taken back. Before he could think of something to convince Terman to reconsider his decision, Lorist saw Terman kneeling in front of him on one knee. Locke, this is the last time I will refer to you as such. Would you be so kind to take in a friend who has nowhere else to go with you on the journey north? I, Wapri Terman, am willing to pledge myself as a knight of the Norton family and take you, Norton Lorist, as my lord and liege. I will follow in your steps and conquer your enemies for you. Lorist was shaken yet again. He suddenly noticed Potterfong standing beside them with Lorist's long sword in hand which he passed to him. Drawing the sword out of the scabbard, Lorist tapped Terman on each shoulder twice and said solemnly, Rise, my knight. And thus the simple knighting ceremony was completed. Potterfong received Terman with a hug and said, Welcome, my fellow brother. Oh, it's the good old welcome speech. At least that part is normal, thought Lorist. Shadecamp happily greeted Terman with a bow. As expected of the young master. Yet another 3-star silver swordsman joined us. Something like this would be unimaginable in the Northlands. The Norton family will definitely prosper under the young master's leadership. Shadecamp suddenly recalled something important and hastily reminded his young master, Young master, you still haven't had a family knight badge made. I've brought you the design. Give this to Reedy and tell him to order it from the badge makers. Oh, and prepare 1 gold-ranked one as well. Pog's going to break through really soon, said Lorist. I really don't get why Terman would decide to pledge himself to me as a knight. Maybe that's the difference between this world and the one where I came from. In Lorist's previous world, the attitude of the people there were quite individualistic in that they often seeked accomplishments by their own ability to showcase their merit. However, the Grindians mostly racked up their accomplishments in service to a noble family instead. This was the main difference of the different cultures. Lorist was starting to get more and more frustrated at the glaring differences between the two cultures. Oh, Terman, you have a high-ranked battle force manual that's passed down in your family already, right? That's true, my lord, replied Terman. Then I won't give you a battle force manual. Shadecamp, go to my study and get that piece of Mizek stainless steel armor for Terman as his knighting gift, instructed Lorist. The Mizek stainless steel armor was the staple product of the Mizek sector of the Tamanda kingdom and was well known for its relatively higher defense compared to its counterparts, which allowed it to withstand piercing strikes better than most other armors. However, the supply for the armor was rather low and it was really hard to even purchase one as it sold out rather quickly. Lorist had gotten one from President Peterson for 300 gold coins because he wanted to be protected any hidden attacks on the trip to his dominion. Never would he have expected that he would be giving it away just 3 days after getting his hands on it. Thank you, my lord, said Terman as he accepted the armor thankfully. Lorist then went upstairs and let Potterfong and Terman by themselves to celebrate the newly formed brotherhood. I'm going up to take a rest, I can already feel a headache coming. Terman, there's still a vacant guest room upstairs so you can move over for now. Since Terman had already resigned from his post as a gold-ranked instructor, he could no longer stay at his villa at the instructor residences. It was fortunate that Lorist still had an empty room. All right, my lord, said Terman. The news of Lorist's departure to the north to become a Dominion lord spread like wildfire overnight in the academy. When Lorist was returning to his villa from doing some errands, he bumped into Supervisor Scaly, who gleefully forced Lorist to come with her to her house, where she advised Lorist to pay close attention to his health as the Northlands were desolate and much colder than the rest of the continent. After that, she took out a hand-knitted fur coat and gave it to him before wishing him all the best on his journey to become a great lord. Lorist accepted the coat, but he was still curious about how she got to know all that even when he didn't mention a word of this to anyone else. After dinner, Instructor Marlin came to visit and brought along a large chest which he said contained the things his wife always used, and said that it was his gift to Lorist as he believed that it would prove pretty useful during his journey. Lorist almost fainted when he heard that and desperately tried to reject the gift. Why would he need the things Marlin's wife used on the trip? His misunderstanding persisted until Marlin opened the chest. In the box were a set of horse armor, a saddle, and some stirrups. Apparently, Instructor Marlin often referred to his treasured horse Jenny as his second wife. Carefully caressing the items, he told Lorist that since Jenny was getting old and losing its ability to gallop, the items weren't much use for it and he only kept them for old time's sake. Now that Lorist would no doubt be riding on a horse or two on the journey north, these items would prove quite useful, especially the armor, which would give a horse a decent boost in defense. Thanking Instructor Marlin, Lorist opened a couple of bottles of wine and drank together with him. Instructor Marlin chatted with him quite cheerfully as he bragged about the heroic antics in the days when he served in the city garrison. In the end, he was sent back home totally wasted. During the afternoon of the next day, it was Instructor Anfia's turn to come pay a visit. She brought with her yet another large chest. First and foremost, she told Lorist about her husband, Instructor Claude's successful breakthrough to the Blade Master level after gaining some insights following more than half a year of training. This was an event that would forever change the Dawn Academy's status, position, and their reputation. Lorist hurriedly congratulated her. Instructor Anfia then told him that within the chest were 7 good quality swords which were part of Instructor Claude's collection. He had heard that Lorist was about to leave for the Northlands to inherit his position as the Lord and believed that these swords would come in useful. While he was confident in Lorist's swordsmanship, he was concerned that Lorist's longsword wouldn't be able to handle the constant battles that he would no doubt experience in the future. That's why he decided to present these swords to him to aid in his journey. Lorist thanked her again and started to think about what to gift to Instructor Claude to congratulate him for his recent success. Already seeing through Lorist's intentions, Anfia politely declined the kind sentiment. She mentioned that the main factor for her husband's breakthrough was the duel he had with Lorist 1 year back, which gave him many insights to ponder over. As for herself, she said that she had already learned the art of pulse reading from Lorist, so he didn't need to trouble himself over something like that. Hearing Instructor Anfia put it like that, Lorist laughed out loud. While he couldn't think of anything to give to Instructor Claude, he had the perfect gift for her wife. Asking for her to wait downstairs, Lorist went up to his study and came back down with an intricate box in hand and gave it to her. Instructor Anfia opened the box and was incredibly delighted. Just as she was about to take it out to closer inspect the gift, Lorist told her to take her time at home and also reminded her to not tell anybody else that she got it from him to save himself some trouble. Instructor Anfia nodded and carefully made her way back with the box safe in her embrace. In the following days, Lorist received tons of gifts that filled his study hole. Almost every one of his acquaintances came over to give him a parting gift that ranged from weapons, gloves, shoes, cloaks as well as cold-resistant clothing. Instructor Hughes gifted him a good set of leather armor, while Welder, the night training instructor, gave him a pair of golden horse spurs. Instructor Winson from the horse riding course gifted Lorist a fine Illinois house horse. The breed of the horse was the favorite of heavy-armored knights as it was large in stature and was able to withstand a relatively heavier load, as well as being quite intelligent and had one of the fastest acceleration times. The only drawback was that it wasn't suited to long-distance gallops and was rather picky with its food. Loboff from the herbalism faculty gave Lorist a set of test tubes and lab apparatus commonly used in the concoction of herbal medicines. The chest that contained the tools was even cushioned properly so that the things within wouldn't easily break. Lorist really didn't know what to say. It's not like I'm going back to be a herbalist, am I? What would I be able to use it for? Next came Charade and Yuri. Lorist felt relieved when he saw that the both of them came empty-handed and seemed that they were not here to send him off with gifts. He invited them to the lounge and Lorist was shocked the moment he heard what Yuri had said. Locke, I have come here today with Brother Charade to join you on your journey. We have both resigned and are ready to become your knights. Charade merely stood there pouting without saying a word. Yuri stared at Lorist go into the washroom and come out with a mirror-like silver plate in his hand. After looking into his reflection for a few moments, he finally let out a long sigh. Locke, what are you up to? Asked Yuri, weirded out by Lorist's erratic actions. Lorist replied, I was checking if something had suddenly grown on my face and gave me a domineering air that caused the two of you to join my cause. Good thing there wasn't anything weird, 'cause you guys are just messing with me, right? Yuri laughed out and said, Locke, we're serious about this. Loris didn't want to believe it. It's all right, stop kidding around. I still have lots of things I need to work on and I'm already exhausted. To joke around with me at a time like that is really not what friends do, you know. Yuri's face turned solemn as he said, Locke, I've really resigned from the academy. You know that I'm from the plains of the Kwistin Khanates, right? Had it not been for the fact that my parents saved a count's life before, I wouldn't be studying at Moranti City now. Just a while back, that count came back to me and asked whether I would like to become a knight under his family. I've turned him down as my father had perished under his service. While I'm the horsemanship instructor at the Dawn Academy, the students of my course don't respect me as I'm originally from the grassy plains. You should know this as well. Had it not been for you and our friends, I would have left this place long ago. Now that Turman has chosen to follow you, I would like to as well. I believe that he made the right choice to become your knight. This way, we can all be together even after you leave for the north. All right, your reasoning has left me fully convinced. I welcome your participation, Yuri. But what about the fatty? Since when was he the kind of person who would be willing to serve under another? Asked Loris as he looked at the pouting charade. Yuri laughed before saying, it's like this. He received quite a bit of shock during this afternoon. Shock? What kind of master was able to pull that off? I should really pay that person a visit to learn that from him, said Loris curiously. It was Turman, Yuri replied. There's no way. How did Turman even do that? Loris was intrigued. Turman has always been a straightforward fellow who had always been messed around by the fatty instead of the other way round. Didn't Charade's father come over a couple of days ago? Yup, I know about that. I even paid him a visit, nodded Loris. Charade was also not a local of Moranti City. His family came from the Taribo kingdom, which was famous for its green and oil glass products. His father was a merchant who had property in both Moranti City and the capital of the Taribo kingdom. Other than that, he was also the cousin brother of Academy head Levins and also contributed quite a lot financially to the Academy. This was also why Charade was able to act so unrestrainedly, as nobody dared to find any trouble with what he did. During the 2 days Charade's father came to visit, he treated Academy head Levins to a meal. After the meal, they decided to wander around in the Academy, only to bump into Turman and Yuri. At that time, Yuri was conflicted as to whether he should resign just like Turman. When he left his quarters, he saw Charade's father and Academy head Levins and went forward to greet them. Just as he was about to wave hello, Turman approached while wearing the Norton family's knight badge with Charade following him. As Charade was laughing at Turman's newly obtained badge, Charade's father quickly pulled him away and gave a deep bow to Turman and asked extremely politely, "Good day, my lord. Is there anything I can help you with?" Turman, Charade, Yuri, and Levins were all stunned speechless. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned weird in an instant. Charade's father then asked carefully, "My lord, you?" Turman instantly ran away. After snapping out of his trance, Charade shouted at his father. "Dad, that's my friend. Why did you do that? That's super embarrassing." Gah. However, Charade's father knocked his head harshly and said, "That guy is a noble. Did you not see that badge on his chest? What a domineering raging bear. The sides of the badge also have a laurel design, which means that the family has at least 200 years of history. Even if he is your friend, you still have to act respectfully. There is nothing embarrassing about that, got it? In this world, there are two things that is worth one's respect. The first is a noble title and the other is knowledge. For example, your Uncle Levins here is respected for his extensive knowledge and the status of an academy head. However, knowledge can only awe a person for so long before it ceases to be inspiring once a certain amount of time passes. However, noble titles that can be passed down through generations can even raise the status of the whole family. Don't think that just because I'm wealthy, I don't have to abide by these customs. Even the richest men would need to show utmost respect when seeing a noble from a rural area, because they have the right and power to kill any commoner that dares to disrespect them, and that includes you as well. Don't even bother getting pissed off now. Are you thinking that you got away with getting on the bad side of some nobles before? Those people are different from landed nobles. They are mere honorary nobles whose titles are empty and hollow as they don't have a proper dominion, just like Uncle Levens. His title is only honorary and it can't be passed down to his descendants. You can easily tell the difference from the badges they wear. Why is your uncle not wearing his noble badge, you may ask? That's because he feels that it's embarrassing as he doesn't have a dominion nor does he have subordinates of his own. Without those, what kind of influence would one have anyway? Academy head Levens was still speechless. It's my fault for not being able to procure a noble title for you to inherit. The titles you can purchase with money are merely honorary titles which don't really mean much. If you can manage to get a hereditary noble title for family, then I would die without any regrets. Your status in the academy doesn't count for crap in the real world. In the end, you're only a tool for your uncle's use to settle his problems. Think about it, aren't you just like the bodyguards of the high-ranked officials of the trade union? Even though they seem high and mighty and earn lots of money, they are but useless tools that can only follow orders. Academy head Levin started freezing all over again. Charade's father sighed once again before continuing, "Back then I placed my hopes on you to help the family gain a noble title. But looking at you now, I only hope you can live out the rest of your life peacefully. Let's hope that your sons and grandchildren will try harder to achieve that dream for our family." After saying that, Charade's father turned and walked away alone, leaving Academy head Levens, Charade and Yuri standing amidst the leaves that were blown up by the twirling gust. The three of them were completely silent. At that moment, Yuri used the opportunity to tell the academy head about his resignation, to which he agreed immediately. Seeing the fatty who was standing there flabbergasted, Yuri added, "Charade here is also going to resign." Academy head Levens merely turned to his back and started to leave. But he still said one thing, "Go. All of you, leave as you please. I hope that your ambitions will be achieved and wish you a safe journey." And that was what happened earlier. "Locke, if you don't accept us as your family knights, then we'll have no choice but wander around as lordless knights," said Yuri. Chapter 48 Northbound Journey Strategy. Ever since Charade and Yuri became Norton family knights, Lorist suddenly realized that the current situation was more and more out of hand. When Lorist brought up the resources that he would transport back to the homeland during the meeting with the other knights, Charade started to laugh out loud at the plan. Even though he was Lorist's knight, he didn't even bother to give Lorist any face. He grabbed the map of the Northlands from Lorist and said that his focus should be on cleaning up the mess the Norton family was currently in and give them a chance to start afresh instead of sending them resources to merely help them survive. According to Charade, a prosperous family with huge potential for development should have the ability to change and reform to adapt to whatever situation they may be in instead of holding on to old detrimental traditions and customs. The sad part of Lorist's current plan was that it focused only on sending resources back just to make do for the moment instead of considering how to develop the family further in the long run. Lorist was a little embarrassed and even felt a little guilty as Charade had nailed his original intention, that was to return to Morandi City after delivering the resources and live out the rest of his life without worries. However, given the situation now, there was no way he would dare to say something like that, otherwise Charade would instantly leap over and kill him for that. Imagine what the reaction of his friends who were willing to cast away their comfortable lives in Morandi City to jump into the pit of fire that was the Norton family's dominion when they hear that Lorist was planning to return to Morandi City from the beginning. Charade continued giving his opinion. He believed that the main reason that the Norton family had fallen to such a predicament was the severe lack of manpower. As long as that problem was addressed, the Nortons would no doubt be able to rise again. For example, when it came to the magical beast horde during the winter, it wouldn't be a problem for the family if they had the human resource to expand and fortify the defensive infrastructure of the Dominion and could probably even profit from slaying the beasts and selling their meat and fur. As for the mountain barbarians, Charade said that he has talked to Shade Camp about it before and he discovered something that had been overlooked by everyone else. Ever since the first conflict between the Norton family and the barbarians, the family has been on the defensive side and only retaliates when the barbarians invade without taking the initiative to wipe them out even once. If they could afford to start an expedition or two to annihilate the barbarian tribes, they wouldn't be constantly harassed by the barbarians for so long. That's why the main solution against the barbarian threat was to launch an attack on their home bases and kill all who resist while capturing the rest to use them for road building and developing the desolate lands. Charade was filled with bloodlust and excitement when he talked about that solution. The other issue was the one regarding the garrison troops that many people working for the Norton family had close relations with. This was a difficult and delicate situation to handle, as the Nortons couldn't afford to wipe them out yet, given that the territories of the former Christian Empire had just emerged from the ashes of 6 years of civil war and the land was in peril, with the citizens living harsh, tormenting lives and bandits popping out all over the place. During this northbound journey, it was imperative that the convoy destroyed bandits along the way as they raised and trained their own elite army. By the time they arrive at their destination, they would have an experienced elite fighting force that would no doubt be able to easily crush the rebellious garrison troops. The members of the army could also become citizens within the Dominion, thus further boosting the available human resource of the Nortons. Regarding the territorial squabble with the Kenmays, Charade didn't believe that to be a real problem, as the Viscount would obediently give the mines back to the Nortons or be prepared to be completely annihilated by the army that was forged along the journey. Should that come to happen, the Nortons would have yet another piece of land they could rule over. The real distressing problem was the presence of Duke Loggins, who was notorious for his avaricious nature that was obvious from his frequent schemes to swallow up the riches of the noble families under his rule. That person was like a blood-sucking leech to the Norton family, who could do nothing but endure, as they had no ability to resist him at present. Charade said that it was up to Lorist how he wanted to handle this matter. He recommended that if their forces were strong enough by then, they should just crush the Lord Duke in one fell swoop. However, if they don't yet have the ability, staying low and waiting for an opportunity to strike was the wiser move. Taking a map of the territory of the former Christian Empire, Charade pointed to it and said, "Everyone, look. The former Christian Empire is currently divided into 3 kingdoms and 7 duchies, among which, the Lormo Duchy neighboring the Folic Plains has already sided with the Ford Trade Union. The next one is the Redless Kingdom, ruled by the first prince of the former Christian Empire, that occupies 7 of the 29 provinces that used to belong to the empire, making it the power with the most territory and might in the area. Next, we have the Farkle Duchy, Foreign Duchy, Handra Duchy, and the Shabbage Duchy that occupy the center and most prosperous area of the territory that used to belong to the empire. These 4 duchies even formed a military alliance, and they are currently entangled in incessant conflict with the Redil's kingdom. The kingdom of the third prince of the former Christian Empire, the Andanak Kingdom, only has power over 3 provinces. However, the capital of the former empire is under his control, and he is the officially sanctioned heir to the empire named by the former emperor himself, and his status is much higher than the other nobles because of that. Had it not been for the Ford Trade Union inciting the first and second prince to rebel, the third prince would have ascended to the imperial throne. Due to the constant pressuring of the trade union, the Andanak Kingdom's power is currently the weakest among the rest and can't even compare to some of the other duchies. The third prince should be the ones the Norton family should have good relations with, or even pay allegiance to, as he is the true heir to the Christian royal family. Lastly, let's pay attention to the second prince's Iblia Kingdom, which is situated near the territory of the Nortons. The second prince has always had a rather bad reputation among the nobles of the empire, and he is often regarded as a cold, selfish, lustful, opportunistic schemer who doesn't have any outstanding achievements, whether it be in governance or the military. In actuality, the nobles in service of the second prince are a divisive mess. They only pledge their allegiance to him in name and frequently fight among each other and even ignore his orders outright. If the second prince did not have the backing of his father-in-law, Duke Fizablen, who rules over the northeastern grassy plains, there is no way the second prince would be able to found his own kingdom. Occupying the northeastern area of the former Christian Empire, the Iblia Kingdom rules over 5 provinces including the Northern Highlands, as well as the Madras Duchy, which is subordinate to the kingdom in name only. The current power the Iblia Kingdom is fighting against is the Melian Duchy, which is the loyal supporter of the third prince's Andanak Kingdom and serves to defend the former royal capital from the second prince's forces. For the second prince to be able to conquer the royal capital, he would have to first find a way to handle the Melian Duchy. The problem is, Duke Melian used to be the commander-in-chief of the armies of the former empire, and his troops are among the most experienced and skilled. The second prince has been quite unsuccessful in his attempts to defeat the duke's forces for the past 2 years. The nobles under the second prince include 2 dukes, 7 marquises, 19 counts, more than 40 viscounts, as well as 100-odd barons, among which 90 nobles are newly entitled by the second prince himself, essentially giving away titles for more funds, resulting in the hilarious situation of some counts having territories that are even smaller than the neighboring barons. One of the 2 dukes under his service is Duke Fizablen, who used to be the general of the border defense army of the empire that was mainly responsible for keeping the barbarians of the plains out of the nation. During the power struggle among the 3 princes, he supported his son-in-law the second prince, and he's so influential that he can be even said to be responsible for the founding of the Iblia Kingdom by himself. The second duke under his service is Duke Loggins. Look at the map here. The Northern Highlands take up about half the area of the Iblia Kingdom's territory. The only thing about it is its relatively low population. Now, look at the Norton family's dominion. It occupies a third of the Northlands that is mostly desolate and undeveloped. Duke Loggins's dominion is the most prosperous part at the south of the Northern Highlands, right across the Water River. The Duke actually has ambitions to make the whole of the Northlands his dominion to form his own duchy. But due to the lack of military force as well as the pressure from Duke Fizablen, he had no choice but to accept becoming a part of the Iblia Kingdom. Right now, he is occupied with the formation of his Northland army so that he can have some leverage against Duke Fizablen's army that he will also use as his main force to form his own duchy in the future. During the formation of the Iblia Kingdom, the second prince has agreed to make Duke Loggins the overlord of the nobles of the Northern Highlands to gain his support. This is the main reason why the Norton family is currently subordinate to him. However, the second prince also granted more than 90 titles to some new nobles, among which more than 40 of them had been in theft land in the Northern Highlands. Viscount Kenmays is also one such noble. The sudden entitlement of so many nobles was because the second prince had hoped that the Northern Highlands would develop faster with the new nobles in charge. But in actuality, it has caused quite a bit of trouble for Duke Loggins. After gaining their titles, the nobles have been involved in countless conflicts for territory and 3 newly entitled noble families and 1 old noble family have already perished. The Duke has since changed his plan on taking the whole of the Northlands by force and is instead secretly fanning the flames of war among the nobles to reduce their power and force them to rely on him. This is why the current situation of the Northlands is incredibly volatile and no noble is safe from it. That concludes the report on the political situation in the Northlands. It is currently the perfect chance to reap some profit over there. As long as we manage to raise a strong military force, the unification of the Northern Highlands is also achievable. This is why I believe that Lord Locke's plan of transporting resources over there is completely unviable. If anything, bringing too much resources with us would only make us a tempting target for bandits and even some local hegemons. If we raise an armed convoy, however, the local lords would instead worry about being attacked and think twice before acting. As for the bandits, they would serve as the perfect target to train our forces with. In fact, we should minimize their deaths and make the strong and able ones members of a suicide camp that we will later use when we lay siege. For those unfit for battle, we can even use them as a labor force to develop the Northlands with. A loud applause erupted from the audience, and Lorist was no exception. Charade has always been a person who looked at the bigger picture. Lorist already noticed that back in the day when they took up mercenary missions together, Charade would never accept missions that was beyond their party's capability, and his record of not having a single member in the group die on his watch was testament to his abilities. Too bad Charade didn't know about Lorist's original intention to bail after transporting the resources to the Northlands. He must have been quite shocked by his father's lecture and is probably trying his best to secure a noble title in the Northlands. Lorist raised a small objection and said that while Charade's strategy was praiseworthy, the cost of bringing refugees into the Northlands was too large, as they would cause quite a bit of issues there, mainly because of the lack of farmland in the Dominion as well as the lack of food to sustain the refugees' livelihoods. Charade merely snorted at that notion and said that it didn't make any sense, because Lorist's original plan involved transporting enough resources to last the people in the family for up to 5 years. Did he plan to have his family members stay in the comfort of their castle and never venture out? It would be much better to use the food they were transporting to tempt the refugees into joining and procure more food and provisions on the way. He believed that they would have enough food for up to 2 years by the time they reached the Northlands, and they could use that time frame to develop the land. Yuri asked, "What if the locals don't intend to sell us any food? How would we sustain the refugees then?" Charade replied, "Do you think we carry swords and spears for nothing? If they don't want to sell it willingly, we'll force them to. After all, we're just a group of traveling refugees and are not there to occupy their dominions. The nobles wouldn't bother to gather their armies to deal with us because even if they do, their own forces will be severely depleted and that would leave them vulnerable to the neighboring dominion lords. That's why the best thing they can do is to appease us and pray that we leave their dominions for the Northlands as soon as possible." What if there isn't enough farmland when we reach the Northlands, some of you might say. That is a non-issue, as we can have these refugees do other tasks like mining, building roads, constructing castles as well as hunt magical beasts. Given the size of the Norton family dominion, are you worried that we'll run out of land to develop? Charade also mentioned that there was a lot that could be removed from the list of items they would transport. For example, the 10 carriages worth of iron ingots can be left out as they are heavy and difficult to transport. Instead of purchasing iron ingots, it would be better for them to recruit people who know how to scour the land for ore veins as well as metallurgists. Charade believed that the vast lands of the Norton Dominion would definitely have resources waiting to be found. He also asked Lorist how much money he intended to use to purchase the goods in his initial plan, to which he replied 10,000 gold fords. What would you do with the remaining 20,000? Leave them to rust. All of us here are prepared to go through thick and thin with you without a thought of coming back. We can't afford to skimp on the preparation. Hand me all your money and I'll use them to purchase the things we actually need. Soul, this fatty knows my wallet like the back of his hand. His share of the profit that Els just sent him 2 days ago as well as the rest of his savings all went to Charade's hands just like that. Lorist accepted his current predicament and sighed, how would I be able to come back to Moranti City and live out the rest of my life in leisure now that it's come to this? Having gained the authority to manage the funds, Charade started discussing with the rest of the group about the resources they would need. Mainly, they required weapons and equipment, food and clothing as well as enough carriages to transport all that. However, that was secondary to building a formidable armed force they could rely on to escort their convoy. Charade thought that it wouldn't be good to rely fully on mercenaries as he understood their nature well. When the fight was to their advantage, they would give it their all, but when things start turning unfavorable, they were the first ones to flee. Here, said Potterfong as he pointed on a black spot on the map. He was pointing at Port Nupite. Potterfong said, the Haniabarta kingdom rules over this archipelago and the slave trade is not forbidden by their government. Port Nupite is the largest slave trading harbor on the Grindia continent. We can go there to purchase some slaves to form an armed force with. Charade replied, oh, I know of that place. But I've never went there myself so I do not know the finer details about the situation there. Though, I've heard that that place is extremely chaotic and lawless. One of the mercenary missions I have done involved escorting a group of slaves at the port. It is indeed rather chaotic but I've also met several close acquaintances whom I got to know back in the days I served in the army. Currently, they are working as guards for the port and I think I can get them to give us more information about the place. It would be best if we could wait a few days before doing so as I'm just about to break through to the gold rank. Breaking through battle force ranks wasn't inherently difficult. As long as Potterfong familiarized himself with the battle force circulation diagram and was able to circulate his battle force according to that route flawlessly, he would naturally be able to break through to the gold rank. Charade nodded and said, all right, then I'll be coming along with you by then. As for the things over here, I'll leave it for our Lord to handle. Potterfong suddenly had a question to ask, Knight Charade, I know for a fact that you've never been to the Northlands before. How, then, are you so well informed about the situation over there? It's simple, Charade replied, the ambassadors sent by the Ford Trade Union to mediate the conflict between the Third Prince and the other powers have just returned. I managed to get a hold of one of them through my contacts and used a high price to purchase a journal of what he had seen and experienced over there. Potterfong lowered his head as a sign of respect, Knight Charade, you truly have contributed a whole lot. Charade returned the nod. Don't be so polite. It's only natural to do that for the sake of the family. At that moment, Yuri made a suggestion. Hey, since the Academy has quite a number of old students, especially the ones in the Swordsmanship Society, shouldn't we go ask some of them if they want to join us on the journey? This way, it'll be much easier for us to form the armed force with their help. Great idea. Terman, you help Yuri out with that matter. The only requirement is for them to have good attitudes and be at the silver rank. Do tell them that this expedition will be dangerous and risky and that anyone who wishes to return after they reach the Northlands will also be given 20 gold fords. If there are any who are willing to join the Norton family, tell them that Lord Locke will knight them when we finally reach our destination, said Charade. He also asked Terman and Yuri to try to seek out any professionals who wish to join the journey and help develop the Northlands. Anyone with some sort of skill or trade like herbalists and smiths were welcome. He mentioned that the development of the Dominion cannot lack people with skills like those. Potterfong nodded in agreement to that idea. The knights then gave Lorist a salute before leaving after the meeting concluded. Potterfong quickly went back to continue his training while Terman and Yuri started to handle the task Charade had given them. As for the fatty himself, he was quite busy haggling around with various merchants to get a good deal for the resources they would require for the northbound journey. Sitting alone in his study, Lorist sat at his desk thinking before he finally realized something. It's over. Now I really have no choice but to go back and inherit the position of the Dominion Lord. Chapter 49 The Academy Armory. Raising his head to look at the greenish-gray tower, only to see Academy Head Levin standing at the balcony, Lorist put his hand to his chest, gave a deep bow to him before turning and leaving. The day before, Lorist received the Academy Head's letter that asked him to go to the Academy Head's office. When Lorist entered the room, Academy Head Levins behaved politely and courteously towards him. Known that Lorist was about to return to his homeland to inherit the Dominion, the Academy Head wished him good fortune and expressed his hopes that Lorist would one day become a great leader. After that, he told Lorist that the Academy had a bunch of old equipment that were gathering dust which he could buy should he need them for the journey. Thanking the Academy Head, Lorist removed the dual gold-ranked instructor badge and placed it on the table. Given that he didn't know how long it would take for him to return to Moranti City once again, Lorist said that he would forever remember the 10 years' worth of good times he spent at the Dawn Academy. Holding the badge in his hand for quite a while, the Academy Head gave it back to Lorist and said, "Keep it as a memento. And don't even get started about your resignation. You are our Academy's pride and legend. At the very least, you can be the honorary instructor of our Academy. The Dawn Academy welcomes your return whenever." After saying his farewells to Academy Head Levins, Lorist went to the armory where the training equipment for the knight and swordsmanship courses were kept. Even the training swords used by Lorist students had to be obtained from the armory before the classes start. The supervisor of the armory, Kurzem, was expecting Lorist's arrival. After greeting him, he brought Lorist to one of the warehouses which was packed full with various equipment. In here is a total of 320 training cavalry spears which will work perfectly well like a normal spear after installing the spear dip. There's also 700 training swords which is usable after some sharpening. Aside from those, there are 500 diamond-shaped training shields, 150 crossbows as well as 24 full-body knight armors and 220 plate armors used by heavy armored troops. Oh, and there are also 82 sets of cavalry armor suitable for scouts, said Kurzem. Lorist was quite delighted and surprised as all of the items were mostly new and weren't in need of any maintenance. 2 days ago before Charade brought Potterfong to Port Nupite, he reported that there were no issues when he purchased provisions and horse carriages, but it wasn't the case when it came to weapons and equipment. First, the price was rather high. Secondly, most of them were not complete. While they were able to get quite a number of long swords and great swords, they weren't able to get good armors as most of the protective equipment in the market were leather armors which were usually favored by mercenaries. Metal armors were low in supply and each set cost quite a sum as well. Additionally, there wasn't enough time to order some to be made. Now that Lorist had been given access to the Academy's armory, this problem was essentially solved. "Uncle Kurzem, why does our Academy have so many sets of plate armor? I recall that our Academy doesn't train any heavy armored swordsmen. Also, what's with those cavalry armors? I've never seen anything like it," said Lorist. "Hee, Locke, have you forgotten that our Academy has merged with the Yellow Ribbon Academy? These plate armors originally belonged to them. Due to the exceedingly few applicants for the heavy armored swordsman course, the Academy had it cancelled, rendering these equipment useless. They wanted to sell it off at first, but the Academy head said that you might have some use for it," explained the old supervisor. Lorist laughed out shyly as he had totally forgotten that the Yellow Ribbon Academy mainly offered training courses for armed guards as well as supervisors. It wouldn't be weird for them to have some plate armor. As for these cavalry armor, Kurzem stroked his chin and tried to refresh his memory. It seems that these were the result of a failed experiment and they have been in the warehouse for more than 10 years. But the condition is definitely brand new as they have been well maintained over the years. A failed experiment? That's right, it must have been 15 years already. At that time, there was a book published about the knight occupation that raised a lot of controversy. The author boldly claimed that the end of heavy armored knights was coming and that cavalry in the future would be quick, agile, and be able to employ hit-and-run tactics from far away, unlike the current fashion of battle which involves two armies charging straight on into each other. The author used the scout as an example. In one of the battles he described, a scout cavalry unit was able to totally dominate the battlefield and far exceed heavy armored troops in both speed and performance. The author then posed a thought-provoking question: should an army unit be composed entirely of light cavalry that primarily employs hit-and-run harassment tactics on heavy armored knights, who would win? Back then, the arguments between the knight training course instructors about that topic were really heated. The academy administration also got interested in the theory and believed that if they could realize the concepts described by that book, the whole occupation of the knight would change forever, and thus grabbed the opportunity to begin research into lightweight cavalry troops. A research budget was then allocated to a professor that specialized in protective equipment to come out with a new type of armor suitable for lightweight cavalry. The original plan was to have 150 sets manufactured for a cavalry company to be formed to carry out the first test drill. However, the Battle of Mount Blanco happened and the 30,000 mighty lightweight cavalry troops of the Cowistan Khanate were totally decimated by the Lormo Duchy's heavy armored knights, with only less than 4,000 of them surviving. As a result, the book was regarded as a huge joke, and the Academy also stopped the production of the armors midway, leaving the completed ones here ever since, explained Curzon. "Oh, so that was the case," said Lorist as he opened the box and took out a set of lightweight cavalry armor. Upon inspecting it, Lorist got a rough idea about it. The heavy armored knights that were so popular in armies donned chain mails before wearing full body plate armors and had extremely good defense. Lorist has also heard from instructor Marlin once that the city garrison scouts were basically issued a chain mail and a leather armor to wear over it, and the scouts of the different nations on the Grindia continent were no different. But the lightweight cavalry armor Lorist held in his hand was an amalgamation of a plate armor and a chain mail. The chest and shoulder parts were protected by the breastplate and pauldrons, while the arms and lower torso were covered by chain mail. One advantage of this combination was that its defense was superior to the common armors worn by scouts and lighter than the full-body armors knights usually wore. The one drawback was that the design was not practical, as it was inferior to full-plate armor in terms of defense, and another layer of chain mail couldn't be worn with it because it would increase the load borne by the wearer by too much. It's no wonder nobody had found a use for it for the past 10 years. However, Lorist didn't mind it and believed that the armor was indeed quite suited for scouting troops. "All right, I'll take all of these, Uncle Curzon." "How much would all of these be?" Lorist asked. Curzon was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, "You're buying them all?" The academy head was prepared to auction them if you didn't want any, but it seems that he was worried for nothing after all. "This will save me a lot of trouble from having to." "Wait for a bit, let me give you a figure. The grand total for 320 training spears, 700 training swords, 300 training shields, 150 training crossbows, 24 knight training plate armors and 82 lightweight cavalry armors is 3,836 gold coins. I've already given you a great discount for the lightweight armors at 10 gold coins each. They cost about 30 gold coins each to make back then." Curzon's arithmetic ability was quite good given the speed at which he got the total cost. "Oh, that's right. Uncle Curzon, can I have the equipment maintenance facility fix up these items for me? I want the training spears to have the spear tips installed, the swords sharpened, the shields coated with a layer of stainless steel, and all the armors be engraved with the insignia of my family." "I will pay for the extra cost," said Lorist thankfully. The price offered by Curzon was already a third of what it would normally cost according to market price. Of course. The academy equipment maintainers have nothing better to do anyway and are either gambling or drinking away during the semester break. "I'm sure they would be happy to be able to earn some extra cash," said Curzon as he smiled. "That's great. I'll bring someone over in the afternoon who knows how the insignia is made. I'll also be giving the maintainers a bonus when they complete the work." "Also, can I settle the bill 3 days later?" asked Lorist. "Of course, Locke," said Curzon, nodding. "Soul, that fatty only left me with 3,000 gold fords to buy the equipment and weapons we need. The 300-odd weapons and several tens of armors have already cost me about 1,000 gold coins. I guess I have no choice but to sell of that building. I just got to be able to afford the costs," thought Lorist as he grit his teeth at the thought of having been forced by the fatty to have no choice but to inherit the position of the Dominion Lord. That afternoon, Lorist brought Shade Camp to the Academy Armory and briefed him about the engraving the insignia on the equipment before heading to the Red Grace to see Els. After a while of waiting, Els showed up and was surprised to hear that Lorist was about to sell off his newly acquired building and asked him why. Lorist then told him about the situation and Els asked him to wait before running off somewhere. He returned later with a small box in hand that contained 50 gold coin notes worth 5,000 gold fords in total. "Brother, This is the entirety of my savings, and about half of them came from the betting pool you helped out with. I know you wouldn't accept my money for nothing, so let's consider it a loan with that building as the mortgage. Write up a contract that states that you will transfer the ownership of the building to me should you be unable to pay me back 10 years later. Aside from that, the yearly rent from the building that amounts to 70-odd gold coins will be my interest for the loan. How's that? All right, we'll do it your way. Els, thank you. You've really saved me big time, said Loris thankfully. Els sighed and said, there's no problem. After all, I don't have anywhere else to spend my money anyway. If I did not have so many attachments over here, I would have loved to follow you to the Northlands, especially after seeing that damned fatty show off in front of me. He was referring to Charade, who came over to the inn 2 days ago with Potterfong and 10 other senior students of the academy who were willing to join the expedition to throw a welcoming party. When Els arrived, Charade told him this, from today onward, you shall refer to me as Honorable Knight, because I'm now a noble and you're just a commoner. You shall show me respect, which, needless to say, enraged Els to the max. After bidding Els goodbye, Loris rushed back to the Dawn Academy and settled the bill with Supervisor Curzum, as he was afraid that the maintenance of the equipment would somehow be flawed if he really paid them 3 days later. Curzum laughed and said, and there I thought that you didn't have enough money on hand. It seems that you really need these equipment quite urgently. Loris gave a bitter laugh and said, Uncle Curzum, you should know that the trip to the north won't be a peaceful one. Charade intends to form an army to escort the convoy back to the Northlands. It is a huge help for the academy to be able to sell me these equipment. Curzum gave it some thought before saying, then, come with me. There are still 2 storehouses that I think you should see. Maybe they'll be quite useful to you as well. He brought Loris to 2 stone rooms that was situated behind the warehouse and opened the door to one of them. Loris was greeted with a whole pile of scattered equipment that was about half a person tall. Curzum said, this is where we store all the broken equipment that are deemed too much of a hassle to repair. We only clean this place up once every few years. Some of them gets recycled while others go to the incinerator. I believe there should be something that you can use here. For example, look at this spear blade here. You can use it as the sharp tip of a javelin. If you need anything from here, Locke, feel free to take it. It's all free. Just tip the maintainers a bit and they'll be happy to fix them up for you. Loris was exhilarated and he took Curzum's hand and shook it fervently. Thank you, thank you. Uncle Curzum, you have truly helped me out immensely. Curzum laughed loudly and said, don't shake so hard. This set of old bones won't be able to handle the stress. Here, this is the key for the room so that you can have somebody come sort it out later. After having dinner, Loris asked Turman and Yuri to go into his study and told them about the storehouses in the armory. Turman was excited to hear that. So far, there were 38 senior students of the academy who were willing to join the expedition to the Northlands, and Charade and Potterfong brought 20 of them to Port Nupite some days back. He suggested that Yuri, who was planning to bring a few others to the Kawistan Plains to purchase some more horses, to leave a few people behind to go sort out the usable items in the storehouses. Charade had also given Yuri 3,000 gold fords before he left to buy 200 war horses. But the price of one horse in Moranti City was at least 30 gold coins. That was why Yuri planned to go back to his homeland with a few others to purchase the horses from the breeders directly instead of letting the darned horse merchants profit. Loris was against Yuri bringing lesser people as he would be gone for at least a month. It was safer to go in a larger group just in case something were to happen. He said that he can just hire 10 students from the academy part-time to clean up the storehouses, and mentioned that he would go monitor them personally from time to time since he wasn't going to leave the academy anytime soon. After sorting out the items in the storehouse for 3 days, Turman sent someone to ask Loris to come over. Loris could see that the pile was cleaned up halfway and expected that the sorting process could be completed within 3 more days. The equipment that Turman deemed still usable piled up rather high. Seeing Loris inspect the items, Turman said a little reservedly, "My lord, this pile contains the things that seems usable after the first sorting. I think that after going through it again, only about a third of this will actually be useful. The reason I asked my lord to come over today was because we discovered a few ballistas within the pile that's still in perfect condition. I really don't know why it had been put in here. I wonder if we can take this along with us, as it will no doubt be incredibly useful during the journey." It was only after being told that Loris noticed the 12 ballistas arranged neatly in a row at a corner. Other than lacking a bowstring, the rest of the parts were in good condition, especially the bowstave, which was made of some unknown type of wood coated with a glossy shine. This type of weapon was usually installed on war chariots for ranged support. It was weird how they were left in the storehouse for broken equipment. Lorist asked for Supervisor Curzon, and after looking at the ballistas for a few moments, he flipped the beastskin book in his hand and said, "Ah, it's here." According to him, these 12 ballistas were designed and constructed by a crafting professor and his students for the use of the city garrison. However, even though they were of good quality, they required too many people to operate. Each one needed one man for aiming and firing, one for driving the chariot and another to load the ballista. That was why they were left in the storehouse with the other retired equipment. Curzon said, "You can take them if you want. There's even a label on the ballistas that says, defunct. Though, you'll have to string them up yourself." Both Lorist and Terman were extremely delighted. With the 12 ballistas, the armed convoy would have yet another method at their disposal. Chapter 50, in which Els reports for duty. Lorist regretted spending 1,400 gold fords to purchase the 300-plus weapons and sets or armor from the market. After buying the old equipment off the Dawn Academy, he had Els go check out if any other academies had some old equipment up for sale as well. Unsurprisingly, after bribing a supervisor of a couple of swordsmanship academies with 100 or so gold coins, he managed to get up to 120 sets of used plate and scale armor as well as near 1,000 spears for only 500 gold fords. Lorist also told Els that this was a great opportunity for profit and encouraged him to get to know these armory supervisors better so that he would be able to purchase the used equipment for a low price regularly. "Look," said Lorist as he held up one of the plate armors, "it may look a little old, but if you have it polished and maintained, it would look and function almost as if it's brand new. If you do that and sell them in bulk at a reasonable price, there's no doubt that it'll be super popular with the mercenaries." Spending money as if it were water, Lorist noticed that the 3,000 gold coins he had was about to be completely used up. However, he still couldn't bear to let the old equipment of the other academies go unpurchased and wasted. Now that he had already spent quite a bit to bribe those supervisors, there's no way that he would leave those equipment alone, would he? After giving it some thought, Lorist decided to go with it and auctioned off some of his belongings. They were mirrors handmade by Lorist himself. Back in the day when Lorist was still designing clothes for his ex-lover, he spent 10-odd gold coins to obtain a number of transparent crystal slabs. Some were left over and he intended to use them to try to make a telescope, but gave up after failing for a few times. When Louise and Charlando were getting married, Lorist was thought hard about how to present them with a unique gift. That's when he used the crystal slabs to make 9 mirrors. Having been the head of a craftsman factory in his previous life, it wasn't hard for him to make those mirrors. He gave one of them to Louise and another to Anthea just a few days before and was left with 7 of them. The process of making the mirrors were not hard and the materials were easy to obtain as well. Worried that the mirrors would cause quite a stir on the market and garner unwanted attention for him, he didn't let anyone know that he made them. Now that he lacked the funds, he decided to sell a couple of them and asked Reedy to call Els over. Lorist decided to offer 4 of them up for sale. When Els saw the mirrors on the table, he let out a surprised gasp. "Oh, so that mirror Louise had was your present." "How did you know about her mirror?" asked Lorist. "Oh, that Louise treasures the mirror so much that she wouldn't let anyone see it. But I, the stealthy Els, have been playing around with it for quite a while. Just 2 days ago, I used it to shave my face. It's definitely much better than looking into my reflection on a silver plate. Of course, I placed it back in place so well that Louise wouldn't suspect a thing," boasted Els shamelessly. Lorist told him that he hoped that he could arrange for someone to have the mirrors auctioned and instructed Els to say that the mirrors were found within some ruins and that they might have been magical mirrors that have lost their powers and have been in the collection of a rich family until they decided to sell them off recently to bring the family back from its dire financial state. The mirrors Lorist made all had their own unique characteristics. The first one was circular with a diameter of about 15 centimeters with an intricate silver frame around it. Lorist spared quite a bit of effort and carved quite a number of English alphabets on the mirror to give it a simplistic, yet enigmatic feel. The second one was a rectangular mirror with dimensions close to that of a book. Wrapping a random book with golden foil, he emptied the middle of the book and placed the mirror within. He even used gold to engrave the Chinese poem, Quiet Night Thought, onto the page before the mirror, believing that there would be someone who would end up spending their whole lives researching the eccentric and foreign Chinese characters. The third mirror was oval-shaped and Lorist fashioned a handle for it so that it could be used as a hand mirror. It was made of a special black-colored wood only found in Grindia, which he obtained from dismantling a chest that was said to have been passed down through thousands of years. Lorist only spent a few gold coins to buy the chest from the market and used its wood to make the base and handle of the mirror. On the back and handle of the mirror, Lorist carved an intricate pattern of the 5 blessings found in traditional Chinese art. The fourth mirror was the one Lorist spent most time on. He used bronze to replicate a mirror used by the ancient Chinese and set a transparent crystal onto the reflective surface. He even tried to make it look old and slightly rusted to give it an air of ancient mystery. Beneath the mirror were the words "Bright Moon-Looking Glass" engraved in common Grindian script. After agreeing to Lorist's request, Els kept the mirrors for himself and admired them for about half a day before he was willing to put them to auction. 10 days later, all 4 of them had been sold without any incident and generated a revenue of 13,000 gold fords. After deducting the auctioneer fee, Lorist was left with more than 10,000 gold fords. When Els delivered the money to Lorist, he told him that the 4 mirrors had caused quite an uproar in Moranti City, especially with regards to the weird engravings found on them. Some experts truly believe that they used to be magical mirrors that have lost their powers, and the words found on them could very well be what the magicians used to activate their mystical powers. When the auction for each of them started, the price increased exponentially. Els even said that he made quite a number of bids intentionally to raise the price. Lorist was extremely happy with the outcome of the auction. However, that ploy would only work once, and he rejected Els's proposition to make a few more. With the money in hand, Lorist purchased almost all of the used equipment from the other academies. By the time Yuri returned with 353 war horses, they had enough weapons and equipment for a whole army. There was an estimated number of 50,000 spears, 2,000 sharpened training swords, as well as a little less than 1,000 two-handed greatswords and short swords. As for the shields used for training, there were roughly 600, while there were 800 other shields of various designs. Additionally, they had 700 crossbows, 2,000 plus cavalry lances, 1,500 javelins, 71 sets of full-body knight armor, 583 sets of plate armor used by heavy swordsmen, near 1,000 sets of chain mail and scale armor, 2,000 and more sets of leather armor, as well as 12 ballistas mounted on chariots. All these equipment have already been maintained and fitted for battle, the process of which consumed materials up to 2,000 gold fords worth. The shields and armors also have the Norton family's insignia engraved upon them. Lorist paid the 4 academy equipment maintainers 10 gold fords each and the other students from the academy 5 gold fords each. They were eternally grateful for getting so much from only working for a month. At times, Lorist would daydream about the 10,000 more gold coins of profit he would get by selling the refurbished equipment off, but he dismissed that notion almost instantly. Charade's letter had returned, and it stated that he and Potterfong had successfully acquired 700 strong, young slaves and 2,800 others who were their family members and were currently on the way to the Lormo Duchy's Armatrin harbor and is awaiting Lorist and the rest's arrival. The only weird part of the message was that Charade asked Lorist to not forget to bring the spinning chair and the hollow rotor along. What is Charade thinking about? Lorist was completely clueless about it, as when Charade had tried out the spinning chair for the first time, he started crying for his parents non-stop after getting off it. No matter how Lorist tried to convince him that training with the spinning chair would help him develop dynamic vision and give his swordsmanship a huge boost, Charade said that he refused to do that even one more time, even if doing so would give him the ability to fly. What would he do with that now? Don't tell me he's going to train with that on the way to the Northlands. We'll never make it in time if that's the case. Sigh. I guess I'll find out sooner or later, since bringing those along would only require one more carriage. Now that Pat had recovered, he had developed the initial stage of the dynamic vision ability. However, even though he would be able to react better when compared to normal fighters, it was still quite far off from Lorist's natural-born ability. Every time Pat was reminded of his experience on the spinning chair, he would shiver in fear due to being tormented countless times by Reedy over the course of the training. I guess it's about time we made a move. Lorist went to visit President Peterson once again and rented 3 large ships through the Peterson Merchant Guild, which he would use to transport the equipment, personnel, horses, as well as the thousands of sets of clothing Charade had ordered before he left. While the amount of clothing was no small number, it cost the least when compared to the rest of the things they bought at only 700 gold coins. Terman has been put in charge of having somebody pack the clothes up for the past few days before they depart. I guess I'll have to wait for another 2 days. Due to Yuri having to order the saddles and other items the horses needed, it cost Lorist another 1,000-odd gold coins, thus making him feel that raising an army was extremely costly. Within but a few days, he had invested over 40,000 gold fords and was left with less than 2,000 for himself. He still haven't paid the cost for renting the ships either. The day before they left, Lorist visited instructor Claude, who had just recently become a blade master, and handed his book collection to him for safekeeping. Lorist only took 100 of the ones he thought was most important on the journey and left the rest to Claude so that he could one day send it to the Northlands when there was an opportunity. Both he and his wife accepted the request happily. Finally, it was the day of the departure. All 3 boats of the Peterson Merchant Guild slowly left the Golden Bay. Raising their sails, the ships sailed northward. Looking towards the Golden Bay and the shrinking image of Moranti City, Lorist felt a torrent of different emotions that were hard to express with words. I'm finally leaving the city I consider my second home. I wonder how long would it be until I make my way back here once again, thought Lorist as he let out a sigh. Given the uncertain nature of his future, he was worried about whether he would do well with his companions when they arrive at the Northlands. At this moment, Elisa's clear laughter could be heard nearby. That girl thought that the journey was all fun and games and jumped around on the deck playfully, anticipating reuniting with her father after days of not seeing him. Seeing Lorist a little downcast, Howard asked, "Teacher, what's going on? You don't seem too happy." Lorist smiled and replied, "It's not that. I just feel a little sad because your Uncle Els didn't come send us off today." After he said that, Lorist heard a familiar voice ring out by his ear. "Milord, your knight, Brennan Evanport is here reporting for duty." A silhouette suddenly jumped down from the ship's mast and landed on one knee, kneeling in front of Lorist. "I, Brennan Evanport, am willing to take Norton Lorist as my lord and liege and become a knight of the Norton family. I shall struggle and fight to my very last breath under the banner of the Raging Bear." Lorist was surprised and delighted. "Els, why have you come?" Not saying anything, Els merely pointed towards his shoulders, indicating for Lorist to complete the knighting ceremony. Lorist took out his sword and tapped on each shoulder twice and tossed the sword aside before lifting Els up and giving him a big hug. "I welcome your participation, my knight and brother." After that, Els started feeling Lorist up and said, "Badge. Where's my knight badge?" Lorist pushed Els away and said, "Soul, why would I have a badge on me? Don't touch me all over like that. Don't tell me you swing that way. You're the one that swings that way. I was only trying to see if you have the badge on your person." "Stop ruining my reputation," said Els exasperatedly. All right. Shade Kampf, go get a knight badge and give it to Knight Els," instructed Lorist. "So, tell me why you're here. Was old Charlando willing to let you come?" asked Lorist. "He doesn't know, I snuck out secretly. I've left him a letter though and have made arrangements for Jindas to take over as the syndicate boss in my absence. The old man won't have time to bother with me anyway as he'll be busy staying home taking care of his newborn children soon enough. And Jindas is quite a capable guy. I believe the syndicate will prosper even further under his management. I personally feel that coming to the Northlands with you to venture around is the best choice for a person like me," said Els as he looked towards the cabin, secretly complaining about how long Shadecamp was taking. After a few moments, Shadecamp came back and presented the badge to Els. As he was putting it on, he asked Lorist, "Why didn't I see Terman and Yuri around here?" Lorist pointed towards the other 2 boats and said, "They're on each of the boats respectively and are tasked with transporting the equipment and horses. You'll be able to see them when we reach Armatrin Harbor. I'm sure they'll be damned shocked to see you here." Having put his badge on, Els looked down at his chest with much satisfaction. "I don't really care about their reactions. What I'm interested in is the look on Charade's face. Let's see who's the honorable knight now." Chapter 51 The Slough Slavers. After 4 days of travel on sea, the Armatrin Harbor was within sights. "Meh, this place looks rather small. The size of the harbor itself is at least 10 times smaller than that of the Golden Bays." Lorist laughed and said, "How can you compare a place like this to Moranti City? Originally, this place started off as a group of fishing villages. Had it not been for formation of the Lormo Duchy, nobody would even bother to come here after 6 years of war. Rumor says that the smuggling operations run by the Ford Trade Union in the Empire were mostly carried out here. For it to be developed into a small town right after the war is already a rather amazing feat. I bet that in a few years it would evolve into a rather populous port city. No matter how populous it becomes, it has nothing to do with us anyways. My lord, you said that the fatty is waiting for us there, asked Els. He told me in the letter that he would set up camp outside of town. We'll get to know more when we ask around after we get off on the port, replied Lorist with uncertainty. While the harbor was already within viewing distance by noon, they only managed to dock their ships around 3 in the afternoon due to the curvy waterways, which made it hard for anyone to reach the harbor safely without getting stranded on shallow sea if they didn't have a guide. Lorist, Els, Elisa, Howard, Reedy, and Pat all got off the boat and noticed that nobody was at the harbor to receive them and felt that something was off. That's weird. Charade said that he would send someone over to the harbor in the letter, but why haven't I seen a single one of our people? Els nodded towards Lorist without saying a thing and headed towards a tavern nearby with a sign that depicted a beer cup and a fish to gather some information. Lorist waited for a while and the tax collector got off the boat with Shade Camp following behind. Lorist waved towards him and the tax collector came over respectfully. My lord, how may I help you? I believe that around 3,000 people got off at this harbor around 10 days ago. Do you know where they have set up camp? Asked Lorist as he stuffed a gold Ford into the officer's pocket. The officer's face instantly gleamed as he said, Of course I do. They're within a small pine forest to the south of the town. They must be your subordinates, right? The raging bear symbol on their flags is identical to yours. Lorist nodded at that statement. The officer continued, My lord, I'm afraid that your people have run into some trouble. The place where they set up camp is near the Sloth Slavers' camp. I heard that some sort of conflict had sparked between the two parties and your people have been stranded within the vicinity of their camp for 4 days now. Oh. And who is this sloth fellow? Asked Lorist. This. The tax collector started hesitating. Lorist tossed him another gold coin and his expression changed. In a low voice, he said, My lord, Sloth is a famous leader of a mercenary group. He is really formidable and he is closely affiliated to the people at Port Nepite. If it's possible, I advise you to send someone to visit him with a gift and apologize for your subordinates' actions to settle the issue. Oh, I see. Thank you for your kind advice, said Lorist, unmoved. The officer gave a bow and replied, You're welcome. Then, I'll take my leave here. Everyone, get back onto the boats. Reedy, ask Terman and Yuri to come over, instructed Lorist. Els quickly got back to the boat and told everyone the news he had obtained from the people at the tavern. According to him, the mercenary group leader called Sloth was in actuality the head of a slave trading syndicate and is currently the local hegemon whose power and influence rivals even that of the local lords. The lord had no choice but to come to a concession with Sloth that states that as long as his slaver group doesn't impede the businesses in the area so that he can collect taxes from the business owners, he would leave the group alone. Els said that Charade had arrived 11 days ago at the harbor and had set up camp within the pine forest south to the town, which was within vicinity of the syndicate's own camp. For some reason, they have attracted the slavers' attention and battles broke out between them. Having not enough weapons and armor for his forces, Charade could only quickly have someone cut down several trees to block up the entrance of their camp. It also seemed that several people have already been captured with a few more dead. Sloth's syndicate also had a formidable fighting force at their disposal, including 3 gold ranks, more than 40 silver ranks as well as at least 200 iron and bronze ranks. It was no wonder that the Dominion Lord didn't dare to find trouble with them. There were even rumors that a brother of Sloth was a blade master, however he rarely spent his time with them. Everyone was sullen at hearing the news. None of them would have expected to run into an obstacle that early in the journey. Pat, Reedy, and Shade Camp, you guys stay on the boat and take care of Howard and Elisa. Yuri, make sure you have at least 12 other guards with you and protect our goods. Even though the boats fly the flag of the Peterson Merchant Guild and not many people would dare to get on their bad side, we must prepare for the worst. Set up the Caraballistas and make sure they are well shielded. If anyone attacks, kill them. Currently, Lorist was filled with an air of bloodlust. As for the rest of you, suit up in your armors. Terman, prepare 5 carriages and load a large amount of crossbow bolts onto it and follow me to the camp. We'll kill anyone that dares bar our way. There were 38 senior students from the academy that were willing to accompany Lorist on this journey, among which 12 departed early with Charade, another 12 stayed behind with Yuri, and 5 of the 14 left wore full body armors like Terman. Another 7 of them and Els were equipped with the light cavalry armor purchased from the Dawn Academy, each armed with a crossbow and 5 javelins. Lorist picked a scale armor that only protected his upper torso and tried moving around in it. Satisfied that it wasn't impeding his movement and agility, Lorist got on his horse with 12 javelins within the quiver hanging from side of the saddle. Renting 5 transport carriages from the port at a high price of 1 large silver each, Terman had the coachman follow them to Charade's camp and promised that they wouldn't be held responsible if they lose the cargo should an attack break out. With 6 fully armored knights as the vanguard and Terman riding at the very front, they set out towards the south and quickly exited the city and proceeded towards the highway that led to the pine forest. After traveling for a while, they could see a simple roadblock up ahead which was formed by a few trees stacked up together. A few other people could be seen standing around the area, and one of them signaled for Lorist's group to stop. Without a single word, Terman lowered his lance and pointed it towards the front. The other knights behind him soon followed suit, with exception of the one in the middle holding the battle standard of the Nortons up high in the air. All 5 lances of the knights emitted a blade of light as they charged forward. Gah! They're all silver-ranked knights. The road blockers didn't dare to stand in front of them and hastily moved to the side and started running to their grazing mounts as they cursed out loudly. The first one to crash against the trees blocking the way was Terman. Bang! A loud sound erupted when the trunk was smashed into smithereens, clearing up the path ahead. All 5 of the carriages and the rest of the group rushed forward without delay. Pointing at the carriages while swearing in loud voices, some of the enemy got on their mounts and gave pursuit while the others fired at Lorist's group with their bows in a fit of rage. In the midst of all that chaos, a sudden cold, crisp voice could be heard. "Men, ready your javelins. Kill them all." Screams of agony rang out on all over the place. Elsa's group dashed around the battlefield, and the ones closer to the enemy fired their crossbows, with some further away launching javelins in the enemy's direction, killing 10 or so overwhelmed fighters in but an instant. The few archers of the enemy were the first ones to fall, followed by 2 mounted fighters with their horses nailed to the ground from the javelins aimed at them. The shrieks of the fallen horses were extremely unpleasant to hear. Holding his horse by the reins, Lorist picked up a javelin with his left hand, focused on his target and let the javelin fly. In a few moments, 12 of the road blockers died beneath the lightning bolt-like javelins. Upon seeing Lorist run out of javelins, one silver swordsman who was playing dead rushed towards him with a loud cry and jumped high up in the air with both his hands raised as he prepared to unleash a downward slash, aiming to strike Lorist off his mount and escape with it himself. A blade of light started emanating from the assailant's sword. When the assailant saw Lorist drawing his sword and preparing to parry his own, he didn't give it much heed as Lorist's blade did not have a glow on it. Humph. An iron rank like him wants to block a strike from me, a 3-star silver rank. He'll die instantly after I break his sword in half, and then the horse will be mine. Beyond the assailant's expectations, Lorist's sword didn't break, and instead, a strong force could be felt passing through his own sword into his hand. His weapon was sent flying far through the air as he helplessly stared at Lorist's agile sword strike slither like a snake through the space between them and going for his throat before everything turned pitch black. Corpses could be seen scattered all over the road. Of all the people who dared to block their way, more than 30 of them were lying on the ground dead, with 4 or 5 others frantically escaping, whereas Lorist's group of 9 were completely unscathed. The result of the battle was really satisfactory to Lorist. He didn't expect to kill 13 people just at the start of the battle, as well as 10 odd of the 20+ people that followed later. Els and the rest of the group didn't even have to face one person each of the remaining enemies. One senior student came up to Lorist and saluted him respectfully with an expression full of admiration. "Check the bodies again and make sure to drive a blade down the ones who are still alive. Collect their belongings. I'll join you guys shortly," instructed Lorist. The belongings referred to the enemy's mounts, weapons, clothes, as well as provisions and other resources. Lorist believed that he was already quite generous for not taking their undergarments. Had Charade been the one to manage this, he'll leave the bodies stark naked on the ground after stripping them of everything they had. "Yes, my lord," replied the senior student. "Els, when we arrive at the camp later, give them the mounts, weapons and armor that you've collected. As for the money, you guys can divide it among yourselves. Don't forget to leave some for Terman," Lorist told Els. My lord, the way loot is divided is already set by Charade. You can't just decide by yourself to change the regulations like that, reminded Els. Oh, apologies. I've forgotten. Then let's divide it according to the regulations, said Lorist. After taking a turn at the road, the flag of the Raging Bear could be seen within the camp. There was another encampment 200+ meters away from the aforementioned one, fortified by a rampart made of mud and stone, making it look far more secure and tidier than Charade's camp that was constructed with simple wooden trunks. That must be the slavers' camp. When the main gate of the camp was finally open, a cheer erupted when the ones inside saw Lorist. The slavers in the other camp gathered to see what was going on, with some of them riding to where they set up their roadblock, obviously curious at how a small convoy of 5 carriages managed to make their way to the pine forest. Getting off his horse, Lorist told Turman, secure the area and distribute the spears and the crossbows. A senior student from the academy with a bandage on his head hurriedly came over to salute them. Lorist recognized this fellow. He was one of the 12 academy students that set off with Charade's group. Ah, you must be Dulles. How did you get injured? Is it serious? Asked Lorist worriedly. Dulles replied gratefully, it's just some bruises, nothing big. Lord Locke, you're finally here. Charade is within that tent over there and he has been injured while Knight Potterfong is resting up because he was on patrol last night. I've already sent someone to notify him. All right. Bring me to see Knight Charade, said Lorist. Pushing open the tent entrance, Lorist saw Charade sitting down all wrapped up like a dumpling. Hey, fatty. Somehow, you don't look as fat when you're all wrapped up, joked Els. Staring at Els, Charade pouted before saying, I knew that you would come along. It's a shame I didn't make a bet with somebody, otherwise I would have won myself quite a bit of money. So. Els was completely speechless. How are your injuries? Are they grave? Asked Lorist. It's fine, I only got slashed a few times and lost some amount of blood. Lundmord told me that I'll fully recover within 20 days. Lord, I really didn't expect for us to falter right at the start of our journey, said Charade. Lundmord was one of the 12 senior students of the academy that went to Port Nupite with Charade, and he was a beginner rank herbalist. Els sat down by Charade's side and patted on his thigh, as that was the only part that wasn't wrapped up in bandages. Els said, Fatty, who did this to you? Your brother will definitely make him pay. The likes of you. Drop that notion. That fellow's a gold swordsman. I already got 7 wounds from fighting against him for only a while. If you were there, you would have been stained red with your own blood in no time, Charade replied. Soul, don't forget that I'm stronger than you. I'll show you how I take care of that guy, said Els, dissatisfied at being looked down upon. All right, cut that. Charade, tell us more about the situation, said Lorist. Basically, after Charade and Potterfong arrived at Port Nupite, the latter got in touch with several of his old comrades. One of them was working as a bodyguard for a slave trader, and Potterfong managed to easily purchase over 700 young and fit slaves from him without a hitch. It was worth mentioning that all of them had awakened their battle force, and most of them were of the iron rank, with the rest being bronze ranks. Many of them used to be troops of the former Chrisen Empire or garrison troops from different cities who had been taken captive during the conflict and sold to slave traders. They were mainly held back from escaping due to their captured family members. Charade said that he managed to get the slaves for a total cost of 16,000 gold coins and also spent quite a bit on clothing and food. However, after paying the down payment for the food he ordered, he noticed that he was only left with around 4,000 gold coins, and he still needed to pay around 3,000 gold coins to settle the whole bill as well as transport the food. That's why he was hesitant to purchase weapons and armor to equip the slaves he had just obtained, since he expected Loris to bring those over when the time came to meet. It ended up with the sloth slavers setting their praying eyes on them due to the slaves not being armed. The slavers had been paying attention to Charade's group for 2 whole days after they set up camp and believed that they were another rival slave trading group due to the slaves they bought. That being said, Slotha's group weren't going to let them off that easily and sent someone to notify Charade of their conditions. First, they were to pay 5,000 gold coins of toll. Second, they must leave at least half of the slaves they had behind. Naturally, Charade refused those conditions and explained that they weren't slavers but rather the army of the Norton family. However, the other party was completely ignorant of the existence of the Nortons and even said that even if the Nortons were nobles, they must also heed their demands. Originally, Charade would still try to negotiate peacefully with them if that was an option. However, the moment the Norton family was humiliated like that, Charade instantly killed one of them and beat up the rest before chasing them away. It was after that when Charade noticed that something was wrong, as the folks of the town viewed them in hostile light and refused to sell them any weapons, even down to the smallest kitchen knives. Unable to do anything about the fact, Charade quickly went back to the camp and tasked the soldiers to fortify it with an ad hoc wall made from tree trunks. With less than 100 sets of equipment and more than 3,000 people, they almost crumbled under the forces of the slavers. It was fortunate that Potterfong and his 2 ex-colleagues managed to hold back the enemy's gold rank fighter. Coupled with the 12 Academy students' rampage, they managed to cause the slaving group roughly 30 casualties and forced their forces to retreat. For the past 3 days, 17 slaves have already died, with 50 more injured and 40 others captured. 7 of the 12 Academy students were also wounded from the battle and were currently recuperating from their injuries. The slavers have also changed their tactic and started to besiege Charade's camp and waited for them to run out of food and other resources before finishing them off. Thankfully, Lorist's group arrived just as the provisions were about to run out. At that point, the tent's flaps were pushed open and Potterfong came in with 2 other men. Upon seeing Lorist, Potterfong said, "My lord, you're finally here." After that, he introduced the 2 men beside him to Lorist. "My lord, these 2 are my former comrades in the army. This one here is Lode Wales and he's a 2-star gold swordsman, and this is Mons Malek and he's at the peak of the 3-star silver rank. Both of them would like to follow us to the Northlands to check that place out." What Potterfong meant was simple: these 2 wanted to find a family to serve, but they didn't understand Lorist's demeanor well enough. That's why they decided to join the journey to see whether Lorist would be a good fit with their principles before deciding whether to join the forces of the Norton family. Potterfong hoped that Lorist would allow them to tag along. Standing up and saluting the 2, Lorist said, "I thank you 2 for helping us out. Had it not been for you guys, the camp might have been breached long ago. The Norton family will definitely not forget this favor. If there's anything the Norton family can help the 2 of you with, we will try our best." The shorter guy, Lode Wales, smiled and said frankly, "You're far too polite. It goes without question that we would help our comrade Pog here out when he's in trouble. There's no need to go out of your way to thank us." Mons Malek wore a serious expression without saying anything and merely nodded. Just as Lorist was about to continue speaking, Dulles rushed into the tent from the outside with a nervous look on his face. "Lord Locke, the enemy is preparing to attack us again." Chapter 52 Slaughter. "Oh, the slavers are here already. Well, I guess it's a given since we destroyed their roadblock and killed 30+ of their people. I'll go check it out," said Lorist as he turned towards the tent exit. "Oh. My lord, you managed to kill so many of them?" asked Charade. Potterfong and the other 2 were stunned. "That's right. What other fate would they have for daring to obstruct our passage?" "My lord ordered us to obliterate the roadblock right away," answered Els proudly as he followed behind Lorist. "But my lord, you've just arrived. Shouldn't you take a short rest?" Potterfong asked. Lorist understood the hidden meaning in Potterfong's words. Potterfong was suggesting that he not act rashly and analyze the situation at hand first. He didn't know that Lorist already had a clear grasp of it from asking around at the port and had made a decision. "That's not needed. It wouldn't be too late for me to rest up after wiping them out," Lorist answered. He then instructed, "Dulles, go to the carriage and get me a few quivers worth of javelins. Remember to stick close to me later." It was much more efficient to eliminate the enemy by throwing javelins infused with internal energy. Even a fully prepared silver swordsman couldn't take it head-on, not to say much of one who is unwary of the threat the javelins posed. During the battle at the roadblock, 2 riders and their mounts were nailed to the ground by javelins thrown by Lorist. Puffed. Lode Wales, who was following Potterfong, laughed out loud. He said, "Pog, your lord is quite the bloodthirsty one. He can even say something like wiping all of them out like it's the easiest thing in the world. Don't forget that they have 3 gold ranks. If Lord Locke says so, he'll be able to accomplish it," said Potterfong without turning back as he headed towards the camp's main entrance. Arriving at the entrance, Lorist told Turman, "Organize these fellows and get those who are armed and equipped to follow me. Also, prepare the knights for a charge. Els, bring a few mounted soldiers with you and carry more javelins. We'll definitely kill the rowdy bunch of slavers who dared to mess with the Norton family. Upon hearing what Lorist had said, the whole group of people around him started cheering out loud while waving their weapons in the air. Kill them all. The entrance of the camp was opened and Lorist rushed out as the vanguard towards the attacking slavers. The two camps were only 200 meters apart, and at that moment, the group of slavers numbered around 240 people. They had just crossed the middle of the battlefield and were shouting something along the lines of avenging their fallen comrades. Seeing the camp's door open and Lorist rushing out, they stopped in their tracks. There was only a distance of tens of meters between the attackers and the camp now. Seeing the horde of slaves holding spears and crossbows, the attackers' expressions changed. Damn. We really shouldn't have stopped attacking a few days before. Now that they are armed, they'll be far more troublesome to dispose of and cause us even more casualties, said a yellow-faced man who was wearing a 1-star gold battle force badge. There's no point mulling about it now. It's all the fault of the useless ones we sent to block the road. If they were half as competent, they wouldn't have let them transport the weapons back to their camp. Oh well, I'm sure they'll rush back into the safety of their camp once we kill a number of them, said another bulky middle-aged man beside. On his chest was a 2-star gold battle force badge. It's not just that. Only 5 of them managed to come back with the rest all dead. The main reason for that was I didn't expect the enemy to have any reinforcements and only intended to stop them from going to the town to purchase food and other provisions. I thought that we could crush them after they run out of resources. What I'm more worried about now is whether we have actually mistaken the forces of the Norton family for another slaver group. If that's the case, then the aftermath definitely isn't something to look forward to, said yet another old man who wore a 3-star gold battle force badge in a worrying tone. Stop worrying about it, old chum. Didn't the ones who returned tell us that they only had 5 silver-ranked knights and 10 other silver swordsmen? They said that the main reason they lost was because they were caught off guard. It's still not too late to hold them off right now. Also, when Master Pike and Boss come back in 10 days, the enemy will no doubt be crushed. Even if we don't manage to break into their camp, at least we can still hold them here, said the middle-aged man confidently. Currently, Lorist by himself was already within 20 meters of his enemies. The first thing he said instantly enraged the attacking slavers. So, trash like you dare to obstruct the Norton family's way. Do you have a death wish? You guys had better kneel and expose your neck so that you may enjoy the luxury of a painless death. The yellow-faced man was the first one to succumb to the provocation. He said, I don't know how you got the galls to spout bullshit like this. I'm anticipating the look of your face when you beg for mercy the moment I defeat you. Since you came over to die on your own accord, I'll grant that wish of yours, said Lorist as he drew his sword and rushed forward. Ha 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 ha. The middle-aged man standing at the back started laughing uncontrollably. Damn, even though he was some kind of sword saint judging by his attitude and the way he spoke. But in actuality, he's just an iron rank who doesn't even have a blade glow. You gotta respect him for being brave enough to come forward to offer his life. Third brother, make sure you make a good example out of him so that the enemy attackers will think twice before acting. Even though Lorist didn't wear a battle force badge, the absence of the blade glow on his sword gave his rank away. The group of slavers started laughing out loud at the incongruous situation. The yellow-faced man readied himself and with a gleaming flash of his sword, he sent a light blade projectile towards Lorist's silhouette. But the shadow of Lorist suddenly jerked and the light blade passed his body by a hair's breadth. By that time, his long sword already slammed hard into that of the yellow-faced man, burying it deep into the ground. The distance between the two closed within an instant. Badly startled, the yellow-faced man attempted to retreat only to discover that he wasn't able to move from his spot from having his sword stuck in the ground from Lorist's previous strike. With a loud swish, Lorist's left hand drew a short sword from his waist and traced a path with it across the yellow-faced man's neck. After the blade re-emerged from the other side of the neck, the head of the man flew off and landed on the ground with blood spurting all over and the body still standing slumped and unmoving. All that happened within a time frame so short that the observers only saw the two figures clash once before witnessing the gruesome death of the yellow-faced man. The 2-star gold rank standing behind was shocked into a stupor. Before he recovered, he heard Lorist say, "It's your turn next." Seeing Lorist rush over like an unstoppable storm, the middle-aged man scrambled to draw his sword and infuse it with battle force to parry the incoming strike. Like a raging tempest, the sword in Lorist's hand lashed out in a series of attacks non-stop, with each strike creating a loud, crisp sound of clashing metal. Clink. The sword of the middle-aged man, which was radiating a faint blade glow, snapped into two from Lorist's attack. Unable to believe what just had happened, the man stood there unmoving, and in but a flash, one of his arms was severed and was sent flying through the air. "Arg!" cried the man in much agony, before Lorist decapitated him and silenced him permanently. "You!" The 3-star gold-ranked old man standing nearby was retreating non-stop as if he had just seen a wraith. Seeing Lorist turn his attention to him only served to unnerve him even more. "Old man, now it's your turn to pass on," said Lorist with a smile. In the old man's eyes, the smile looked ever so sinister and terrifying. The contrast between Lorist's low voice and his light-hearted laughter sounded like the cry of a bloodthirsty demonic being. For 2 gold ranks to fall under his blade within but a moment was something that old man could never dream of. Given his knowledge of the abilities of the 2 other swordsmen, one of whom had a sword style that was even more devious and aggressive than his own, the old man understood that to face Lorist head-on was akin to suicide. Scared beyond his wits from being targeted by Lorist, that old man backed off until his way was blocked by the people behind him. As he approached, the old man shouted loudly, "Everyone, let's attack together. He's only one person. Turn him into mincemeat." After that, the old man disappeared into the crowd. Even though the slavers at the front witnessed Lorist slaughter the other 2 gold ranks, the ones behind were not aware of the situation and started rushing towards him at the sound of the old man's shout, pushing the ones in front forward as well. Lorist laughed and said, "Just in time." The sword in his hand whooshed as it arced through the fabric of space. Lorist completely abandoned his usual principle of keeping his abilities hidden and engaged in total massacre. After all his friends joined him on the journey despite having to forsake their comfortable lives at Moranti City, nobody would have expected for them to be oppressed by the slavers right after their departure. If he still wanted to hide his abilities at this point, there was no doubt that his soldiers would lose their morale and cause many issues to surface in the future. To foster the confidence of his forces and take action in response of his injured family knights and the other senior students of the academy, Lorist steeled his resolve to not spare any one of these slavers. Thus, the first battle on the journey north broke out. At that moment, Lorist felt extra energized and focused. From his dynamic vision, the incoming enemies looked like a horde of slow, stunted puppets. With a low grunt, Lorist danced with his sword into the sea of people. Blades flashed all over with chunks of meat airborne as fountains of blood stained the whole battlefield. Amidst severed heads and limbs as well as broken weapons, Lorist was akin to a tiger that had gotten into the middle of a herd of sheep. Chaos broke out wherever he went. Everything could be summarized into a series of agonizing screams, swords clashing, and surprised gasps. The enemy started to retreat as quickly as they had rushed over, much like the coming and receding of a wave at the shore of a beach. The slavers all backed off from Lorist, leaving him standing alone in the middle of a circular space. Bathed all over with blood, his whole form was dyed dark red with about 27 or 28 corpses lying on the ground beside him, some of which were headless or had their limbs separated from their body. The whole battlefield fell into complete silence with everyone looking at Lorist, speechless at the gruesome sight. The slavers were all dumbfounded by that scene while the Norton family's forces looked upon him with crazed fervor, admiration, and respect. Wales and Malek both had their mouths agape. Looking at Potterfong, Wales asked, Is he really an iron rank like you said?" Wiping some blood off his face, Lorist could see the 3-star gold-ranked old man gingerly moving away from him. He. Lorist started laughing lightly. "Old man, where do you think you're going? You better stay there obediently so that I don't have to waste so much energy on you." The old man instantly broke into a run. Lorist quickly followed and slayed those who dared to impede him. The slavers who got out of the way had temporarily survived while some who were still dumbfounded found themselves on the ground the next moment with their necks slit. The slavers' group quickly collapsed as most of their members tossed their weapons and ran back in the direction of their camp, terrified. Terman waved his hand and his group of knights leveled their lances and started their charge. Riding over with 10 other senior students of the academy, Els shouted loudly on horseback, "Norton." Their other students responded by shouting in unison, "Norton." The cheers were echoed by the multitudes of slaves as well. They all shouted the name of Lorist's family spiritedly. That old fellow was rather sharp as he didn't return to the slavers' camp but instead circled around it to escape to the town. He believed that he would be able to blend in like a fish in the sea the moment he reached and escaped that horrifying youth. Huffing and panting, the town was already within sight. The old man stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. But the moment he turned to his back, his soul almost fled his body. Behind him was that freakish youth who still had blood dripping all over his body. With a face full of smiles, he said, "Go on, keep running. I'd like to see for how much longer you can last." That old man felt both his legs give out at that moment and he couldn't do anything about it. He even felt the irresistible urge to relax his bladder and let out the contents within. Kneeling in front of Lorist, the old man said, I surrender." "Hey, old man, you think that we're playing pretend war like little kids? Do you think I will spare you just because you said you'll surrender? It doesn't work that way, you know." Lorist felt that the old man's action was pretty laughable. I'm already pretty old and I've been thinking of quitting for some time now. I only stayed with them because I had no other choice. Also, I didn't even kill one of your men and only managed to wound that fat one lightly in the first battle, which isn't anything he shouldn't be able to recover from." The old man kept kneeling as he tried to find excuses for himself. "Oh, so Charade was hurt by this old guy. Then you're implying that I should be thankful to you for that and let you go," laughed Lorist. "I wouldn't dare," replied the old man while he shook his head. Sounds of horses galloping could be heard. It was Dulles who came over with 2 horses and some other javelins. "My lord, sorry I'm late," he apologized. "Hee, it's no big deal. These slavers turned out to be quite a piece of cake." "They're all bark but no bite," replied Lorist. He looked over to that old man and said, "Oldie, no matter the circumstance, you're still a 3-star gold rank, you know. Shouldn't you at least draw your sword and die from a glorious death?" The old man shook his head fervently and he said, "That's merely suicide. I don't want to do that at all. I only ask for you to spare my worthless life." "All right, this old fellow seems like a pretty laid-back fellow." Taking out a javelin from his quiver, Lorist hurled it towards that old man and it landed only inches beside him. The old man's body twitched as he wet his own pants on the spot. "So, oldie, you actually got so scared you wet yourself. You truly bring shame to gold swordsmen," cursed Lorist. I've always been the cowardly sort. I couldn't hold it in after seeing my lord's mighty form," stammered the old man with a face reddened from embarrassment. "Well, I wouldn't mind sparing you, but what's in it for me?" asked Lorist. "I'll give half of my savings to you, my lord." "There should be at least 1,000 gold fords," said the old man after considering it for quite a while. Lorist shook his head and said, "It's not enough. You're a gold swordsman, and it's not like I lack any money either. I'd rather cut your head off and show it off to the others than take your measly amount of money. I'll even give you my high-ranked battle force manual," added the old man. "Hee, it's already a given that I'll get it after I kill you," said Lorist as he readied another javelin. "It is not with me right now," said that old man stubbornly. "Relax, I'm sure there's someone who would recognize you. I'll just have them lead me to your home and take that whole place apart if I have to," consoled Lorist. The old man despaired and he finally said after hesitating, I have a granddaughter and she's really beautiful. She's only 18 and is still a virgin. I'll let you have her, my lord." "So, old man, you're too shameless, you know. For you to offer your own granddaughter to others for your own life is the worst thing you can do as someone's elder," shouted Lorist angrily. "That's not the case. My granddaughter can only survive if I am alive. The only reason she's not being oppressed is because people take into account that I am her grandfather. If I die, she'll be helpless on her own and might even suffer a fate worse than death. That's why at the very least I have to survive to ensure her safety and well-being," declared the old man forthrightly. "Oh, you do have a good point. However, that still doesn't cut it. I can easily get your daughter the same way I get your other belongings after I kill you," said Lorist. "My lord, I beg you. What can I do to make you spare me?" The old man couldn't help but break into tears. "Dulles, what do you say?" asked Lorist as he made a hand sign to him. Dulles got the message and started playing along. "My lord, that old man is so pitiful, and it's not like he actively acted against us and killed any of our comrades. Why don't you let him live?" "That won't do. Those who dare go against the Norton family must be punished without exception," said Lorist as his killing intent filled the surroundings. "Then, how about this? "My lord, why don't you take him in as a slave? Let him serve you for 10 years, and if he does well, he'll be able to regain his freedom by then," suggested Dulles. "But do you think he'll be willing?" Lorist pretended to be interested and shook his head. "I think killing him will be easier though, otherwise I'll be worried that he'll act against me one day." At that moment, the old man started kowtowing and said, "Of course I'm willing. I'll definitely serve my lord to the best of my ability and be loyal at all times." "All right, then I'll you live. Dulles, tie him up and make him sign a slave contract once we get back to the camp. After that, take his gold coins, battle force manual as well as all his family members along. Don't forget that pretty granddaughter of his," said Lorist. "Yes, my lord." Chapter 53 Occupying the Bastide. Seeing Lorist and the other two return to the battlefield, Els rode over to greet his lord. "My lord, the battle was a huge success. We even managed to conquer their main camp," said Els excitedly with a face reddened with excitement as he shouted towards Lorist's group of 3. Lorist asked, "What are you doing?" "Walking the horses." "Nope, Knight Potterfong had me scour the area for any slavers that might have escaped," Els answered. "Did you just say that we conquered their camp?" "That's right. Locke, when you unleashed the beast within and started slaughtering non-stop among their ranks, the slavers' forces broke formation and rushed back towards their main camp. We have successfully taken advantage of that and occupied their base in one fell swoop. Just now, Charade had someone carry him to the enemy base so that he can help manage the loot and asked me to call you over." Even though Els was a Norton family knight, he was pretty casual when he talked to Lorist and frequently forgot the formal nature of their relationship and behaved as he would when they went on mercenary missions. But Lorist didn't mind it as it made him feel less awkward around him. He asked, "How are our casualties?" "Casualties?" There were none, other than 2 slave soldiers who accidentally tripped and fell during the charge and sprained their ankles and got some bruises here and there. The 2 of them instantly became the laughing stock of the whole camp. As for the slavers, at least half of them perished and the rest were all apprehended by our forces. "Oh, and you better head there quick. There are still another 2,000 plus captured slaves waiting to be handled based on your decision," Els said. "There's no rush," said Lorist. He turned to the old man behind him and asked, "Hey, old man, where did you guys get the slaves in your camp from?" The old man looked rather pathetic as he was tied up all over with a long rope with its end held in Dulles' hand. A quiver with 5 javelins was also hung on his back because Lorist was worried that the horse would tire out quickly from the load. Lorist said that even though the captured fighter looked aged, he was nevertheless a 3-star gold rank and had incredible physical endurance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to run all the way to the town in one breath. Having just escaped the fate of certain death, the old man could only accept his treatment without a single complaint. The old man replied, "Master, these slaves had all been purchased or captured from the Redless Kingdom during the past half-year. I heard that some of my colleagues had razed several villages and killed all the elderly while enslaving the young and able. Life in troubled times truly is akin to that of a dog's. As a common peasant, not only did they have to labor tirelessly to pay the unreasonable taxes levied by their lords, they also had to survive invasions from enemies, especially slave traders. The common folk could be carrying out their daily routine like any other day only to end up as slaves with their family members killed overnight from slaver attacks." Lorist said disdainfully, "Old man, as a 3-star gold swordsman, why are you hanging around these scum that are no better than foul beasts?" The old man said, "Master, I did not have a choice in that matter. 6 years ago when I was on the way to Moranti City with my granddaughter, she fell ill when we were resting at Armatrin Harbor and I didn't have enough money to give her the appropriate treatment. She only managed to survive because I relied on the slaver group. During these 6 years, I have never harmed a single slave and even helped quite a number of people." The old man was originally a garrison captain of a small city back in the days of the Christian Empire and lived quite a decent life. However, when the 3 princes started the struggle for power, the first wave of battles engulfed his hometown. With his son and daughter-in-law both dead, his own wife soon passed away from extreme depression. Worried about his daughter's livelihood, the old man deserted the army and brought his 12-year-old grandchild to Moranti City, only to be forced to stop at Armatrin Harbor due to severe seasickness. When he found that he had no way to overcome that hurdle, he met the leader of the slaver group, Sloth, and joined their group to ensure her daughter's health and safety and has remained within it ever since. The old man said that the leader of the group knew that he didn't like to do dirty work, so he was tasked to stand guard and protect their army camp instead. He explained that he managed to stop some others from needlessly hurting the slaves during his years of service there. But in the end they were still sold off, right? Said Els in a dissatisfied tone. Old man, since you are of the opinion that slavery is an unethical business, why didn't you leave right after your granddaughter recovered? For you to have stayed there for 6 whole years. They say birds of the same feather flock together. Since you stuck with them for so long, don't pretend to be a good person. Do you think they'll let me leave just because I want to? Said the old man bitterly. When my granddaughter recovered, they moved us to the Slough Bastide right away and we have stayed there ever since. That is Slough's main base of operations and the security there is nothing to laugh at. It would still be fine for me to escape alone, but there was no way I would be able to pull that off with my granddaughter. Aside from that, Slough himself is also a gold-ranked fighter with his cousin brother Pike being a blade master. At that time, I could only accept my fate. Lorist's expression was a little heavy as he said, Old man, tell me about Slough and his Bastide as well as that blade master cousin of his. I'll need as many details as I can get. Having spent 6 years with the slavers, the old man was quite informed about their situation. He said that in the early days, Slough used to be a mercenary who somehow got to know a slave merchant at Port Nupite and started catching slaves for him. The internal conflict within the empire was a golden opportunity that he exploited, and over the years, his band of slavers had expanded quite a lot with over 300 men in present day. Even the local lord couldn't do anything about Slough. When Slough started profiting quite a bit from the slave trade, he commissioned for a bastide to be constructed over a large plot of land and made it his home base. Within it lived the family members of the slavers as well as 800 other slaves who worked at the vineyard within the bastide. The wine produced by Slough had started gaining quite a reputation in recent years. There were 2 main factors that contributed to the bastide's strong defense: terrain and manpower. However, just last month, Slough intended to get a noble title and establish himself as a landed noble and brought a couple of people to the capital for that purpose before proceeding to Port Nupite to handle some other business dealings and would only return after around 10 days. Now that most of the slavers were at the camp in the pine forest, the bastide's defense was currently at its weakest with only 10-odd silver swordsmen and 50-odd iron-ranked constables who were put in charge of patrolling the town and keeping the slaves in check. Even though Slough was a 2-star gold swordsman, his recent successes had caused him to gain quite a bit of weight and his combat ability to even deteriorate. Right now, his main backing was that blade master cousin of his. Have you sparred against Blade Master Pike before? Asked Lorist. Nodding his head, the old man answered, Yes, I have. It was almost half a year ago during a banquet held in celebration of the Harvest Festival. I was picked to be his sparring partner and fought for about 10 bouts and dropped my sword and surrendered when I saw his displeased expression. I estimate that I can continue on for 100 more moves and might even stand a chance to win. Nodding, Lorist already had an idea about the Blade Master's skills. Oh, that's right. I forgot to ask for your name, said Lorist. My lord, I am called Englich, replied the old man. After arriving at the main camp, Lorist saw that the main entrance was open. As he was about to bring his horse to the stable, he saw Charade sitting on a cushion in the middle of the camp plaza, enraged. It turned out that Charade was angry because the scribe he tasked to write down the things he said because his hand was injured had terrible handwriting and kept getting the words wrong. The senior student who was helping him out also had a rather bad temper. After being scolded, he threw the pen and beast skin down and said that his hand was meant to wield a sword, not to write, and that Charade should be grateful that he bothered to help out in the first place. After that, that man left and Charade started blowing up again. Trying hard to suppress his laughter, Lorist picked up the stuff on the ground and handed it to Dulles. Dulles, go to the slave camp and pick a few of them who can write well and let them serve Charade. Els, bring Knight Potterfong and Knight Terman over, I have something to discuss. Without delay, Terman, Potterfong, and his 2 comrades came over hastily. After briefing the knights on the situation of Slough, Lorist suggested that they attack the Bastide right now as it is at its most unguarded state and handle Slough and his cousin Blade Master Pike when they returned 10 days later. Lorist planned to have Englich, who had just surrendered to him, trick the guards of the Bastide to open the gates before having Terman bring his troops to quickly wipe out any resistance that sparks. Finally, he would have Dulles lead the slave soldiers to clear out the Bastide while Els would lead another group of slave soldiers who could ride to seal off the entire Bastide to avoid letting anyone from within to escape. When the trouble settles, the group would then abandon the camp in the pine forest and move over to the Bastide entirely. And while they attacked the Bastide, Potterfong was to stand guard at the camp and make sure nothing out of the ordinary happens. Everyone agreed to Lorist's plans except for Potterfong, who was worried Lorist would run into trouble by bringing the 3-star gold-ranked old man alone with him to trick the enemy to open their gates. However, Wales said, "Why don't I accompany Mr. Norton here on that trip? I've been feeling quite bored and don't have anything better to do anyway." Potterfong was extremely pleased that Lode Wales had offered himself to help and thanked him while patting his shoulder. Lorist politely saluted him and expressed his gratitude as well. "Mr. Lode, I shall be troubling you to help me out. I'm really grateful for your assistance." Wales quickly returned the greeting. "Mr. Norton, you're being too polite. If you don't mind, you can call me Lowe's just like Pog does." Lorist laughed out loud and stretched his hand out for a handshake. "All right, Lowe's. You can refer to me as Locke too. That's what my friends call me." After taking a bath and changing out of his blood-stained garments, as well as letting Engelich wash up and change his urine-stained pants, he got the rest to complete the preparations and rode off to Sloffa's Bastide with Lowe's and Engelich. The Bastide was approximately 7,000 meters from the slaver camp. Several buildings could be seen on the hills west to the main highway near the town. Lorist and Lowe's chatted and laughed along the way to their destination. In actuality, Lowe's was quite a candid and proud youth. He said that his father used to be a mercenary and had left him a high-ranked battle force manual, hoping that he would one day become a legendary mercenary. However, due to having been exposed to stories of knighthood and chivalry at a young age, Lowe's enlisted for the army without letting his father know. His dream was to become a knight instead of a mercenary, and that enraged his father to the point where he almost got a stroke. In the Wittelian Legion, Lowe's was known as a fearless and unparalleled general. However, the Legion was disbanded after the Civil War tore the Empire apart. Lowe's returned home only to find his family and friends all gone. Suddenly losing everything he cared about, he no longer had any attachments and formed a group with a few other of his comrades to go venture the world. On one fateful trip, he rescued a slave trader from a bandit attack and got hired as a bodyguard and followed him all the way to Port Napite. It was then when he bumped into Potterfong, who was there to purchase some slaves to form the main force of the Norton family on the journey to the Northlands. Intrigued by the prospect of adventure, Lowe's brought another friend who was unwilling to continue working as a bodyguard for a slaver, Mons Malek, along to see Potterfong. The conquest of the Bastide went without a hitch, with Lowe's not even having to fight himself. Any sign of resistance was settled swiftly by Lorist using his javelins. Upon reaching the gates, the guards who were on duty dropped their guard entirely after seeing Engelich and lowered the drawbridge for them to enter. After Lorist slit the guards with his sword, the other silver-ranked guards all rushed over to swarm Lorist's group, thinking that they had an edge because of the disparity in numbers. At that moment, Lorist took a javelin out of his quiver and with lightning speed, flung it out one after another, unleashing a rain of javelins onto the enemy forces. Of the 10 silver ranks that rushed over, easily half of them fell from the first volley, with the rest preparing to cut down the javelins with their swords, only to be met with following waves of incessant javelin fire and ultimately experiencing gruesome deaths from being pierced straight through. After Lorist expended 3 quivers worth of javelins, not one enemy remained standing. Having witnessed that terrifying scene, Engelich started shivering and felt extremely fortunate that he recognized the might of that man and surrendered quickly, thus having his life spared in the end. Lowe's, on the other hand, was admirably praising Lorist's skill. Terman subsequently brought the rest of his troops into the Bastide and successfully occupied it, followed by him cooperating with Dulles to clear out the whole Bastide of enemy troops. Even though the iron-rank slave supervisors attempted to retaliate, under the assault of Terman and the senior academy students, they gave up entirely after 10 or so of their own died, with not even one of Terman's men injured in the slightest. Dulles commented that the supervisors were digging their own graves for being crazy enough to take on a fully armed group of silver swordsmen with only a few whips and short swords. Lorist then instructed Terman to bring a group of people to go back to the camp and inform Charade and Potterfong to move over to the Bastide and have some carriages go to the port to transport their other resources and equipment. After that, he told Dulles to gather the slaves in the Bastide together before detaining the other family members of the slavers and kill anyone who dares to resist. He also instructed Els to increase the level of security at the Bastide. The tasks he had to do just kept piling up. Wistful cries at the residential area of the Bastide could be heard as the fierce, imposing slave soldiers marched inside and gathered the residents per Lorist's orders. Some sounds of battle and conflict rang out as well. However, the resistance was short-lived and was soon quelled, resulting in a few lavishly dressed corpses littered around the pavements and yards of the houses. It could be seen from the state of the corpses that the pent-up rage and hate harbored by the slaves was no small matter. During all that, Lorist followed Anglich to his granddaughter's residence. Along the way, the patrolling slave soldiers all greeted him respectfully and the families of the slavers looked at him with hateful glances. Lorist was relieved that the slave soldiers didn't break any regulations, and only killed the ones who resisted without harassing the women nor taking the slavers' belongings as they pleased. Though, perhaps that was because they knew that they would have to hand in the loot anyway and would end up being punished for any attempt at embezzlement. After forcing the family members out of their houses, they patiently awaited their next order. Angelica's granddaughter was quite the beauty, being quite fair-skinned and having a quiet air about her. She stood in front of the yard with a slight look of terror on her face beside a 16-year-old handmaiden. After seeing her grandfather, she leaped forward and hugged him tightly, unwilling to let go. Nodding towards a saluting slave soldier nearby, Loris checked out Angelica's granddaughter before saying, "Let's talk when we're inside." Even though the hut was small, it was quite well kept. Loris saw a half-written beast skin on the table and picked it up to take a look. The words on the beast skin were organized and neat except for the last one, which ended in a very long stroke. It was apparent that she was in the middle of writing the document when the slave soldiers attacked. "Are you copying a book?" asked Lorist. The girlie shyly nodded. "Your words are pretty neat," praised Lorist. "Anglich, it's time you handed over your goods," Lorist continued. The old man's expression turned downcast as he entered a small room and took out a small box with a beast-skin book. Upon opening the box, a pile of glimmering gold coins could be seen. This contains all my savings over the years. There are 1437 gold fords within," said the old man with a pained heart. Taking out one gold coin, Loris said, "Old man, do you know how much blood and tears have been spilled for these gold coins? These coins are unclean and tainted. If you spend them, you will one day face the consequences. If you don't get punished, eventually, your descendants will. I think it would be better for both of us if I take it away and resolve that problem for you." He then took out a pouch from his pocket and tossed it to the old man. "Within that is 10 odd gold coins which are clean and rightfully earned and isn't the product of anyone's suffering. You can spend them with a good conscience, knowing that nobody has been harmed for those gold coins. I'll be giving them to you. As for this water attribute battle force manual." Lorist flipped through the manual and tossed it to the young girl beside. "Have your granddaughter make me a copy and keep the original for yourself. During these 2 days, you are to stay here with your granddaughter and her handmaiden while I think about how I should handle you. If you need anything, just tell the patrolling soldiers outside, understood?" The old man quickly saluted and said, "Thank you, my lord. I will await your further instruction." Loris then took the box full of gold coins and left the hut.